Good morning, Blue. Blue, I wish you can come in my box sometime. When is your off days? Like, good morning, forever. We be wanting to talk to you like when you ain't got that banging noise in the background.
Yeah, yeah, I feel you. I get off 3:30 every day. Um, yeah, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. Uh, what else?
Happy Friday, everybody. Tap the screen. Are you Blue? Are you Monday through Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday.
Okay, and what do you do on the weekends? Do you go live on the weekends too, or
Can yeah, I
morning
can.
Friday?
I didn't think you do it on the weekends.
I mean, I don't. I used to be 7 days because I kind of spoiled my followers. So it's like if I don't come on here on a Saturday and a Sunday, my subscribers and stuff would nudge me. Like it's
Right,
something that they could do to get my attention, and they be
right,
like, they nudge me to go live.
right.
So I done spoiled everybody to the point where, okay, where's Diamond? If they don't see Diamond, Blue Heart, they it's something wrong.
I feel you. I feel you. You definitely got to
Good
keep your
morning,
audience
Papa.
entertained, especially if they're on the schedule with you.
Good morning,
So
Margaret. Yeah, and you want to be consistent. You know what I mean? You want to be consistent.
right.
Lexi, good morning. Yeah, so like sometime when I take a day off or and I even be missing them too to sometimes, Blue Heart. I'm focused on everything I got going on. And right now, social media is one of my biggest, my biggest priority.
Right.
So I be missing them sometimes too. It don't sound like we hear a lot of banking today. What's up? What's up with that? They ain't got in yet?
Oh, cause it's early. Yeah, it's early. It's early. That's why.
Oh, okay, y'all. Tap the screen, tap the screen. So, Blue Heart, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
The topic of the day is well, I got two topics. The topic of the day is why do why do married couples, why do wives feel like they don't want to change their last name? Good morning, Shakespeare. And it's
Um, Go ahead.
and also the next topic. Well, we'll start out with this first.
Okay,
The
yeah.
one, Uncle Larry.
In my opinion, in this social media age, let's just say if
Uh-huh.
somebody from, let's just say if somebody from way back when wanna or remember you by your
Anthony,
last name and who you used to be, and they wanna look you up on social media or something like that, then boom. Or let's just say like in Jada Pinkett situation, she made her last name before she got famous. So if anybody wanna look up that woman, then they want to remember her by Jada Pinkett and then Smith. But in my opinion, like I said, I think it's for people who want to keep in contact with people that they used to know, or just for identification or search purposes.
Tara say because it's difficult to change it back repeatedly. Why is it difficult? Because you gotta change your social, you gotta change your driver's license. Like
You got to change your social.
I think so. Yeah, I think you gotta change your social because your last name on your social is gonna change too.
Ain't that a thing? I don't know about that.
When you change your last name to your marriage name, honey, you gotta change everything.
Stop playing.
And that was a lot of people don't know that. Good morning to everybody. And that was my biggest thing. I didn't want to change my last name. I don't want to change my last name. No, Diamond, Uncle Larry say no. Everything, bills and all. I think okay, so also let me ask you guys this. When you guys get married, for some they get married and they change their last names, um, do you guys get a new social security number too?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, if that's the case, people could literally get married just to wipe their slate clean.
Just to wipe their slate, right? Good morning, Denise. Do you guys get a new social security number? Okay, they're saying no.
Well, that's a cheat then.
Oh, huh?
Well, that's a
Yeah,
cheat. If I'm gonna
no
start
new
over,
photo.
goddamn. If I'm gonna
Just
start
get a
over,
new. You
goddamn.
just get a. Wait a minute. You just get not a new number, a new card with a different name. Mm. It's just a name change. Oh, so you just going, okay, so basically, but okay, so someone told me one time, here's what someone told me. She changed her last name to her husband's last name, and she was able to, I think she couldn't get credit cards in her name, so she was able to get the credit cards in her husband's last name, which was her last name. How does that go? We can't hear you, Blue Heart. You might mute it, honey.
I think in that matter, marriage, marriage is a business. It's for people saying I got married for the love and this, that, and the third. Yeah, I would say it used to be that to a degree, but when we look at it in its purest and rawest form, when things get nasty, that shit turned
Yeah,
business. No one cares about your love anymore. No one cares about how much time you invested or how much money you spent. The shit
yeah. Good
turned
morning,
business
Pastor. Good morning,
wise.
everybody. Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. So
Diamond,
what did?
Diamond, your social security never change. It's gonna never change, no matter if you get married. It's not gonna change. It's gonna stick with you forever. You can't change your social security
Oh, you
number.
get so.
There's no way you can change it.
I didn't see your post, Ellie. So let me ask you this: why do? Okay, so what is? So when did marriage become a business? Has it always been like this?
I think it always has been a business, but people made it so for the love because you want when you're
I don't.
spending your life with somebody, when you're spending your life with somebody, you want to make sure that you can bear this person. But a lot of people back then did get married for business purposes because your last name and that person's last name because there was some type of equity to be gained from marriage back then to a degree. If that makes this family married into this family, which become a bigger and powerful family.
Do you guys
Well,
know that I have never heard about marriage becoming a business until I got on TikTok?
Yeah, marriage don't come. It's not a business to
I
me.
have
So
never
man,
heard people
I didn't.
say marriage is a business until I got on TikTok.
That's y'all. That's these new people with that bullshit. Marriage is not
yeah.
no business. That's these new
So,
people with that.
right. And well, I'll
in,
tell you
Marriage
the
never
in,
reason
been no
why I think
in
business.
its in its rawest. Hold on, because when you divorce, let me tell you this: when you divorce, no one cares about your love. That judge don't care about your love. They want to see shit split down the middle. How much money do you guys got in your bank account? Who the kids is going to? The cars, this, that, and
well,
the
that's
third.
when it's
They don't
over,
care
though.
about your love that day. You
Okay,
know what I
that's
mean?
still not making
It's
a
it's literally
business.
a business.
That's
It's
still
still
not
a
That's when
making
it's
a
business. I
business.
over.
promise you.
Good
Blue
It's
Heart.
morning,
That's
Mr.
business.
Justin Crown.
that still don't
Do
make
Okay.
a.
y'all
That still
do
don't
you
mean no
guys
business.
know? Let me say this, y'all,
Oh,
and we're gonna let Tara talk. Do you guys know back in the day, the man would leave the children, the wife with everything to take the house, keep for the kids, leave this. We're gonna give you all this, and they was willing to walk away and make sure her and the children was okay. Do
That
y'all remember that?
Diamond. I did that with my first wife. I didn't take nothing, the house or anything. I just left.
Yeah, like why would you split things down the middle and take away from your children and take away? You should want your wife and the children to be comfortable and keep them in the position that you put them in. That's where I came from.
Right. And I agree.
okay.
That's how it
Good
used to
morning,
be.
everyone. Especially good morning, Donna.
Hold on, yo, baby.
Morning.
Who talking, yo?
Yeah, it's Yo that's talking. Good morning, Tara. Again.
Good morning, yo. How are
Hold
you,
on,
darling?
Um,
hold on,
I'm gonna
yo,
say
baby.
this
Let
real
Tara
quick.
talk. Oh, okay,
Oh, go
okay.
ahead, Tara.
Go ahead, Tara.
No, what I was saying is one of the biggest reasons why the name changes. So, some people when they get married, they change the last name, and
Good
if it
morning.
goes on forever, great. But if it doesn't work out, then you have to change everything back. And like with myself, not only do I have a driver's license and a social security card, I have all of my professional licenses. And most of those actually charge you to change everything. So I hate to say it, but you know, if you do this more than once, or if you do it more than twice, which some of us have done, then you're talking about you're having to constantly change it.
Good morning,
And
beauty.
it's then you've got email addresses associated with your last name and everything else. So it's
Yeah,
just easier to keep your last name. I
it's
mean,
a
if I ever
hassle.
chose to get married again, I would keep my last name. I would keep it because I'm not changing it back again. This is my maiden
Yeah.
name and I've
Good
had to
morning,
continually
Sassy.
change it.
Right, knowledge is power. And you know what? Before I'm gonna let you talk, Alex. I'm gonna let you talk, Uncle Larry. Like I said, when back in the day, husbands walked away and left the wife and the kids comfortable. There was no fighting.
Mm.
What you know what I mean? Why things got to be split down the middle? Why do things got to be so hard? Don't nobody think about the children anymore? Good morning, Big Brown. Do not nobody think about the effect it's going to cause if the wife has to pay a high mortgage by herself, if she got to downsize and move into an apartment, and because the husband is, they not working out. Good morning, everybody. Like, don't nobody think it's all about, oh, what I can get from you or what you can get. Like, I don't understand.
So let me say this.
Lawyers,
Everybody,
in my
at the
opinion,
thing.
go ahead.
Now, I chose to leave my marriage, so I made sure that when I left, that my absence wasn't missed, my presence. So
Right,
that's
right.
why all of that stuff was set up that way because I chose to leave. Now, nowadays, like the women that are leaving these marriages, there is no that like you left the marriage. And if it was for unreconcilable reasons and not for no type of abuse or anything like that, you chose to leave the union. You should not be
Oh,
looking for somebody to set you up because you chose to leave.
Yep.
That, it just doesn't make any sense.
but hold on, wait a minute. Because she chose to leave does not mean she should be. Listen, at the end of the day, she was your wife. At the end of the day, she have your
But
children. At
and
the end
and
of the day, just because she chose to leave, you still have to look. You still need to look at her
but
as, I want her to be
no,
okay.
No,
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 no, Diamond.
no,
Why
Now,
did she
now,
leave?
now,
no.
you
Why
see
did
how
she leave?
unsafe that is. Hold on. You see how unsafe that is, because if that's the case, women would intentionally get married to divorce just so they can leave with something, leave with the children, especially if something that can sustain her life for a certain period of time
So
is
let me say,
beneficial.
Diamond,
Like,
what
hold on, in the state of California, y'all remember that midget from Austin Powers? They said he married a gorgeous woman, and she literally waited until like 3 years later to divorce him. He committed suicide because he felt used,
So let me
and she
ask you
took
this.
everything. She
you,
So
took
so so
everything.
that's why
Go
I
ahead.
feel like it's important that you know who you're marrying.
yes, yes,
You
Diamond.
got to know these things. You got to know what type of person you're dealing with. Like, say for example, with me. A lot of people that deal with Diamond, not even in a relationship wise, no, Diamond got a big heart. No, Diamond, you know what I mean, is not. I'm not on that. When me and my kid's father, I remember when me and him broke up and we went our separate ways for whatever reason. Everything was still left in my name. Everything. And
I'll be back. I'm
so,
still here though. I'll be back.
okay. And so with my kid's father, yes, this was back in the day. With my kid's father, he still my child support was my rent. You get what I'm saying? My child support was my rent. He still made sure the kids had school clothes. He still made sure the kids' holidays didn't miss a beat. He didn't put that strain on me. And guess what? When he was ready and he wanted his cars out of my name, I did it.
but
And guess what?
Diamond,
We
Diamond,
walked away. We walked away cool as a fan. It wouldn't be nothing I wouldn't do for him. It wouldn't be nothing he wouldn't do for me.
Diamond. Let me tell you something. You are the exception to that rule because that's
He was
not what
mine.
men are out here dealing with in divorces. I'm still going through hell from a woman I divorced 4 fucking years ago that won't leave me the fuck alone.
Tap the screen,
And
y'all. Tap the
I
screen.
made sure that she was taken care of when I left. I didn't leave her any debt, no credit card debt, no any of that shit. And I pay an absurd amount of child support to make sure that she was fine because I wanted to leave. But you still, like, I'm just telling you right now, she still won't get shit out of my name. She still won't.
Do
Now,
you have kids from
but I'm
her?
just telling you, that's not what men are out here dealing with. The women
Do you
like,
have kids from her?
yeah, I have one child by her, but that's the whole thing. It's our kids, not my child. It's our children. So just as
Can't
much,
make the children suffer, man. Like the
and
kids,
not,
man.
I did not make anybody suffer when I left. I didn't make anybody suffer when I left. If anything, she made my child suffer when I left because now my child lives with me because she was mistreating my child. See, those women like you, those women are kind of far gone. These women out here now on some whole different type of shit when divorce comes up.
Yep.
They trying to
And I think
destroy
a lot of times when it comes to
live.
divorce, oh, I'm sorry, like, go ahead.
That,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to tell
Don't
you.
get divorced. That's it, man. That's it, man. You mustn't get divorced, man. You must love one another till the end.
Why is
Like
that?
Romeo and Juliet. If you love the person, love him wholeheartedly.
Lord,
Like
Damn it, take
like
that person out there.
peanut butter and jam. You must love him like peanut butter and jam wholeheartedly. Yes, sir. Smell it in, man. Smell it in. Guys.
really dumb. That's
I'm,
what we
I'm
doing.
not, what?
Listen, I was, I'm letting somebody in. I was trying to see how
We doing.
people do some of the stupidest things.
Where this
Like,
clown come from?
But this
But
diamond, it's all. It's
I'm
a
like, what
the
the
divorce thing.
hell?
Marriage, and this is why I say this, and I will say right now in 2022 and probably for the last
I be
15 years,
trying to just give people a chance to talk.
you know,
Foxy, y'all.
and
Damn.
marriage is a business. It is a
Good
business.
morning. Good morning, Quincy.
The reason why it is that way now is because the way the economy's set up, the way that people come into marriages, you know what I'm saying? It could be the man coming into a marriage with a very successful woman and he don't have shit. And then 5 years, 10 years down the line, he decide to leave. That man's still entitled to have that woman's shit that she's been working for her whole fucking life. Now,
yep.
when it's on the other side of it, a woman is like, how dare you want to take away what I built before you were even with me? But that marriage contract says that man's entitled, which is bullshit,
Good morning,
entitled to
Vanessa.
your shit at the end or conclusion of that marriage. So that man's gonna, if you got a business, then guess what? You got to either sell that business, dissolve it, or that man gets half of what you make every month from that business because he's entitled to it by law. So
But
therefore, that makes it a business. It's not. It has nothing to do with love. You get married for the benefit of the government. The tax benefits that comes with being in a doggone in a union with two people that are sharing that tax burden. That makes the marriage an actual business.
but Alex, that's when the prenup come in. I mean, if you have
Prenups are
money,
beat every day. Women out
yeah.
here beat prenups every single day. You have to update prenups every 3 to 5 years. And a lot of people don't even know that. Once circumstances change from the original agreement, you have to update it to fit the current condition of the relationship.
Okay.
And if you don't,
Good
that
morning,
woman, if you got
everybody.
a
Good morning.
10-year-old
Tap the
prenup,
screen.
if you got a 10-year-old prenup, 15 years, y'all decide to get divorced, that prenup probably ain't even valid no more because you never went and updated it based off the circumstances because you might only had one kid then. Now you got two or three. Y'all might only had one house. Now you got four. You
And
know,
they
That
come
make it
through
that,
and they change the rules and the laws so much to make it even harder and harder and harder and more difficult. You know what I mean? Like for me, I'm gonna tell y'all something. For me, if I ever get married, me and him have to be on a page where you know what I mean. Like I want to see him be okay, even if we not together. I want him to make sure I'd be okay even if we not together. If I can't find that one, I'm not marrying him. I don't want to change my last name. I don't want it because if something happened to his credit, we need to fall back on my credit. If something happens to, you know what I mean? Like if he fuck up his name, we need to fall back on my name. It's things that I have to put into play when I decide to marry, and you got to know who you marrying. I can't do it, y'all. I cannot
Diamond,
do it. I'm not arguing. I'm not fighting. I'm not doing none of that.
Diamond. All I'm trying to tell you right now is the diamond women of the world is in the less than 1% when it comes to marriage. And that's just I tell as a man that recently dealt with that in the last 5 years. Women are destroying men on the backside of marriage.
Now,
It's just true.
if he come in as a marriage and we build together, I will be more than happy and fine to split everything down the middle if he go. I'm
Look,
fine with that.
I'm
I'm
just
fine with that. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like whatever we build together, I will be more than happy to split everything down the middle. I just want him to be on the same page, though. The world is so selfish. Like I can't.
Diamond. All I'm trying to tell you is that's not what's going on out here with men getting do a live and just have men come up here and tell their divorce stories about how they how long it took them to recover from a divorce from a woman where she left and the court said, hey, tough shit guy, you're the man, give her this shit.
Well,
Give her shit.
Well,
I was in
that's
luck
Now,
not
because
just for
I
men,
didn't.
though.
Yeah, because I was in luck. Once I got divorced, I let her have everything. We walked away. We didn't do anything. Maybe you could have everything. I even paid the mortgage up for 6 months. Then it was it. She had my 2 kids, so you can have the house, you can have everything. I don't need nothing. I'm walking away, and that's
Who
that's
That's not
it.
just for men, though, Alex.
I've
Because my
Tara,
first
I
marriage
understand that.
ended. Yeah, my
I
first marriage ended.
completely
He's still my
understand
best
it's
friend.
not just for men. But the
Yeah.
majority of people, and it does not look, you can look at old stats, you can look at 22 stat, 20 year 22 stats. Women are leaving men. Men are not leaving women. And that's always been
Regardless
the
of
case.
who's leaving,
But,
regardless of who's
but
leaving,
listen,
it doesn't matter. We
why
need
it
to
matters.
come to some type of agreement
But
where
this is
we're
what
not
I'm saying.
hurting each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at one point in
Right,
time, y'all did love each other. At one point in time, that was your best friend. So why
the law
tear
don't
your
care
best friend
about that.
down and hurt
That
your best friend?
does
Diamond, the
Why?
law don't
that
care about
go into
that. The
though,
law
like
don't care about that.
hurting your
Hold
best
on, bro. Hold on, bro. Um, there was this lawyer here in my city. His name was Michael. He was going through a nasty divorce process. The judge, and it was nothing abusive. I seen the paperwork and everything. Judge ordered him, and he was a lawyer himself. The judge ordered him to leave the house. He still had to pay the mortgage, and she was left with the kids as well. He went to go see his kids, and this, that, and the third. The thing was, he left with nothing, but he was forced to downgrade his living style or whatever he had going on
friend.
just to supplement that. Where's the love in that situation? And this man was going through hell.
Tap the screen, tap the screen. That's my problem too, y'all. I have a problem with the laws. I'm sorry.
No, but
I have
Diamond,
a problem with the laws. I
But you
Diamond,
have a problem
benefit
with their
from the
rules.
laws. But the
I have a
Diamond,
women
problem with their
benefit
rules.
from the laws more than the men in marriage.
Diamond. This is the thing though. If that woman,
I think
just like
something
you're
about
saying,
I think
if what
something
you're saying,
about when y'all have kids with marriage. See, I've never been married, but I think something about when y'all have kids with your wife and you are married. I think when y'all get a divorce, the husband automatically go on child support. Why? If he's already doing what he's supposed to do. I
but
don't agree with that law.
because the women
Diamond,
rotten. The women rotten.
Diamond,
That's
Diamond,
why
But
listen.
no,
they're
that's the
rotten.
law
And
though. That's the
lawyers,
law.
no,
No,
lawyers
it's
No, it's
not
not the
impose
law.
that.
No, it's not.
Lawyers
not
definitely
law.
force
It's
that.
not the law. It's not the law.
It's not law. The law, the woman gets to decide. And now if she's the primary
They say it
custodian,
was a law because some people are saying it's a law in some
no,
states.
no.
Diamond,
That's not how domestic
It's
relations
not mandatory. It's not mandatory.
Diamond, I did.
or
I
works.
didn't have to pay no child support.
This
Nope,
is the thing.
not the law.
When you're going through those agreements and conversations from lawyer to lawyer or person to person, you can agree not to decline child support because you and that other parent have an agreement, and it's put on paper. It's not something that the state takes out of that man's paycheck. Y'all agreed that this was, you know what I'm saying, that this is what's going to be paid. Whether I have the kid for the summer, when I have the kid for the summer, you'll pay me. And people do that when you have two people that are splitting on mutual terms. But what
was made from love.
happens with men is that the woman puts them on child support, and then this man, like you're saying, the man has to downgrade his life, and the woman's life is upgraded past even more from when they were married.
But here's the thing, though. Why y'all looking at the woman's life is upgraded? Y'all built that together. She has the kids.
So why should that man have to downgrade? The kids have to go see that man as well too.
I've been be in a great situation. Okay, so let me just say this right now. Men cannot function broke, especially when you're used to being someone that provides.
Nobody.
Diamond, I'm trying to give you the shit from a man's perspective that has been through this shit before. That shit takes a long time to dig yourself back out of. Now I can't even be in the right mental space when I do have my kids and be around my kids, because not only am I taking care of that shit over there, I still have to live myself. Exactly.
It's like they just care for themselves. Damn it, I understand what you're saying, but if that's the case, if everything is made out of love, everything split down the middle, this, that, and the third, why not just agree for the divorce? Ma'am, you take care of your bills, sir, you take care of your bills, and literally, you guys don't move out of state, out of town, if you got kids together, just so y'all can co-parent successfully. The thing shouldn't have to.
Mr. Alex, why do you have to downgrade if you walk away from your marriage?
Because if he's giving you a certain percentage of his income and you're not contributing to his, then that's something different.
So you need to put yourself in position where good morning, everybody. You need to put yourself in position where you are able to walk away, where, you know what I mean? You need to put, just like with me, with my ex.
You asked me a question.
My ex, I taught him how to budget. I taught him, I wanted him to save money. This was when we was just in a relationship. It wasn't, we ain't got no kids together or nothing. This was things I wanted in him because I didn't want him to be stressed out all the time about helping me. So it would be times I would say, baby, don't worry about the rent this month. I'll take care of it.
Diamond, you are the exception to the rule. I am trying to tell you right now, out here, that's not what's going on with these men. That's not what's going on. When all of that happens, that house that I left, I had to pay the mortgage on it. I still pay it. She still gets a part of my retirement. She gets well over almost $2,400 to $3,000 from me. If I did not make the money that I make, then I would be struggling. You know what I'm saying? And I started making more money when I got out of the military. But this was before I even got out of the military.
Yes, Slim God, you can come up. Is this my Slim? Is this?
But listen,
I'll drop down. Bring somebody up.
But the whole point is,
the question is, she gets.
You knew how to manage and budget money. She sucked at managing budgeting money. And this is the realization of it all. There's a lot of women that are they suck with money because they never had to manage it, because they had a man that was protecting and providing. And then when that divorce happens, you know what I'm saying? When that divorce happens or whatever, then they're sitting up there and they're still fucking over money. And guess what? They'll take you back. When you start making more money, they'll take you back to court to get more money from you. Because if the child was okay with $1,400 a month, when you find out I'm making more money, now you need $2,000. Now you need $2,000 just because I make more money. That makes no sense. For the last 3 to 4 years, you were doing just fine with $1,400. So why now do you need $2,000 a month from me?
Tap the screen, y'all.
Joe was trying to talk.
Go ahead,
She's not having an opportunity to say what she was saying, yeah.
Now, if you were married for 10 years, so let's put it in this perspective. If you was married for 9 years and 363 days, you do not get anything from him as far as his 401k is Social Security that comes out
Let me tell you
automatically.
how a man
If you okay, excuse me, sir, but I'm speaking. I don't mean no harm. I'll allow you to speak, but please let me get this
downgrade,
out.
how a
Thank you.
man
Can you hold on for just 1 second, please, sir? Thank you.
downgrade.
Now, but if if you were married for over 10 years, that's how the automatic comes in. It comes in with his Social Security. If he gets married, you end up getting a percentage. Now, when we was talking about business as marriage as a business, yes, even before we had marriage license, it was considered a business. You married your daughter off in order to migrate your families together business wise. How you go into the contract back then is they had like salt contracts. That's how you got married. Same way you did contracts for business. Marriage has always been looked at as a business because families would upgrade or add more to their land, add more to their wealth by marrying their daughters off. Yes, marriage should be about love, but it has always been a contract of some sort. How do
Facts.
you think kingdoms have grown? But then again, yes, people did get married for love. People still do get married for love. So the thing about it is, when you're getting married for love, when people get divorced, they're getting divorced in hate. And that's the thing about it.
Facts.
When you get divorced, you're
What
not
time
still
is it?
loving somebody. You're actually not liking them.
Mr.
You're
Bennett
actually
said,
getting divorced in hate.
Mr. Bennett said, let her have all of the money. Peace is more important. I'm
Man,
all
y'all
about
done
peace.
lost my damn mind.
I'm all about peace.
And that's how a lot of people think. They just want to be in peace.
I'm
But the
all
thing
about
about
peace.
it is, when they're looking at the child support, they're looking at how much money it takes, how much you take, because a percentage comes from the man and a percentage comes from a woman. Do they always follow that to the T? Not necessarily.
That's
Do
crazy.
some men, not
Let me
all, so please don't come from my head, do some men actually
So,
try to
so
hide their money so they do not pay more child support? Yes, they do. Do
That's crazy.
some women, not all, but do some women try to go just for more money because I'm trying to hurt him? Yes, because it goes back to the fact that I stated. When you get married for love, but when you get divorced out of hate. So somebody is always trying to hurt somebody else. Now, can you divorce and be amicable about it? Can you divorce and go, look, this is what needs to be done for the kids? Yes, you can. You could work out a great divorce decree. Both of y'all can go in peace, but not everyone does that. Like I said, some men, some women. And it is an unfortunate thing because people do not think about the children when it comes down to this. Only thing they're
Hey,
trying to do is hurt somebody and try to move on and not think about what's the best thing I need to do for my children that are my DNA samples. Now, if we could do that, then that would be great, but not all of us think that way.
can
So
we
y'all have
just
a great
acknowledge
day.
the fact?
I gotta go to work, but I'm still listening.
Can
good
we
morning.
acknowledge
Thank
the
you,
fact
yo.
that people are not getting married for what marriage really means? Because in marriage,
Yeah.
it don't say it's not a conditional thing. It says for better or for worse, through sickness and health, for rich or for poor, to death do us part. Man, people ain't getting married for what marriage really stands for. They getting married because that shit seem cool.
But
That's
It's a
what
Diamond,
I'm saying.
beautiful
Like,
romance.
I don't
It's a
know about
romantic idea.
I don't. What's cool about what you mean they get mad because it seems cool?
Diamond.
But if you nobody's listening, do you understand the marriage vows? It says through sickness and in health, for better or for worse, for rich or for poor, to death do us part. Man, everybody getting married and getting divorced before they dead.
Bruh, look,
See, and
let
I'm
me
gonna tell y'all something. My mama didn't even raise me, but I see my mom, and that's where I come from. My mom been with my stepdad for over 50 some years, and it's they went through everything, everything. My mama sacrificed, you know what I'm saying, me from her marriage. Like they went through everything, and if he passed away today or tomorrow, my mama is sot. She's sot. You know what I mean, like. Even now, she's fine. My mama don't have to work. She don't have to work. She ain't had to work. He went to the military. That's the part about military. You know what I mean? Like that's the one of the good perks about military. My mom has the best medical benefits. She can go. Everything she is entitled to, and they only bought one house. Hear me out. They only bought one house. still in that same house, remodeled that entire home, and you know what I mean? Like, my mom and my stepdad don't even have businesses. The military put them in position. Well, her husband, he put her in position. He retired from the military. He retired from the police department. He retired from the Army Reserve. Like, and now he gets what you call it, 100% disability. So they okay, and they don't have businesses, and they federal house paid for. House is paid for. Only bill they got in the house is the light bill and the cable. But anyhow, I say this to say that,
But that,
like God say, for richer, for marriage, whatever the damn shit is.
For richer, for
But
poor, for better, for worse, through sickness and health, till their doors part.
a lot of people are not marrying like that. You know what I mean? Like, you got to put, I don't know, put yourselves in position. I know a guy right now going through a lot. His wife took everything from him. Everything. Even the
Diamond.
clothes, even she wouldn't even allow him to get the clothes off his back. But
So,
guess what he did? He walked away from his marriage penniless. He paid all the bills. He devoted all his money to the marriage. He helped her build her business, everything.
so
And
Diamond.
now
Can we
he
acknowledge
wants
the
to fight
fact that?
his way.
Can we acknowledge the fact
So
that shit
Bishop.
is not always a possibility for our men? Do you understand that men, when they go into these marriages, when they go into these relationships, they invest all of themselves without the possibility of thinking of this shit dissolving? Because that's the reason why it takes a man so much longer to propose than it does for a woman to say yes. A woman can get with a man and feel like in the first couple of months she's ready to be married, but a man thinks about this shit from all aspects. He thinks about this shit, what this shit really mean. And when he finally decides to put that ring on your finger, he's committed himself to whatever the fuck happens, we're gonna work through this shit. Most women that are getting married, they are only getting married due to all of the happy times, not the shit that's gonna happen throughout the course of a relationship. Like, they not thinking about, at one point in time this shit might get rough. They're not thinking about, at one point in time this shit might get he might fall off. At one point in time, we're not gonna be as happy with each other as we was in the beginning. It's mainly just because right now we're super happy and I love him and I'm feeling this feeling of love, instead of, and sometime during this marriage, you know what I'm saying, we not gonna get along with each other. It's gonna be a lot harder for us to stay together than it is for us to be together. Feel me? It's gonna be a lot of work put into it for me to feel this way that I feel today. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
Brad,
And
look,
Can I say something? Because
that
I
shit not happening.
go
Hold on,
ahead,
baby.
Queen.
Hold on, baby.
Come on in here,
You an
lipstick.
I know
exception
I
to the
gotta go
rule,
to
Miss
work.
Queen. Queen T,
Good
you an
morning.
exception to the rule, goddamn me. I understand your situation. Don't bring that shit up here today.
No, I'm just gonna say one thing. I just
All
want
right.
to say this for the
No,
good
let
women.
me tell her experience. Let her tell her experience.
Now I know her
No, I
experience.
ain't gonna even
We
say the
ain't
whole
doing that shit.
story, but I would just say this: there are
But
good
we
women.
got a lot of new
Slim,
people
it
on
must
here,
be
Slim,
good,
that
Slim.
has not
Slim, it
heard
must
her
be good.
story. So let her
Let us
tell her
tell a
story,
story.
Queen. Just sum up your story, like, to tell them you was married to an African. Please tell that.
Yeah, I was for 33 years, and I went through all kinds of trials and tribulations in that marriage with that guy, and I put up with a lot, even a child being born into the marriage outside of the marriage. And I gave him 9 kids. And, I got with him when I was 17, only man I ever been with. I'm proud of that. I mean, that's just me. But yeah, I mean, but when I walked away, it was like I just wanted my freedom, man, because I had been through so much with him. I didn't want shit from him but my last name. And I felt like I was entitled to that last name because of my kids carry that name, and I wanted to keep that last name just because of my kids. But there are women out here that put
Queen,
up with
why was it so important for you to keep the last name? Because of your kids. Your kids don't have the last name. Why you felt like you need to keep the last name?
no
You
You
the
have a
kids do
last name.
have their father last name.
So why is it important for you to keep his last name? Why was that important to
I
you?
I've had that last name
Yeah, I mean,
shoot since I was 17.
if anybody earned it, she earned it. You give a man 9 kids, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
She, but
Look,
yo,
I
but
didn't want shit from
queen though.
him.
Like y'all are
Yeah,
That's
my
all I
mama
wanted.
killed
kids.
me.
I didn't want no.
Tap the screen,
I
y'all.
didn't
Tap.
want half for nothing. I didn't want half for the business. I didn't want anything. I just wanted my freedom and my last name. That's all
Yeah,
I wanted.
So what did the
and I
last name
said,
do for you? What does his
I can
last
I
name
can
do
tell
for
you
you?
I can tell you what the last name did for her because my mama killed my daddy last name when she got divorced. It's just so that your kids don't feel like they excluded from they separate from you. So like when you go up there to pick up your kids from school and you got to check them out, they got the same last name as you. Or when it's time for them to mention your last name, they got the same last name as you. Like that's it.
Queen, is money involved with you keeping his last name?
Nice.
yes.
But Diamond, guess what?
That's
My first wife told the judge
man.
when we was in front of the
Yeah.
judge, all I want to do is keep my last name.
And then I mean, and I'm gonna be honest.
What does
And
the last name
other
do? Do y'all
um,
keep? Do y'all have insurance titles? Do y'all got the insurance policy? Like I'm trying to
yeah,
see what the benefits
and
from the last name. I don't want to hear the benefits about from the children. I don't want to hear that.
Shit, my mama ain't getting nothing from my daddy. Shit, that nigga broke. He
thank
still owe
Listen,
child
I'm not
support.
bitter. I don't. I've never even been married before. I'm not even bitter.
Oh,
Find you something safe to do.
Nah, for real.
Trust me.
I,
Look,
look,
hey, Diamond.
I
I'm just
couldn't
telling
tell
you,
you,
my mama ain't get
And
shit
I'm
from my
good, baby.
daddy.
I'm not unhappy. I'm having my way.
I
Look,
couldn't tell you
my
why
mama,
she
my
why she
mama,
told the judge that.
my mama ain't get shit from my daddy. This nigga ain't never paid child support. This nigga ain't never had no money. This nigga still broke to this day. She kept the last name because she didn't want me to have a different last name for her. That's it.
Look, this is what I'm trying. This is the point I'm trying to get you to understand. Doc.
I've had that
A
name.
man, a man enters that thing with a woman, and by all means, queen is the extreme exception. You
Not
give a man
face.
9 kids, you supposed to get whatever the fuck you want,
Not face.
whatever you want, and then some. And that is
Take him.
that is. I commend you for walking away, but I tell you right now, ain't no motherfucking way you could have been a sister of mine. No, we finna get this nigga.
You take him
No,
to the dryer, baby. Take him to
yeah,
the dryer.
we finna get him. But
I
I'm
think
talking
like
about,
when you come to a point in where you've been through so much hurt and pain with somebody and you've made
I've
so
been
many
there. That's
sacrifices
why.
for
That's
people,
why I got.
not only
But it's different.
for people but for my kids, and then like
Yeah,
just because my family was like, it's not gonna work, you're a foreigner, you this, you that, and it
Come on,
was
everybody.
go back home. So a lot of shit I just had to put up with. And I mean, y'all gotta understand, I met him 6 months later, we were married, and it lasted 33
Come on,
years.
Denise.
So I mean, and it wasn't all bad in the beginning. It just
I
turned
was
bad
gonna say,
yeah.
as I grew up and started learning that I have a voice of my own and I can speak up for myself. That's when things started happening differently. That's
But
when,
me,
when he told me he promised my daughters off to marry somebody, I was like, oh, hell no. And I
But that
started,
was.
that's
Yeah,
when
you didn't know no better at 17 what you was getting yourself into.
I didn't.
Thanks.
but
Like that's
but
that's why I say
but
she an exception to the rule. Like
Yeah, you didn't know
her
what you.
stories. Her
Um,
story is almost it's the extreme
this
traditional, but it's the
is
extreme traditional with a Western woman and that wasn't raised up that way to go through that. Like he
listen,
tried
he
to
was from
impose.
Africa.
so.
Yeah, I
This
know.
is
He tried to impose like traditional beliefs
no
on
shit.
her
The man was
in
African.
the extremest way.
The man was African. That's
But I
Yeah.
all it
think,
was. That's they damn culture.
Queen, did he have his green card? So he basically, go
Yeah,
ahead, Tara. He basically used her. He
good
yes.
morning,
basically used
good
her,
morning,
Hmm.
Arthur.
which most, listen, y'all gonna say what y'all want to say, which most African men do to get the woman, even the women. They need their paperwork and listen, they will use the American women for what they benefits for. Y'all can say
So
what y'all want to say. An African
I'm
woman
not.
even told me that. An African woman even told me this. She said, African woman said, she said, they only be with y'all for what they can gain from, you know what I mean? She said, that's what that an African lady told me that. So, hey,
Nah, that's facts. That's anybody want to argue with that? You just want to
Diamond,
argue. Go argue with your mama. Hey, see what she
we're gonna
just
get
said
back
was
to the
real.
point at hand, and that's the divorce part, right? For a man to be in a
he
marriage,
used to be that straight single.
what? Okay, for a man to be married, and then You have assets going into it. You don't just like Slim said, you don't go into a marriage thinking that you're gonna get divorced. But women go into a marriage planning for what's going to happen when they get divorced. They have those conversations before they even get married. They know exactly what they're entitled to before divorce papers get drawn up 5 to 10 years before it even happens.
Good morning,
So
everybody.
that's the part of it where on the man side, from a man's perspective, you have to be at a certain point that if you leave like I did, you have to know that, hey, you have to do that. You have to set this woman up at least to where she can be okay with your child. But on the other side of it, and I'm going to say this, when the person that chooses to leave, and not by any means of distress, but you just said, hey, I just don't want to do this no more. I'm not in love with you. The only thing that you should be getting is support for the child. If you want the house, then you need to get a job to the point to where you can pay for the house. Because you're the primary custodian of the child. You need to go move somewhere where it's just you and the one child. You don't need to be in a 4-bedroom house with one damn child. You don't need to be in a 5-bedroom house. So we need to sell this house. You'll get your half of whatever the profit
Good
is.
morning,
I'll get
Tina.
my half of whatever the profit is. But this just saying that you're just completely entitled to something because you were married is bullshit when you chose to walk out of the marriage. And I'm talking about people walking out of marriages on their own just because I don't want to do it anymore like I did. You know what I'm
I
saying?
get
Now,
that.
that's
I get that. I ain't got
you
no
are, if
problem
you are a
downsizing.
woman,
I ain't got no
if you
problem
are a woman
downsizing, but I'm not gonna let. I don't have no problem downsizing, but me personally, I'm not gonna let my husband put me in position where I can't handle something if he gone today or tomorrow or if this don't work out. That's just
and
All
that.
let's
right,
be
We
all
gonna
right,
fight
all
honest.
that
right.
shit
So,
to the
like,
No,
end.
I
I
want
don't
to
need
just
a
honestly,
10-bedroom house. I don't
the
honestly.
need a
problem
big
is
ass
though,
house to
Diamond,
invite
the
everybody over
problem
to eat up
All
my
right. So
food
look though,
every week.
Diamond, you want all of them benefits? Do you want all of them benefits up until the point that you're not happy, and then you feel like I should sustain it because I upgraded your life to this point, and you just not happy with me no more? So you feel like I still owe you that
But why would you
responsibility?
feel, Slim? Why would you feel like you upgraded my life? Why me and my husband can't upgrade together?
I'm saying
that
most of the
doesn't
time,
look,
most in
Diamond,
most scenarios, Diamond, in most
you
scenarios,
were looking at how you
men,
see shit. That's not
yeah,
how things are going out here.
in most scenarios, men are upgrading the women's lives. That's just period.
That's not
Exactly.
how
Well,
things are
I
going
see.
out.
I upgraded my ex. I upgraded him, and I'm
That's
telling
Uh,
y'all,
that's
when we
that's
broke
that's what
up,
I'm saying. That's
when
in
we
most
broke up, he was
scenarios.
bitter.
If
It's the
Diamond,
point.
you using your experience, I'm
you
talking about
you
like let's speak about what happens in real life in real time. In most scenarios, men upgrade the women's lives.
Yep. Cause like I told you, my wife don't pay no bills. I know I upgraded her. She don't pay no damn bills in
uh,
the house.
look,
That's
you
the
hear all
upgrade
over
there.
here. Women want to be. I don't want to work. I want a man to take care of me. I can do my own little business, but I don't want to work. I don't want to have to go clock in at nobody's job. So they find a man that can provide that type of life, and then for whatever reason, that man works a lot. And then next thing you know, motherfucker doing something they ain't got no business, and now you want a divorce because you work too much, you do this, you do that. Well, I provided you with what you asked me to provide you, a
Yep.
comfortable life, to where that you could be happy and the kids could have someone that was always there, another parent there. I provided that for you. Now you don't want to be here no more. You don't want to be in this anymore because you're bored, or I'm not doing this, or I'm not doing that.
That's what
Well,
happened to me with my. That's what happened with me with my
okay,
ex.
all
I
right.
was.
So okay, that's cool, but y'all wasn't married though. You
But
said you never been
Alex,
married. Y'all wasn't married. Hold on.
We
I'm
was
just
not married, but we was
honey,
preparing for that. We was
honey,
preparing for that.
I
I
got
was
that.
doing
But
things.
Diamond, it's different. You can prepare for marriage until you sign that marriage contract. All of the laws that come in with it do not affect y'all. It
Right.
doesn't. It does not affect what y'all had going on. The only thing that really is legally binding is the situation between you, that man, and those kids. Any properties that if you don't have a house and both you and him are on the mortgage for that house, it's not community property. You have nothing, no bounds to it at all. You could have been in that house and that man could have sold that doggone house from up under your ass. Common law, it's only in some states, not everywhere. and you have to meet the threshold for the time to qualify for common law. And you have to go fight for that. By the time you even win that case, that house is gone.
Do y'all know that by us having this topic right here, it's just really saying how jacked up people are out here?
Yes.
Really bad. And
Yes.
that's like people, Diamond, why you single? Diamond, why you single? It's so many jacked up people out here that I don't know who is who. You know what I mean? I don't know where to be, where to go, right, left.
Diamond, Oprah ain't married.
And Oprah ain't married because
ask
she
a
got more
question.
money than Stedman.
And Stedman ain't worried
So
about
I
it.
need to ask
Stedman
this
said.
question of the man here, because let me just say that. So you choose to leave. Let's say you choose to leave, and this is the life that you all have built. So when you choose to leave, and you're the one that brings in the most money, and this is the life that you all have chosen to leave, you don't think that that person should still have the same lifestyle? Just because you choose to leave, they should have to change?
Hey, Tara, I'm being real with you, Tara. In reality, men ain't leaving like women are.
I don't look. Let me answer her question.
But that's not what I'm asking.
Let me answer your question, Tara.
Okay.
We're not together no more. The life we built together was for us to be together in that life. Once we are no longer together, you need to go back to doing what the fuck you were doing. If we got kids, you're going to take care of the kids, and we're going to help take care of these kids. But whatever life you choose to lead after I'm gone, you need to go get that life for yourself. It's no longer my responsibility to help you provide that or provide it for you. Now, with that being said, if I choose, and even in that, and we're talking about fairness between two people, because if it's you making more, how the hell would it look later on when you try and move on with somebody and you find somebody that you actually want to be with, that you harmonize with? You know what I'm saying? Now you can't do that completely. You can't give that person that, because you got a whole nother person sitting up here talking about, no, you still need to provide the life that we had 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
So no, let's say that she's married, but let's say that you have kids, and she has the majority of the responsibility of the children. Should they have to decrease their level of living because you chose to leave?
I'll be real with you.
Should you not be responsible?
I get where you going. I get where you going with that, Tara. But I'm being real with you. A lot of times, man, if a man walks away from his marriage, in most cases, if the man walks away from his marriage, man, that shit was dead already. And it was nothing that he could do before he unalived himself.
Not always, though.
Slim, that's not true. Tap the screen, y'all tap the screen, share the live.
We're talking about the premise of two people separating amicably. And I'm gonna tell you right now, when it comes to a man, the man is the one having to recover 89.9% of the time. There's that 11% of women that have shit that get shit taken from them. That does happen. We all know that. But the majority of the time, when a woman divorces a man, it takes that man 5 to 8, even 10 years sometime, and some never, to recover from that divorce. And the toll that it takes on that man financially, and not counting the mental anguish that he has to go through in the rebuild of his life again. And then the mental space that he has to be in now, knowing that a part of his life is that he's not a part of, he has to finance for the rest of his fucking life. So now the next woman that comes into his life, hold on, Slim, because you've never been married. The next woman that comes into his life has to be okay.
So Mr. Alex, because you never been married, we can't talk.
No,
I've been married before.
You asked for
not many people can
more
tell.
perspective from somebody that actually went, a man that actually.
Because I'm married right now, goddammit, I still ain't divorced. The fuck?
Listen, shut up and listen. This is what I'm trying to
lucky, my big brother.
Until you have actually went through it, until you have walked this line of life, it's not the same. You make me
Alex, you make me don't want to walk it.
Nah, Mr. Alex, I was actually trying to say you are the exception to the rule for the men that actually leave. You are the exception to the rule for the men. Hold on, listen. You are the rule of men that leave because life got too miserable to stay in that shit. You didn't leave just because you woke up one day and was like, I don't love her no more. She don't do it for me.
Look, we passed that point. I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about that. I don't care about anybody validating why I left my marriage. I'm talking about on the backside of it when it comes to the whole I still need to live part. If I wasn't the type of person that I am, if I wasn't the type of earning man that I am, then that shit would have broke me mentally,
No.
financially, and emotionally.
Facts.
When
Tap the screen,
even
tap the
though I
screen.
chose to leave. And there's a lot of men out here that choose to leave or they go through that shit that do not make it on the other side of it.
Facts.
That's what y'all, while y'all sit up here and say, well, I deserve this, I'm entitled to this, and I should have this, but you left the marriage. No, baby, boy, or whoever the fuck it is, I talk the way I talk, bro. I'm not, whatever. I'm not Diamond.
Yes.
If you are the exception. You are a very good woman. You want things to be fair for both people, and as it should be. As it should be. Both people should be able to walk away from a marriage and still be able to go on with their lives and live a nice life. But all of that other shit, crippling somebody at a marriage table at a divorce, it's bullshit.
Facts.
And that goes for both sides. All of that other shit, and if you ain't never been through it, if you ain't never been through that shit, then you cannot talk. You don't know the feeling. A divorce is like going to a fucking funeral. It doesn't matter if you're pissed off and mad at the next person or not. It's like going to a funeral.
Hold on, Mr. Alex. Uncle Larry, they want to know, is your name still on the house with your last wife that you left her with?
No.
Mine is.
Because I'm married again. No, I mean, you have to clear all that up before you get married
Mine.
again. So we won't have no problem with the next wife and stuff. No, all that has to be clear.
But Uncle
So
Larry, you and your wife, you and your first wife, y'all divorced on a good note or a bad note?
on a good note, I mean that's why I say we didn't have any problems or anything. Like you say, well, all she wanted to do is keep her last name. I don't know what reason she wanted to keep our last name. But
Well,
we left on a good note. Because it was all on me. That's why.
I'm
Okay.
telling you,
I
everybody.
really believe that. I
And
really believe
look,
that a woman
to
like
piggyback off of Alex. Yes, a man do get downgraded because I went from a 4-bedroom house to a 1-bedroom apartment. So it do something to us. Yeah, we do downgrade when we leave.
Good morning, Miss Tracy. Good
I
morning, y'all. Tap the screen,
I believe
y'all.
that I
I
believe
love
that
I love how
divorce
women
agreement, that
that
divorce settlement.
it's just your responsibility as a man. You should have thought about that before you got divorced. And the women are the one divorcing these men.
Yeah,
Men are having to go through all of that shit while you're sitting happy wherever you are. You know what I'm saying? Content with the kids, not having to figure out.
Okay,
I
so Uncle Larry, we're gonna drop you down. We got quite a few more people want to get in the box.
I do
Um,
All
believe
right.
that if you was to actually have the marriage, if the marriage was, if you wanna live the lifestyle, it
Honey, you
should
want to
be,
stay in the box or you want to come down?
huh?
Yeah, I'm
Tara.
going to drop.
I'm
Okay.
I'm about
I
to go eat
believe that
breakfast, man.
if you wanna uphold the if you wanna uphold the lifestyle that you once had in the marriage, you need to uphold the goddamn marriage. You need to do the best of your do that to the best of your ability. Stop thinking that you deserve something if you didn't want to uphold your obligations on this side of the marriage. Cause like it's like because the courts do the things that they do in the marriage and they give you incentive to walk away, you feel like it's okay to walk away at any given time. But if they told your ass that you gotta walk away with nothing every time, I guarantee you a woman would put up with she would either take time to realize how minute the shit is that she's complaining about and work that shit out versus I know, well, I'm not liking this, I'm not liking what this marriage is today at this point in time, and I'm just gonna walk away just because I know I get half of what he got. I know I get to keep the lifestyle that I have, and you know what I'm saying? I can go on and move on with my life and not have to work as hard while I'm moving on. Whereas if you were forced to walk away with absolutely nothing because of your decision, you then would put more effort into making it work. You would understand that till death do us part. You would understand for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, through sickness and in health.
Slam,
That
slam,
shit don't
slam,
happen.
slam, 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 slam. Tap the screen, y'all. Lipstick. Go ahead, baby.
Hey y'all. So one of the things I wanted to point out is on the for better or for worse, for sickness and health until death do us part. A lot of people take that death do us part to being a literal death. Sometimes, and whether you're a man or a woman, the person you're with can kill your spirit, your drive. It doesn't have to be a literal death because soon after the spirit goes, the body starts to deteriorate. And if you feel yourself losing yourself, whether you're a man or a woman, you should most definitely exit. Now, one thing I know, being in the court system, it's not about what you say, it's what you can prove. So a lot of people are going to court and not preparing themselves, men and women, not knowing that the other party has been collecting information this whole time because they've gotten to the point where they don't want to be there. And again, if you've been there for a certain amount of time, then I do feel, whether you are a man or a woman, because men do get alimony too in some cases, that you do deserve to be to a certain point until you remarry. And that's why alimony stops when that
Hey,
person
Kenny.
gets remarried.
Well, mama, if she don't
Sir,
remarry,
please
like
let
that's
me
that's
speak.
huh?
Please let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I thought you had paused. You had paused. That's the only reason
No.
why I started talking.
Now, I really got up here because Queen, and this is what I wanted to say. When I asked what country, was he from a French speaking country or was he from an English speaking country? So, like, if he was Congolese, one of the primary languages in the Congo is French. Most men from French speaking countries like Cameroon and the Congo, they have a disdain. A lot of them have a disdain when it comes to women. In my family, we don't date men from French speaking countries, but like Nigeria and Ghana, you have a little more room to navigate amongst their men. So that's why I asked, like, okay, well, what country was he from? Because,
He was from
I've dated
Sudan.
No, I thought he was
Sudanese.
from Nigeria. No, she said he was from Nigeria.
Nigeria. I thought you said he was from Sudan because Sudan is I think it's Sudan. Because she
Oh,
actually came on my
Queen,
shit.
was he from Nigeria or Sudan?
Either way. So I'm going to just tell you, like, when you deal with them, not everyone's the same. Not everybody needs a green card. You have Africans who are born over here. They're like first generation American. Now, one of the benefits of keeping that foreign last name, when you are a Black American and you go to apply to banks and tech companies with a last name like Nungu, they don't see you as regular Black. I will say they will pull your
Michelle.
resume before they pull someone with a Brown or a Jenkins. I do know that. Now, keeping your last name as a woman when you get divorced and you
Good
have
morning,
children, when
Lady
it
K.
comes
Good
time
morning.
to file paperwork for passports, they don't ask for any additional documentation. So it does benefit a woman to keep her married last name if her children have that last name. Navigating the judicial system when it comes down to paperwork and getting permission for certain things, they're less inclined to challenge you if your last name is Brown and your children's last name is Green. They don't ask for additional documents and notarized documents from the father.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a good morning.
Well,
Have a
but
good one,
so
Lipstick.
this argument goes so many ways, right? And I feel like a lot of times we put things on the women that a lot of times are things that us men can control too better than we do. So, and I get it. Like if a woman has, 3 kids with a father, they don't want their kids to go to school and then have a different last name than their kids, and they look like they have different babies' daddies or something, and they just want to be called Miss whatever their kid's name is. What's so wrong with that? And sometimes we have to look ourselves in the mirror and just understand that, like, what could I have done better? It's not always the women that is, so spiteful that they
Good morning,
did
Monica.
something bad and they never. And what you think that they married just because, like, and if it is like that, then where they marry just so they could get
Okay,
themselves out of
Slam.
a situation and raise kids and
Okay,
do all
okay.
these things just so they could divorce you, like that's a bad way of thinking.
No,
Good morning.
Diamond, I
Can I
don't.
say something?
Diamond, I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I just want to say that when we were talking about, the people about gender roles and all of that stuff and how you that comes into play. I
Um,
want to say that I'm a part of that culture where my grandfather he had two families in two different states, but we didn't know that until we got older. So
Got this got this ring.
so when every Christmas, my grandfather would tell us, "I'm going to go spend time in New Jersey
Good morning, Blue.
with my mom." He was really
pardon
going
me.
to spend
Who's speaking?
time.
Because I'm not sure who's speaking.
Oh, it's Miss L Boogie right now that's speaking.
Okay.
Oh, Miss
So,
Boogie,
Um,
Tamara was already in here. Honey, you gotta let Miss Tamara
oh,
speak. I thought
oh,
that was
I'm
Miss
sorry, I'm
Tamara
sorry, I'm
speak.
sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
no
I
problem.
didn't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I I just have a few bullet points I wanted to throw out there. Good morning, everyone. Um, the easiest way for me to cut this short is that I've been with my husband for 10 years. Prior to the marriage, I already had 3 children. I chose to keep my last name and hyphenate it with his name for the obvious reasons, not just the kids, but I have investments and stuff prior to the marriage. Now we're married. We own homes together. We own businesses together. Now, back to what Larry was saying, if I choose to walk away from the marriage, I also have to accept the consequences that come along with that. So if I have to downgrade out of this 5 bedroom house that I live in right now, then that's a part of it. Suck it up, buttercup. That's how it works. I don't think because you as the woman decide to walk away from the marriage, so you get to keep everything kush and peng the same way it is now. And then what, doesn't that person have to have a life after you, and you guys still have to take care of all these kids together? There's 6 in total, 3 before the marriage and 3 in the marriage. The person still have to have a life to live.
Mhm.
I'm a fair person. I don't accept bullshit. And if he decide to walk away, and if he has to deal with the consequences of child support and alimony, well, suck it up, buttercup. That's just the way it is.
Who is that? Who is that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who is that?
Tamara.
Tamara.
Okay. I don't. I mean, she's partially right. I don't know what to say after that. Um.
Well, that's just how I feel about it, because the men are saying it's unfair that a woman would walk away and still get half of money and businesses and cars, homes, etc. And to a certain extent, I would definitely agree that it's unfair. But overall, guys, I guess I'm not your traditional type of woman, because I think it's always good for me to have my own income, even though it's our money
Yeah.
and we have a joint account together. I still have a separate account, and he has also his own separate account as well. And
I
you
see
just
what I
gotta,
see what
I
you're
think
I
it's
see
better
what
when
you're
you have
saying.
your own money,
I see
your
what you're
own
saying.
income.
You're saying that people are. Some people think and I run across that too. Some people think you're preparing yourself to separate yourself from
No,
me by doing. Yeah,
no.
yeah, yeah. You're
Sorry,
not.
can I say
I know
something
you're. I
quickly?
know you're
Can I
not.
say something
I know
quickly?
you're not.
I've
But
seen
that's what they
people
say.
divorce. Sorry, one
I know.
moment. I've seen people divorce and the woman end up in a shelter, homeless.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. They think
You
that
have to
because you're
protect
putting
yourself.
something
You have to
somewhere.
protect yourself. That's why I was trying to tell y'all the other day. Y'all was like, Diamond, you preparing yourself to exit your marriage. I'm
No,
protecting
I'm not.
myself.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I see what you're
And
saying.
the
I
man
see.
should protect himself
And
too.
not just that, we got to protect the
I,
kids.
but
I have
but I'm not.
children.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
I
I'm
have
saying
savings put aside for my kids that was long before my husband even came about.
that was what she was wanting to say. I just I don't, and I
Yes,
don't
Brown.
disagree. Yeah, I don't disagree. I agree. I see what you're saying.
For real, for real.
But
Well,
like I was, but what I was saying was my point was when we were talking about men, when they were saying where men used to be providers. Yeah, it's difficult with providers too, because I am from one of those families where my grandfather he provided everything, y'all. He had a family in
What?
Maryland that had 7 kids, and he had a
Lord,
he had
I
a
know.
family in Jersey that had 5 kids. He provided for everybody. Everybody was taken care, and even down to the point that I'm his granddaughter, and my first 2 years of college was paid for
I'm
in
still here.
cash. In cash.
Go ahead, Ace.
So what I wanted to point out real quick was it all boils down to maturity. When Mr. Alice was on here saying that he had to give up this and he had to give up that. If your name is still on it, that's why you're paying for it. No judge is making you pay for something that your name is not on anymore. So prior to you guys getting a divorce, what should have happened, or at least in my first marriage, what happened was I told her 2 things. There was no judge that laid in the bed when we conceived the child, and there was no judge that told us we had to get married. Now that we are going our separate ways, we need to be adults and handle this in an adult manner. Now, she could not do that. So it took some time for us to get divorced. I was never, and I am still never on child support. I am not on child support. However, I do everything that I'm supposed to do as a father for my oldest daughter that we share together. The other thing is, when it came down to the divorce, I did not have to go get a lawyer. I went and got that encyclopedia full of paperwork, and I read every single word because I didn't want a lawyer telling me what was in that paperwork, and I get shammed over for money, property, whatever. Any property we shared prior to, we sold it. Hey, that car, I don't care if you want it. I'll help you go find a car for you, but that car that got both our names on it, none of us is getting it. It gotta go. And the reason being is to separate. If we're going to separate everything. And we're going to make sure that the 2 of us are fine. So I even said, yes, I am married now and I have another daughter. The
Why you
main
gotta take
thing.
your name off the car though?
Why didn't I take my name off the car?
Why you gotta take your name off the car?
Because I was a co-signer and I got my own car to take care of. So
But why you
No,
gotta keep the
no,
car?
no,
no.
we're not keeping the car. You want to know why? Because it's the fact if you decide to not pay that bill, they still got my name on it to come call me. We taking everything. No, we ain't doing that. We gonna go now. Now I am gonna make sure that you have a
That's why
vehicle.
it's hard for me to put my name on something with y'all.
No. Here's the thing. After we're done, Diamond, I'm gonna make sure you good because I'm still gonna be an adult about it.
Man,
When I
listen, man.
when I
It's hard, man. My name hold weight. It's
I,
hard.
I'm with you. I'm with that. I'm with that. I'm with that.
Yeah, I'm not leaving you high and dry. I'm
Yes.
not sitting here saying, Diamond, get out that car, go walk, go catch the bus. No. We're gonna go find you another car, but it's gonna be a car for you now. This is your car. It
But
could be the
but but
exact
but
same
but
car.
but it depends. But it depends on the ages of your kids, because your kids still need to get around.
No,
This is
and
not. And let me say this. This is not my plight. I'm playing into what you're saying, but this is not my plight because I made it through what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying? I haven't had these pit stops and had to have anybody stop me. And I'm actually, when I was actually coming in, I was trying to say that my grandfather is one of the ones who started this, because he was a teamster, he was a truckster, he knew how to make money, and he had family. He had one family here in Maryland, and he had another whole family in New Jersey. Like it eventually all came out. It's a real thing. So when we say that, there's like, well, men need to be the providers. Men can provide for as much as they want to. Because my granddad did it for 2 whole families. He provided for 7 kids with my grandmother and 5 kids with another woman in New Jersey.
But El Boogie, you do realize, and I'm not saying it in a negative plight. You do realize that for your grandfather, that was a norm. That's what old generations used to do.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying. You can say it's a norm, but it's not supposed to be a norm. And you know
No,
what
it's not.
happened?
It's
Wait,
not.
wait,
But
wait.
that's what they used to do
But
back in the
wait,
day.
but wait. What I'm gonna tell you is that when we were coming up as kids, I am the oldest of his grandkids. I'm the oldest of like 22 grandkids. No bullshit. 22 grandkids. And with us coming up, we had, I mean, when we would go to Christmas, we never lacked for nothing. And what my grandfather would do would be on Christmas Eve, he would say, I gotta go visit my grandma. And he knew his mom was in Jersey, but he also knew his other family was in Jersey. And my grandma, I'm like, you can't be this dumb. You knew what was going on. And she was keeping silent. And now that I know, she was kind of keeping the peace. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong, y'all. It's wrong. But these are the things that we need to highlight that's going on.
Right.
So
So just because
Christmas,
that happened,
so Christmas morning, my granddad was not with us. Christmas Eve he would go, but by Christmas afternoon and by dinner he would be with
Good
us.
morning, Tito. Chapter 20.
So so we spent a lot of years like this, and he had 7 kids with my grandma, and come to find out he had 5 kids with this woman. And there are family members who were his brothers and sisters that knew he had kids other places, and they were like, "It's not my place to say that," or whatever, or whatever. And it's not. We that's not what's on the chopping block. What we're saying is that we are now going through this cycle where we're saying where men need to be breadwinners, but what my projection onto this culture is saying that they got away with a lot of stuff because they was able to provide for a lot of stuff. See, when you have a bunch of women who's sitting at home and they don't have to work, but if you can be a truck driver, a teamster, my granddad right now, I'm driving one of his Cadillacs because he's in a nursing home. He's 92 years old right now. He was
But
like,
before,
"Come get."
what I'm trying to
but
see, honey. I think we off topic.
No.
yeah,
What I'm
for
saying
sure.
is that
Way off
what
topic.
no, I
That's
understand
your
where you're saying
story
we're
though.
getting off
That's
topic, and
your
I'm
story.
not talking about the monetary thing. What I'm saying is that what they're doing a lot of things, and we're saying what do you accept, what don't you accept, and it's just this is what happened in our situation. No, none of this should have gone on, but as we got older, it was like, you have to, face some realities in what's going on in your situation. So now when and also too, when we were talking about earlier about, well, what are the gender roles? What do we want men to do? What do we want them to, stand up and do? My grandfather was really hard on my dad and some of the guys in our family. And I was like, but you're not, you're, when I found out what was really going on with him, I was like, but you crossed a lot of lines and you taught them a lot of things that they shouldn't have learned. And now you're expecting them to live up to these standards. It's a lot of wrong. That's all I wanted to say. It was a lot of wrong going on.
Right.
Okay.
Uh, it-
Well,
and that
let me.
Thank you,
that
Boogie.
is your story though, and there are a lot of nuances to everything, right? So it's hard to look at everything, and your story ended up working out for you in the long run, but that's not going to be everybody's situation. So there's going to be a lot of different situations that end up happening. And just because you're a grandfather, and he sounded like a great man, that supported his family, he figured out what had to be done, but everybody doesn't live that way and have those things to be able to do what he did.
Well, before I get off, because I know we got Lou Dobbs and Ronald and now Eddie on, I just wanted to say that's the main thing. Even tagging on what she was saying, she never said granddad didn't take care of everybody. She never said that granddad. She in fact said she was still driving her granddad's car right now. So granddad still took care of everybody, and during that time they had that. But what I wanted to point out is a lot of men leave a relationship, and I do agree. I think it was I forgot my man name that was on here. we do leave a relationship once we're done, once it's complete. Now, women may leave for whatever reason. There may be a laundry list full of reasons why. However, if we, and collectively meaning men and women, go ahead and separate the same way we came in. When we came in, we were individuals and we became one. And we separate and involving in the separation, go back to being individuals and making sure I'm not doing you dirty and you not trying to do me dirty. A lot of this stuff wouldn't even happen. But a lot of times people go ahead and want to be they want to be the one that came out and said, I won that fight. I won that one. Oh yeah, he owed me. Oh yeah, she gonna see how it is without me. And a lot of
It,
times it don't need to be that way.
and then the
So
lawyers get 30% of your
and
money.
then the lawyers get it.
33.
And that's why I said to someone in the comment that I'm gonna jump off. That's why I said in the comments, I don't need someone in a black cloth to tell me what's right for my child. I don't need that.
All right,
Because
good
That's
that
right.
morning.
because when my child gets older and her
Good
feet
morning,
get
Toby.
bigger, her legs get longer, her hips start getting wider, I can't go back to that judge and say, "Hey, judge, let me talk to you real quick. Let me hold 300 to buy a whole new wardrobe. Let me hold
Whoops.
1,000. You know what? Because
Good
she
morning.
need a queen size bed now." That judge gonna say no. You need to discuss that with the mother. Well, if I could just discuss that with the mother during that time, why I can't discuss it with her before and never step my black behind in this courtroom?
Well, and I come from a
So,
broken home myself, and I've seen it, but people that did have good homes where they had two, like a parent that got uh, divorced, I've seen it both ways. Where I've got a couple good friends where his father died of cancer, and then he said, I don't know why my mom divorced him. Like everything in our life was perfect. My dad was a perfect provider. My mom never had to work. Like we lived in a beautiful house, and it shocked me to the core when they got divorced. And I've almost still never, and his dad has passed away, like 15 years ago, and he's like, I've still never quite forgiven my mom for this, but I've understood that maybe she just wasn't happy in the marriage. And I've seen it the other way where a man leaves, he's like, like you're not doing it for me. I found somebody else. And then, so you can't, everything is nuanced, and you just have to understand like the situational aspects of everything. And I agree that instead of putting this money in these lawyers' fucking pockets I'm sorry, I just, like to at least have a good enough negotiation skills between yourself so that you don't have to have a lawyer take your hard-earned thing, that no matter what, whoever is wrong or right, that you don't have to give 33 a third of it to a lawyer to figure out for you. Like that should at least be yours. Like there should be better ways of doing that at least.
Somebody's
How you guys
breaking up
doing?
bad.
thank you,
Just wanted
wow,
to
that
say a little
was.
Whoa, whoa.
tidbit.
Thank you.
Ooh,
You
Just
got
wanted to say
bad
a little
service, bro.
tidbit
You
real
got
fast.
Who's that
I don't know
talking?
if you
Who's
can hear
talking?
me. Hashtag.
Hashtag you, honey. Everybody else was sitting in here waiting, honey. You can't just speak over everybody else that was
Oh, I'm
waiting,
sorry.
honey.
Forgive me. I'll definitely wait.
you gotta close your
Wow,
window.
that. Thank you so much, honey, for chiming in on the topic.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all may listen.
Eddie, I think Lou Dobbs was here before
Okay,
you, but
go ahead. I'm sorry.
the topic this morning, you guys, was before we.
Marriage,
It was
divorce.
about marriage. It
Yes.
was
So
about
separation and property and all that. Yes.
I
So
forgot what the damn topic was.
I know, cause I wrote on. That's why we was getting
Somebody
off
tell me what the
topic.
topic was. I forgot what the topic was, y'all. Somebody that been in here with Diamond since 6 o'clock, y'all. I forgot what the topic was. About the last name. Okay, y'all. Okay. Tap the screen. Why? What the topic was? Why do women change their last names? We were talking about why do women change their last names? What else we were saying, y'all? Shit. Hell.
As far as why most women get all the property, why the man can't get the property. He was talking about. Oh, you went on for a few, and I got to give it to you. And the reason I came on, go ahead, Doc. I'm gonna let you go first, brother, because y'all hit. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, love.
Go ahead, Dobbs.
Okay, so
Dobbs, we can't hear you, baby. You
We
sound like you're
can't
far
hear.
away.
you can't hear me now. That's
You
better.
sound like you on Bluetooth or something. Are you on a speaker or Bluetooth or something?
Just my regular phone.
All right, go ahead. We'll try to work with it.
Okay, so I'm recently divorced, right? And my wife didn't have to. My ex-wife didn't have to work. I made sure she didn't have to work because she had medical issues, different things like that. But then the question of paternity came up one day for my son. About 3 days
You
after
can't
his
hear
death.
him.
I can hear
Ooh,
you.
Dobbs, baby, we can't hear you, babe.
We
Can't
really
nobody
can't.
hear you.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right, cool. I had to refresh the
There
mic
we
on here.
go.
Okay,
All right.
yes.
I had to refresh the mic. So what I said is I'm recently divorced. My wife didn't have to work, you know, but when we decided to split ways and all of that, the first thing I said I wanted was my name. And the reason I wanted my name is you made me question whether our child was ours. You don't get to have all my provision, all my protection, and then the most precious thing that we were supposed to have together, you get to throw in question, but then act like you're gonna walk away with everything. No, Stan, I only took the basics out of the house, my stuff. I ain't care about them TVs, no appliances, everything I left. No, you good with those. But I'm gonna have my name, and we're gonna get this test to make sure he mine. So
So
we did that.
hold on, Dobbs. So
Mm.
so you wanted this test after y'all decided to call it quit? Why you didn't get the test while y'all was when everything was okay?
It was never in question until she started moving funny, and I asked a couple of questions, and then the whole card, the whole everything just fell apart. Her whole facade fell apart, and I'm like, oh, okay, so all of this and all of that. So damn. Well, is he mad?
So
Oh,
okay, so why didn't you take it upon yourself to get your own blood test and everything and do all that before y'all went?
well, check this out. This is what happened. I asked that question on a Thursday, right?
Should I ask you a
I came,
question before you go
I
any
came
further?
home.
How
Hold
old
on,
is
let me,
how
give me
old
one
is
second.
how old is your baby?
9. So give me 1 second. I asked that question on a Thursday, right? I come home Thursday night. I get a text message later on. They weren't there. They disappeared for a whole week because she knew I was going to get that test anyway. My divorce ended up taking over a year because for 6 months, while I was living in my truck, that's what she was fighting until the judge said, no, we're ordering a test. He deserves to know. So that was the whole thing. So at the end of the day, my point was, it's like, when these things happen, every instance of separation and divorce, everyone is a complete different anomaly. You know what I mean? But the whole basis of everything is that, look, if I'm putting if I'm putting if I'm putting all of this on the line for my family, for the people that I love and protect, no, there does come a point where I do get to say, look, you don't deserve to carry that name. I don't care how the public looks at you. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. You didn't deserve. I provided everything for you. You decided that you don't want it. You decided that you had your whole little family part of the orchestration of they underground thought that he possibly could not be mine.
So they was all in cahoots, and then all of this information came out after the fact. So I'll just say it like this: when you go through divorce, there's a lot that men lose that people don't understand. Like, I own my own business, I do my own thing, but you know what? That was the first time in my life I've ever legitimately considered unaliving.
So hold on, Lou. So basically, honey, you're saying that you questioned the child when she started moving funny. How old was the child when she started moving funny?
About 6 or 7.
6 or 7. Okay, so she started moving funny at 6 or 7. When she started moving funny, was that when she was wanting out of the relationship? Good morning, Mika.
No, she had always been moving funny, but the thing was is that COVID hit 2020, right? So, everybody, all the extra freedoms were kind of
Tap
shut down.
tap the screen.
And I'm an independent contractor, so I a lot of the homes that I used to be able to go into, everybody was quarantining. So you couldn't be in these homes. So where I'm out working 16 to 18 hours a day on a regular, now I'm home a lot. I get to see a lot. I get to see how everything's moving. And so when I went and found a job, I was working in Louisville. So I come home on the weekend and I'm like, why is this dude sitting at the table? Who was bruh? Oh, that's just I'm gone.
Boom. Boom.
Right. Moving funny. Right? Because you got exposed. See, you ain't think I was coming home that early. It happened to be one of them days where they was like, hey, Lou, we got finished so early. You come home Wednesday instead of Thursday. I come home Wednesday. Why is bruh here so comfortable?
That's the whole
I mean,
So
different topic
I
there,
know
bro.
that's
I tap the
me to
screen,
ask.
y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Whoa.
Hold on, y'all. Tap the screen. So everybody want to know, is the child yours?
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
And I
So the
and I
child
get
is
them every
yours. All
weekend.
right. So basically, you're saying that you came home and you was married. This your wife,
Yeah.
and basically she was cheating on you.
Yeah.
All right. And so basically, you said when y'all was getting divorced, she don't deserve nothing because she cheated.
Exactly.
All right.
He
So
deserve it.
what did you take from her that you felt like she didn't deserve in the divorce? What did you take?
My name. I don't care about nothing but the material possessions. But what you don't get to do is keep walking around acting like you are Mrs. Dobbs. You're not. You
Okay,
take
so
that
you
baby
wanted your
home.
last name. Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
So, hey, mommy. No, no.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, okay, she was cheating. You wanted your last name back. Okay, I get that. I understand that. Did y'all have house and property together that y'all split down the line?
I kept my business and all my
What's
assets
up,
for
Will?
the business. She
All
kept
right.
the house and all the assets for the house. And it's cool. It's cool.
So she kept the house. Did you and her have your name on? Y'all name was on the house together.
She bought the house
Why she
before
in
we got
here?
together. But if here
So
was
she bought the house before y'all got together.
Yeah, but the thing was this, because we were married for so
Huh?
long, if she would have decided to go after my business, she could have. And if I decided to go after the house, I could have.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, so y'all walked away smooth. You know what I mean, like a smooth transition.
Wait,
All right. So you telling me that all you wanted was your last name. That's it.
all I wanted was my last name and to know if that child was mine. That's it. And being
All
that
right,
he is, I'm
but
good.
you felt okay. So she had the house before him. So it really wasn't. I mean, you could have been nasty. It could have gotten nasty, but it didn't. So y'all walked away. You know, clean, sweet, maturity wise. That was it. No child support. No nothing.
Oh no, they tried to run. They running that up. They running that up because I work for myself. I do good for myself. That's how she didn't have to work. That's how she didn't have to take care of nothing. I
So
took
what
care
do you
of
mean
it.
they running it up?
Oh, they want a nice amount a month. Oh, they want
Huh?
they want a real nice amount a month.
So you so
So
did you
you're
get
paying
so
child
you on
support.
child support or not?
Yeah, I pay child support. Yeah, they got it's a high number. Yeah,
So why you on child support?
right. To be honest with you, when the whole process initially started, I was living in my truck. Now I have my own place. But
The
for
baby is here, y'all. But why you on child support? Was it the law? Was it because of the court's decision, or was it
no,
her decision?
well, she wanted it. The courts agreed to it, but at the time, I didn't have access to my son. You feel where I'm coming from? I didn't have access to my son. Didn't have nowhere to live, and because all the courts look at, see this is the real
Uh,
part, and I'm glad we unpacked
unsafe
it.
environment. Unsafe
All
environment. That's why.
all the courts look at is the kind of money that you used to make, or the money that you could make, and how much that you can pay. That's all they want. At the end of the day, that was it. All they were concerned with is that, sir,
All right,
you
have a nice
you
day. Be
have
safe.
the ability to be a high earner, and we're
So
we're
you
going to make these numbers off of the last 3 years of your
Of
income. That was
your
your
W
current.
so
two form.
Dobbs, you say you walk. So you say when you walked away homeless, right?
Yeah,
Why? How you walked away homeless when you said you have a successful business?
it was right after COVID. Nobody was renting. I didn't have a second place already. Nobody was renting. All of these people decided not to pay their rent. So I'm putting in applications. I'm trying to find somewhere, but I build homes, right? It's not like I just had instantly $50,000 just sitting on the side. I had to downsize my business so I didn't have to write a big old check for alimony.
So
Like
so Doc,
it, all of this happened right after COVID.
let me ask you
You got
something,
to
brother.
What's
understand
up, Frank?
how this all of these things affected.
So
Good
you
morning,
basically
studio.
you started all over. Basically,
Going to work.
make it
Yeah,
long. All right,
I'm
listen.
rebuilding,
I'm
rebuilding.
I
I mean,
I was listening
do
to
I
everybody
supposed to be
else's
here?
comment, and I was listening to everybody's just comment. And the reason I came on because I'm going through the situation right now. I'm a traveling superintendent. I've been doing it for the last 15 years.
Hold on, Eddie. Wait a minute.
Uh,
I just had an epiphany. So
okay.
you walked away from your marriage, Dobbs, because she cheated.
Well, that was the first time I caught her cheating. What I
That
found
was the
out
first.
after the fact was that she had been doing it for a long time.
So
With
why
several
was
people.
she paying
So you
alimony?
walked away from your marriage because she was cheating.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you wouldn't cheated on her, she probably would have stayed.
If I wouldn't have did what?
If you would have cheated on her, she probably would have stayed.
How the hell was I cheating?
So
I'm saying if she
No,
wouldn't
you
have
assuming.
cheated,
No, you assuming. That wasn't even the play. I didn't.
I'm assuming.
See, you made an assumption. Don't
all
do
The
right,
that.
reason why I'm saying this, okay, I'm
You did
assuming
that.
I take that. But the
Right.
reason why I'm saying that she would have stayed because she wouldn't have easily walked away from her comfort.
Wrong again. This is what I found out. Okay. When I got my electronic devices back and the information was in them that I didn't know was there till I did the
but
scrolling.
why you didn't get alimony out of her for the adultery?
He said he didn't
Because
want it.
because I took care of her. I was the breadwinner. What
She's
am I
all
going
right.
to do?
Adultery. So if you would have listen, if
They
you would have
they
put in
know
there
about
for
that. Ohio gets the bread.
if you would have put it for adultery, you wouldn't even have to be paying child support. You would have she couldn't get nothing from you. You would have been taking you as a man. Every man should take care of their own kids. First of all, they don't need no child support, no court or no judge to tell you what you should do on your own child. This is the way I feel. This is just my opinion. All right, like I was trying. I mean, if it's adultery, I'm gonna let the courts know. Listen, this is what's going on. Is adultery, point blank. Now she can work it out from there, whichever way. Every man should take care of their own child. I got 4 kids of my own. 2 are not mine, and 2 that I raised. 2 that I raised, I'm sorry, and 2 that are mine biologically. I've been married 21 years. I'm going through a gentleman who was on here earlier. He was talking about it, and that's what made me listen up because I'm going through the divorce process right now. Okay, we haven't started the paperwork. We've been back and forth, but she asked for a divorce. I'm a traveling superintendent. I'm never home.
Hey,
Right
Lynn.
now, I live in Florida right now. Right now, I'm in Virginia. Before that, I was in Miami. So I do a lot of traveling. I'm just you're a contract. I'm a contract. All right.
Good morning.
So you
I
guys
was
hit
in, but I
a
got
little
my
a bunch of
thank you.
topics that brought my attention as far as starting all over. Yes, a man has to start all over. Yes. Okay, I have a big house as well. I got 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Okay, that we bought together. Okay, do I want to walk away and leave her the house? It's not leaving her the house. It's leaving my kids the house. So I gotta take what she did, what she's doing. Well, because we didn't work out after 21 years, things happen, things fall out of love, whatever it may be. Because she wants it. Okay, you want to leave? You want to leave. It's a hard situation. Everybody's situation is different. But as far as the man has to take responsibility for his kids, yeah, I agree with that. As far as the last name, that's if you have stuff that is both of y'all in there, like the guy was talking about the car and all that. Yeah, I respect that. You want to take your name off the car, you want to make sure you get a car. That's understandable. You know, this is a whole new beginning for me. I'm starting my whole life all over. So I have to learn to cope with it. Is it a mental? It's very mental. When you go back to a hotel and after work, I stay here till 8, 9 o'clock at night, go back and reality sits in and your mind starts playing tricks and you're messed up in the game. And you're messed up. A woman, no disrespect to the women, they have their best friends, their support, where they have the kids there, that they can joke and laugh. So on a man's, yeah, it's very hard. But guess what? That is part of being a man. Now you got to pick up the pieces. Which way you want to go about it? If you want to leave the divorce on good notes, or you want to leave it on bad notes. If you want to take
Good
it to the
morning,
courts,
Des.
you take it to the courts. If
Ronald,
it
mute
get down
yourself. We
reality
can't hear.
for me,
Ronald, I'm asking Ronald to please mute. We cannot hear over all his background noise.
he did. I'm sorry, I thought it was me. But you hit Diamond. You guys hit some good topics that I'm learning from you. I'm listening, and I respect that as far as the women's point of view, the man's point of view. Because a man, he can't go to his homeboy or one of his associates, let me say associates, and start talking about his personal life because most men say, yo, his girl is bad. Yo, I'm going to try to holler at them because I know they're going through changes. You follow what I'm saying? I'm not saying all men are like that, but you got some grimy mother hubbies out there. You got some, but that divorce it plays a lot on as far as for better for worse, ups and downs. Yes, it does. But I'm just I'm just I'm just listening to y'all and y'all hit some topics. Like I said, I'm going through a situation right now mentally, like the gentleman was saying early. Young women, y'all go through your physical, you have your support, and we just got to move on whichever way. You got
So
to try
so
to make
so
the best
so
of it.
so Eddie, I didn't hear everything. So you're going is your divorce that you're going through right now? Is it turning into a nasty divorce?
No, not yet. And I don't want it to go. I don't like nastiness. I'm
Right.
gonna be honest. I don't like nastiness. All that is stress. You're not gonna. We already going through stress because we're going through it. Why build more stress? Why let another person tell us about our lives that we
If,
that we built?
if you don't mind me asking,
No,
what is the
feel
reason
free.
why? What's the reason why you guys are getting a divorce?
Woo! Here you go. I love this one. You hit the. All right. We've been married 21 years. From the beginning, my wife. We went through in the first year of our marriage. We went through a lot of changes. I was on the motorcycle. I was running the streets back and forth. She didn't want to go because she didn't want to be out there. She was a homebody. But it got to a certain point after 3 years. She went back to New York to sit with her family, with her sisters. And one of her sisters doesn't like me from day one because my wife went back to New York, and she, when a woman goes, when they want somebody to talk to, she can confide on her sisters. Her sister took it upon her that she gets labeled. She labeled, so for the last 23 years, for the last 18 years, I don't go to no family functions with her side of the family because of one sister. What caused it, again, I take accountability from what happened to me. But after that, I woke up and I became the man that I am today. I gave her everything and anything she wanted. It wasn't about running the streets with other women. It was running the streets. I was still young-minded, playing. I want to be love to ride my motorcycle, run the streets. But I didn't acknowledge, hey, you're not single no more. I used to go to Myrtle Beach, Daytona Beach, Miami Beach, all with the motorcycle. So that
So
caused
so
all that.
so Eddie, so y'all getting divorced because of the motorcycle?
No. Well, she still bring. Oh, that's part of it. That's part of it. And then what's going on through now? My daughter, 2 years ago, she had a child. This is what brought it to where we at now. My daughter had a child. Not to put up my business all over, but I don't care right now. My daughter had a child. She's 20 years old. She's 23 now. She was dating a dude that I did not know until last year when she got pregnant. And my grandson, he's 19 months. This guy that when she admitted that she told the family she was pregnant. I was happy for my daughter. Congratulations. She's been talking to this dude. But then when I found out this dude is 38 years old and you 20 and you was 20, you was fucking with this dude. And then to find out he got 3 kids and he still live with his baby mama and his mama. Now, as a father, that put a lot of tension in my house. A lot. And a mother, and the first thing my wife was like, well, I'm a mother before I'm a wife, and this is my daughter. And that became, and it built and built and built and built. So it got really worse. I'm not saying I had the perfect marriage, but that's what put the icing on the cake.
Is that your daughter
So
from
that
your
was a
wife?
wedge.
No, it's not. No, that's my
So
daughter. I raised her.
You wanted out because of what your wife was bringing in the household with her children.
I wanted. No, I don't want. I don't want out. She wants out because she wants out because of the situations that been, all the tension that's been in my house for the last 2 years. So basically,
Because of her children.
because of her children, correct. The
So
child that
she wanted divorce.
she wants to divorce, correct. She
So
wants a
who
divorce, but
who
now
filed
hold
first?
on. We haven't filed it yet, but a lot of it goes back. It goes more when she did adultery, and when she did adultery, and I found out, that's what put the icing on the cake. I said, I'm done. I am so done, and I started taking all my traveling, my job more instead of coming home like the man. I started staying one job. I go from Kentucky, I go to Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina. It was less of me being home. But a lot of that tension, like the gentleman was saying, mentally, where us men is it? You start thinking, did you fuck up? You're not cheating. You're not dating other women. So did you really fuck up? So where did
I'm so
I
I'm
go wrong?
I'm so Eddie. I don't mean to cut you off, but
No, you
how
go ahead.
old are these? How old are these children
Hold on, Miss
that's
CZ.
affecting your marriage?
Excuse me.
How
Go.
old are the children or the adults that affected the marriage? Because you don't seem like
Okay,
you're very. How old are the kids?
my daughter's the one that's pregnant is 23 already, and she's still dealing with this fucking clown. That's one. My older.
So
Okay, I
y'all
got
been
2 kids. I have
grandchildren.
2 kids. I
Y'all
got
getting
2
them.
kids. Hold on. 2 of them I raised. One was 2, one was 4. The one that's 4 is right now in Korea. He's in the military. The one that's The youngest one, which is Brianna, I raised when she was 2 years old when I raised her. I didn't have no kids yet then. And then I have my son, which is 19, and my youngest daughter right now, which is 16. So I say, like I told her, I said, okay, she's 23. She want to keep dealing with this dude. Then let her move out with this dude. You're not a kid no more. Flap your wings. She don't want to take out her license. She don't want to do nothing. She want to lay up and no. I work. My wife works, but there's no reason that you can't get your ass up. I'm not gonna keep supporting a 23-year-old, and you want to be dealing with a dude that's 38 and he's still living with his baby mama. No, it doesn't work like that.
So I 100% agree with a daughter that's home that's having a baby, but I'm just a little confused with your story because it was just all over the place at first. But
Okay.
so if y'all still in love and the 23-year-old pregnant daughter is still at home, I don't understand why you and your wife can't come to some kind of agreement and sit down and have a talk with her for her to or help her move on.
Oh my
She
God.
should not be in the home anymore,
That's what.
interfering with you and your wife's life. That makes to me, her mother needs to really buckle down on her
Cousin
and say,
Ty,
look, if she still loves you, it could be
that is
an excuse just to get rid of you.
It could be,
fact.
it could be that the
Sounds
love
like
is
a
not there
scapegoat.
no more. You out on the bike, you always gone all the
Oh
time.
well, I gave up my bike in 2015. Well, no, matter of fact, 2008 because I got rid of my bike
She said
because it was
she's
a
a so
thing.
so she's a mother first, so her child come before her husband. So she's not even going by the Bible.
Exactly.
She's not even going by the vows.
So
Because I put all my kids out. Okay,
But
they
let
don't
me
run my house.
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm
hold
Puerto
on,
Rican.
Sissy.
That's how we
We
get
we
down in
got
my. We was
we,
raised. I'm Puerto Rican. We at 18, you want to lay the bed, you got to flap your wings. So
all
I'm
right.
old school. I'm 58, by the way. So I'm
Okay.
old school. I'm not with that babysitting and taking care. I'm not with that shit. No.
All right, I got you. Hashtag honey, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
But
I just want to say that
but
that overwhelmingly with everybody, going through different divorces and things like that. Me and my wife were separated for a time. I've been married for 10 years. And me and my wife were separated for a time, but how we was able to reconcile was because we realized that our love and our relationship was for us. And the problems and the confusion was what we both needed to fight together. And we stopped making each other the problem and each other the confusion. And we began to get clarity.
Good
And
morning, Nikki. Good morning.
once we began to get clarity, then we was able to start moving on and appreciate each other in gratitude, like being happy that we get to share this establishment that we got together. As for the men, wanted to keep their name, I completely understand a man wanted to keep his name because his name is part of his legacy. As for people wanting to divide their materials or wanting to keep materials, I understand that too. But what a lot of people don't understand, and I don't think a lot of female counterparts necessarily understand, is that a peace of mind, for a man is a really big deal. And just like in most separation situations that I've seen, even my temporary separation, my peace of mind was my everything. I think a lot of men in particular put too much weight into they let the woman be too much a part of the foundation that they build a relationship on. The woman should not be the foundation. My wife knows this about me. I tell her, I said, baby, you are my passionate hobby. You are not my foundation. And I remind her that she's my passionate hobby. I've gotten to the point to where I understand my wife so much to where I don't even try to make her happy no more. It's not about putting the effort in to make her happy. I put the things around her by listening and by caring for her so she can choose happiness on her own. And I think that's where a lot of men are losing because they're trying to make women happy who don't choose happiness themselves. So I just So literally, I just surround my wife with happy decisions and let her choose the happiness that she wants. You know, I don't bank on a reaction or how things are gonna go. I set the boundaries for our relationship. I let her know what how my life is going, how I'm living, and how I ask her different ways that we can compromise. But if she got up and left today or tomorrow, and we had to sever ties, divide houses and properties and things like that, the safety net that I've created was putting most of the things in my children's names. Another safety net that I've created is creating a 10% tithe to myself, to the God that's in me. I put that away for myself and for my children and for my well-being, so that if in any case, anything, whether it be death, or division, I know that I'm going to be okay, and the things that I have invested in are going to be okay. So my wife knows this about me, and she knows that she is not my rock. I would never let a woman be my rock. That is crazy for, like, to me, when I hear men having all of this stake in women, or having this, like, all of their stake in their employment or anything like that, I think that's where we fail, man. That's where we fail. You have to make sure that that woman knows that it is a pleasure for her to be in your life, and it is a pleasure for you to be
Oh
in her,
no.
like vice versa.
Hey,
Whoa,
let me chime in
It
there.
is a
whoa.
pleasure. No,
Hey,
no,
hey,
no, no. Don't
wait,
fight me. Let me finish. Let me
No.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
wait.
finish. Let me
No.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm
First of all,
telling you.
your woman's
Oh,
supposed to be your
hold on.
rock.
Let
Let
me
the man
finish. Let me
finish.
finish. Let me finish. Then fail. Your woman is not supposed to be your rock, and you're not supposed to be hers. God is your foundation. So that woman is an addition to you, and you are an addition to her. The minute you lean onto her for everything, you will crumble, because she's now an idol for you. God don't honor nobody, treat nobody like no idol, nor no house, nor no nothing. This is why men are falling apart. This is why they can't keep their mind together. This is why they break in the way that they are, because they're putting too much stake in things that are intangible, things that can fade away. Things that could just get up one day, cheat on you, and walk away. I'd be damned if I allow something like a woman or a house or a job or any bill to break my spirit. This is our problem. Our problem
Uh,
is what we're supposed to do is ground ourselves in what we know, ground ourselves in our faith, ground ourselves in what we, of course, what we build under God and with God. But if we allow a woman to be so much grounded and intertwined in our everything, then you're now becoming dependent on that woman, whether it be emotionally, whether it be financially, whether it be through validation. If you allow yourself to get there, you are failing yourself. That's
So,
all I have to say.
absolutely. I agree on that. I agree.
oh, okay, so I understand what you're saying, and I won't add on to how you feeling, because that's how you feel about things.
Yeah,
But
I gotta go.
I'm just going to go into, being that we talking about property, children, divorce, relationships, and so on. I'm just going to give you, let you know how things worked out with me and how I set things up from the beginning. So I, at 32 years old, my husband and I lived in an apartment. We was in an apartment living for a while, and one day we came home. We had got robbed. So I was so frightened. My kids was devastated. So I said, you know what? We're moving out of here, and we're gonna go get us a house. That's what we're gonna do. I don't feel safe anymore. So what I did is I went and purchased a home. Now, I purchased a home in my own name. I did not, I'm a firm believer of, it's not that I don't like to share. I just don't like things. You never know what's going to happen in the future. I wanted to make sure that no matter what would happen, my children would always have a home. I'm not splitting up nothing. I'm not doing that because, and of course, we had a little problem going in to the signing because he wanted to be part of it. But I said to him, this is something that I want to do for me. So when I owned my home, it was in my name only. So our bank accounts as well.
Good morning,
So he got
Jazz.
a, he got so he got a bit upset.
People, I just left for 1 second. Where everybody went?
Oh well,
Girl. And
I think
I was about
the
to,
other
and I
gentleman
got
left.
skipped.
So
I got
yeah.
skipped too. I was about to tell my story.
Well, you go
Hold
ahead. Well, I'm not
on.
certain which position I was in, but I
Yeah,
can always restart it over. So let
yeah,
her go. Oh,
yeah. Because
no problem, sweetheart. No problem. I'll listen.
is everybody done with
I got a
hashtag?
good memory. I can start over. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Is hashtag? Is you? Because I'm still
Hashtag, are you done?
Huh? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
hashtag. So explain
Yes.
to everybody because you had lost me with the hobby. I had never heard that before. Now
Okay. All right.
this welcome
Okay.
to
Okay.
the show.
So,
I appreciate
all right.
everybody that's coming in, tap the screen,
So,
but I had never heard that your wife is your
yes,
hobby.
my
His
wife is my
passionate
passionate
hobby.
hobby. She is my passionate hobby. Here it is. Here it is. Right. And this is how this. I mean, everybody doesn't think this way.
Passionate hobby. Okay.
Everybody doesn't think this way, right? But I want you to consider it like this. Everybody has something they love. Everybody has something they love that may not even pay them a nickel. It may not give them a dime. Nobody else has to understand it. It's similar to the motorcycle driving that the gentleman was doing. He does it because it makes him feel good. He does it
Good
regardless
morning,
of what
Lord.
that motorcycle does for him, regardless of whatever, right? He does it because it touches his soul to do it. It frees him to do it. This is the way I feel about my wife. This is the way I feel about her. I don't care if the dishes ain't done. I don't care if the kids have left toys on the floor. I don't care if she was too tired to wash my clothes, my work clothes, or clean up or any of that stuff. I am excited to see her every single day. And anything we need to do to get those things done, excuse me, anything we need to do to get those things done, anything we need to do to make things more comfortable, I am happy to be a part of those things. If she couldn't make the kids lunch for school, guess what? I'm going to be happy to do it because just like doing music, because I'm a musician, right? Part time, that's my passionate hobby, right? Or my hobby. It's nothing like my wife. But when I get the opportunity to do music, I'm happy. Even if the studio ain't up, even if my instruments is on the floor, even if my son been playing with my guitar and he ain't clean up, I am very pleased to interact with my guitar. And that's how we need to be about our wife and even our children. We need to be very excited to be a part of their life. It's not about what you have to do or what you can do or what you should do. It's about you appreciating what you get to do. Do you know how lucky you are to have somebody that's willing to share and having a great experience with you in your life? It is a privilege for me to have a wife. It is a privilege for me to have children. It is a privilege for me to share my life and my experiences with him every single day. And that's the gratitude I have. Now, I've went through near-death experiences and they changed my life. But once those things happened, I looked at my life completely different. And most people I think need to go through these near-death experiences. This is why we need to some people need to divorce. They need to go through a near-death experience with their love to realize that the kind of love that they have, however minuscule, however
Now, I
misunderstood
disagree
it
with that.
was still beautiful. It was still beautiful, and them not appreciating whatever level it was on was some of the reason, if not all of the reason, why that thing got away from them. Because you can look, everything grows with love, everything grows with gratitude, everything grows when you appreciate it. The word appreciation, in essence, has two definitions. One is to recognize something of value, and the other is to increase something of value. But what if somebody see you every day, but they don't do nothing to increase you? Or what if somebody increase you every day, but they act like they don't see you? Now, we got to appreciate in both definitions. And this is what people, this is how people are being divorced. I don't have all the answers, but I tell you what, God forbid that my wife was to walk away tomorrow. I guarantee you that the kind of love and the kind of appreciation that I've shown her, I don't have a problem with dividing my things or none of that stuff. And I know God is going to provide for me tenfold if that ever happened. and give me everything back and give me more back. But I've also set myself up with the safe haven. And I know that I guarantee you she won't find nobody else who's going to appreciate her on the level that I do. I guarantee you that. And if a man doesn't have that kind of guarantee about the kind of love he has for his wife and his children and his family, then he needs to check himself. There needs to be a level of ownership as men to our households and to our children. If we don't have levels of ownership, and I don't mean to control anybody, I mean to be accountable for how they are and to take ownership and say, you know what? Did I surround them enough with what they needed? Did I attempt to give them as much as what they needed? It's not about cash, it's about character. And a lot of times this old mentality says we as men need to provide more cash than character. But let me tell you something, character will always get you cash. And a lot of men are looking for women to be more curvaceous than they have character. And let me tell you, and I guarantee you'll see a nice little booty. You're gonna see some things pop out. Out of the blue, her hair gonna get done. Out of the blue, she gonna look good in that nightgown. And you're gonna be like, man, I thought I picked an ugly one that can cook good. But watch and see what happens. Because that's what happens when you actually appreciate people. This is what's going wrong with people. We're getting into situations and we're not cognizant of what we are not giving to that situation, what we are not seeing in that situation. We got to stop being chicken shit. We got to stop being chicken shit. We look, if you're going to get in it, get in it. But don't make that person the foundation that you build it upon. You love that person, you set your boundaries, you let that person know. Because a lot of men, what they do, let me tell you the number one thing I hear men do. Number one thing I hear men do is not set their boundaries and standards. They be too lovey-dovey in the beginning, all this facade stuff and all that. No, man. Stop trying to finesse these women, take these women out to these high-end places and all that, and then you can't maintain that lifestyle. Once upon a time, it was a time where men took women out to be a sample of the kind of lifestyle they can live with them on a consistent basis. Not to wine and dine them and talk and overmarket yourself when you know you can only afford a picnic basket. Don't be silly. Don't be delusion. Don't create delusion. A lot of women are just feeding into the lies that we have already sown into them. You get the fruit back of the seed you put in. So it's like we got to be very honest. Men, I'm talking to men mostly. We got to be very honest about what we do. Now I'm not a religious person. I just have a relationship with God because I don't believe in religion. I believe in relationship. And the word never says that you should leave your spouse because they stepped out on you. It never, ever said that. It's only three reasons that the word puts out there that you are allowed to leave your spouse. And it's all written in Corinthians 13, verses 8 through 12. One of them is because of gossip. God, it tells you, it says when gossip, is your phrase in here, when gossip is in your relationship, you allow, then all of a sudden the love will fade away. When knowledge is in your relationship, because knowledge is a synonym of stubbornness, then your love will fade away. And then the last thing, when you let other people prophesy over your relationship, you letting other people speak life or death into your relationship. You listening to your friends when they know in part and you can only tell in part, then your relationship will fade away. It never said walk away from your spouse because they couldn't control their human desires. Because most of that stuff, when people step out on their mates or whatever, it all be another problem. It has nothing to do with them lacking physical intimacy. Most of that stuff be that don't even be the reason most of the time. It'd be because they're trying to restore some sort of thing lost or that they feel a lack of that's built on character, And so I just want to say that so that people know where I'm coming from when I say my passionate hobby. Because when I reach and I speak into my wife, when I forgive her for words, things that she says or has done, when I go to her and I reset our relationship on a weekly or daily or monthly basis, because women are like rocking chairs that have loose screws. You got to tighten them up sometimes. You got to be like, oh, baby, you know what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's reset this. Come here. Da 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 da. Da. You got to date inside your relationship. You got to do all. You got to love inside. You got to love at a higher level sometimes in your relationship than you did before.
But
You got to love at
hashtag,
a higher level inside of it to maintain it. Yeah.
hashtag. I think you done took us
Yes.
off topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so just to
Are you
go back,
going
just
for
just to
divorce
restate
right
real quick. I'll make it quick. Passionate hobby. All I'm saying is that you're happy to do it, and you're happy to spend whatever amount of time you get with it, anytime you can. And when you have that kind of gratitude and appreciation for a person, then what ends up happening is it gets returned. In most cases, it isn't. It's not even about being. It's not even about it being returned. It's really about you knowing that you have done your job. I'm not worried about what my wife does. I'm worried about what I do. I'm worried about what I. She knows my standard, and and I'll restate them anytime she asks. But I'm worried. I know that I have to cover the things that I said I would do. We have to stop pointing fingers at people when we know we ain't took care of our business. Take care of your business before you start pointing fingers, and stop being reactive and triggered and traumatized and all that stuff. Just do your job regardless of what other people do. That's what greatness is.
Hashtag. So are you? So you're married, right?
Yes, 10 years in.
10 years in. Okay. So do your wife have your last name?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you guys have everything in y'all name together?
No, because that's not the way we agreed. We have separate accounts. The only accounts that we have together are the accounts that take care of the house and the land. You
Okay.
see, and
So
it's another difference. The reason why, you see, I'm not a model for a relationship. Every relationship has its own dynamic. What works for you, let it work for you. What works for me and my wife, because we were self-established already. She was her own woman. Now she ain't got to work, just like most men, women ain't got to work, but she chooses to work. You know, my wife was an established woman before I got to her, and I was an established man before she got to me. And all we did was make each other better. And I think that's the beginning. Is we got to choose whole people, whole people.
hold on, honey. Listen, hold on. They coming for me in the comments. Hold on. Wait a minute. First of all, y'all, I've been walking away, so I didn't hear everything. Second of all, he came in here, he took us off topic. Third of all, I don't have to be married
I'm
to
sorry
go
about
through what
that.
y'all going through
Forgive me,
to learn from y'all
forgive me.
failed marriages. But okay. No, for one, you must be
Yeah,
just
but
came in. You
I
ain't been
mean,
in here since 6 o'clock this morning. Billy, you, whatever your name is, don't even block her. Like, don't even block her. Let her stay in because I got time today. Am I married? No, I'm not married. By choice. Shit.
hey, what you doing up, dude?
Yeah, I am gonna keep. I'm gonna keep you. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep your ass right on here.
you hope so too.
Uh-huh.
Let the dogs
Um,
outside, man.
yeah.
Sorry about
Okay.
that,
So
y'all.
let's get back to the topic. Um, okay. So hashtag, because the topic this morning was we were talking about women, having their last names and putting
Okay, I think I remember some of it. You know, we got to be honest. A lot of people are not adulting when they're separating. They're not being they're not being cordial. They're not
I'm
being
getting straight to
nice. They're
y'all in
not
the
being
comments.
loving.
So
They're not doing a lot of
I'm
things.
sorry, y'all. To my y'all women need to know y'all
You
place.
know, A lot of people are not being a lot of things. Come on, Benji. A lot of people are not being a lot of things when they're separating. You know, I honestly, I wouldn't expect a lot of people to be nice or anything. In most cases, when there's a dispute or argument or any of that type of stuff going on, uh, one person one person wants to go, and the other person wants to make them hurt. You know, I think a lot of people just want you to hurt when you're going through. They want you to like they're projecting their feelings on you. They want you to feel what they're feeling, or they want you to hurt or suffer or something like that. Some people just want to see you squirm. You know, so I think a lot of people, they're not adult when they're separating. They're not loving.
Um,
But what I think should remain, though, the one thing I think that should remain is a man's name. I think a man's name. Uh, if the woman doesn't want to be involved with him, uh, um, if she doesn't want to have anything to do with him, if she wants to separate herself from his identity, even if she kept a similar name and just put a Z on the end, if the name was, let's just say Turner's, make her put a Z on the end of that. She got to go register that in some kind of different way, like, because it is a mockery for somebody to still rock you while not standing for who you are. It's kind of like it's taunting. That's emotional damage.
Jaden mom came in here. She said she's been married 11 years and she has never changed her name.
Hey, Diamond, can I tell my
She's
story
been
real quick
divorced or
before I head
married.
Yeah,
out?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, please.
Okay, so I was married for 6 years. I was, I had the whole, I definitely went into it for the wrong reasons. It was the whole mentality of you need to marry before you carry. I'm African. I came from a very strict traditional home. So my dad was very big on, you're not about to live with a man that you're married to, you're not about to have a child. So I married really young. Again, accountability, it was for the wrong reasons. It wasn't something that I truly wanted at the age of 20, but it's something that I felt, it was a norm. It was something I grew up seeing. My parents are married, my grandparents are married, so forth. And so, I got married and it was good when it was good. And then we had this baby and we divorced. We eventually divorced. I was the one who brought it up. I did not want to be, I was 25. I felt like I was, in the prime of my life. I did not want to be married anymore. And I think he felt the same way, but he did not want to neglect, the responsibilities that he had already bestowed upon himself, and I kind of made it clear that it was like, it's okay, things don't work out. And I think the perfect analogy was someone who had said that divorce is kind of like a funeral, right? And no two funerals are the same. Some people are mourning and crying and hurt and don't understand and have resentment. And some people are celebrating a life that was and now has come to an end. If you believe in religion and afterlife, they believe in, it's a new passage. So things end, some people celebrate that. And so that's what it was for us. We did what we did. It did not work. It is time for a new chapter. But we have this child. We have this child that we made within the marriage, and we have not only made a commitment to each other, but this child. And so I had initiated the divorce, so I did take it upon myself to get a lawyer, and we sat down and we had mediation. We did not go through the court system in terms of child support. We spoke about everything. And mind you, we're in our 20s. I'm 25, he's 27. And, I understand it's not always like that for everybody. I had started my own business. He said he wanted nothing from me. I wanted nothing from him. It was more so to make sure that our child was taken care of. We share custody.
All the expenses are 50-50. He is very active. And so I know someone was talking about mandatory states. You can actually get that wavered. I live in a mandatory state for child support. And obviously, I believe in child support where it's needed. But, for me, I just did not want the father of my child, who is a Black man, in the system. He was good to me when the marriage was good, and we were separating because we just weren't as invested in the marriage, and it just didn't make sense to stay married to somebody, with 6 years in. It was clearly wasn't going to change on both ends. And we were able to sit down mediation. He's not on child support. He didn't take anything from me. I didn't take anything from him. There weren't any assets at that time. But we decided to co-parent and go about it, the way that we felt was healthy for our family. And again, I understand in circumstances where people cheat, people are hurt, people feel slighted, and sometimes it goes left. But for us, it did not go left, and I did not keep his last name. I feel like that is something that was bestowed to me as his wife, and I am no longer his wife, and I don't feel attached to his last name. Yes, we have a child. She has his last name. I've never had an issue with anything in regards to my child in terms of legal stuff, in terms of school stuff. They understand that there are women that are divorced and there are moms that are unmarried. And so I'm not sure if it's a whole status thing that, women are so attached to a previous last name. I understand if there's like money involved and assets, but for me, there was nothing like that involved. So his last name really didn't mean anything to me after the divorce. It was his to keep. And if he wants to get married to somebody else, he still has that legacy he can pass on. I love my last name. So I kept my last name. And, so whoever I get married to next, obviously I know better going into another marriage. I want to take that person's last name. So yeah, that was my story, just to say that, divorces aren't always ugly, and not everybody wants to keep that man's last name. And that was my story. I did not want to keep his last name.
Can I say something?
Sure. When
everybody get a minute, I'm going to jump in because I do believe it's my turn now. But you go ahead.
Who said? Can I say something?
Real quick. Hashtag.
Okay.
So, what I want to say is, I really respect you guys having a cordial division, and I really respect the fact that it was really noble of you to not keep his name. There's some people I think that keep names and things like that in spite. And I also want to say that on the other side, there is a new generation of people, men and women, that are treating marriages or relationships like bucket lists. Like it's just a task that you check off your life goals or your life thrills with. And I think if we could ensure that that things like marriage or things that are sacred like children or marriage or things like that do not become intentionally a bucket list item, then people won't have these blowouts to where they're like, okay, well, I'm tired of this now. I got enough of this. I've eaten enough ice cream, and so I'm done. It has to be more seriousness involved, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, so mine wasn't
the hell, Billy, you or whatever the case may be. You say you're about to go live and speak on this, so it sounded like you needed a topic. You came to the Diamond Show for a topic. It sounded like you're trying to get your weight up. That what it sounded like.
So I'm gonna Diamond real quick. I'm gonna come through because I'm ready to move and go out, but I'm just gonna keep it short and simple. When I got married, I bought my house to my own name. We was in agreement. I let him know this is how I want to live. So, and he was a little upset. So I said, the best thing we can do, if you're not in agreement with that, you can buy a house in your name. I'll buy one in my name. We can rent out the other property and we can have this as an investment. But I refuse to get a house together. I bought a house that I could afford on my income with or without a man. Far as a joint account, no. That was only for the bills. Always kept a separate account. We only put money in to go ahead and distribute through us and our kids. I'm a firm believer of never been a kept woman. Don't want to be a kept woman. So my firm belief is to take care of yourself. If you love each other, you'll work through it. That's it.
And I just want to go back
So
to, sorry,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh no, I just want to go back to like hashtag. For me, it wasn't just something I was doing out of the whim. For me, it was a norm. It was a norm seeing people get married. It was something that was instilled within me that I have to get married. So it wasn't something that I was just doing because I thought it was gonna feel good. It was something that kind of like religion, right? It's something that was like programmed into me that women get married, you become the homemaker, you bear kids. And so I think we also need to like step away from that and kind of go back to like the core of marriage and like it's
So, so
what
let
was
me be
that?
clear. I mean, if there was any angle that made it feel like it was an offensive statement, forgive me for that. That wasn't my intention. Just in case, I'm saying.
Okay.
But also, I want to say that uh, for for uh, for many people who subscribe to these things being an order of religion or an order of validation or completion for your manhood or womanhood, I think that those types of ideas could definitely pressure people into positions that they do not want
And
to
can
be
I
in
speak?
or not. You know what I'm saying?
Can I
Mm-hmm.
speak?
Who is that saying? Can they
Who's
speak?
yelling?
The person you just added, I'm DeHavlin. I'm already on 2 platforms, and I'm not here to disrespect you, Black Diamond, because I give all respect to all Black women, all different color, shapes, or form, or whatever. I'm not here to mean no disrespect in no way. I'm not looking for no topic. I just felt like your topic was a great topic. I'm on TikTok. I was strolling, and I was so happy to see you live, so I tapped in. So that's my only reason to tapping in. I'm not looking for no topic. I'm not trying to come and bash or or get clout or anything. It was just a great topic because I was married once before. This is my second marriage. I was married to my first kid's father for 9 years. So when I say women need to know their part, not belittling a woman. You know what I mean? When I say a woman need to know their part and play their role, meaning the man is the man. The man is the
But
head
but
honcho of
that's
the
not the
crib.
topic we are on though. How long was you in it? How long was you
I,
in here? You
okay,
didn't
well,
read the room.
my apologies. I got in when whoever this man is speaking right now, as far as him being married to his wife and he looking at his wife as a hobby.
Okay,
You
and
know what
we
I
had
mean?
never.
So when he
Uh,
said that, wait
yeah.
a minute, Ms. Diamond. So when he said that he looked at his wife as a hobby, I was reading the comments on a lot of women was finna go behind him and bash him. But until he went in and he cleared up what he said, why he felt like his wife is a hobby to him, that's real for him to feel that way. That's a good thing, a good way for him to feel about his wife being a hobby. That's just like if you do hair, that's your hobby, that's your passion. So he feel like if his wife is his hobby, not saying that he looking at her like he's
Yeah, I
playing
can't wait to get
basketball
to her.
or he's a barber or anything like that. So when I say, I just want to say what I want to say. When whoever coming for me on here, I just want to straighten up, because when I say this
Okay, but
go.
here's the thing though. But here's the thing. When he came in and said his wife was a hobby, all I said was we and everybody in the comments, we had never heard of that statement that your wife is a hobby. That's why we were saying that to him like that, because
You
everybody
learn
don't
something.
use
I
that
know,
as
but
a
wait a
statement.
minute. Wait a minute.
So we
People
had never
speak
heard that before.
right.
That's
So you
it.
learn something new every day. So you just learned that today, that you found somebody in this world that feel like that they wife is a hobby to them.
No, we ain't learned that. We
You
ain't
just
Absolutely.
said
learned that
that. You
because
said
Passion,
we
you
right?
never
never
heard it
Don't
before.
forget passion. Don't forget passion,
When
ladies.
you when
listen,
right.
listen.
Wait a minute. If you say, ma'am, that you ain't never heard um anyone say that they wife is a hobby to them, then you just heard it. This is your first time
Okay,
hearing that.
but I still ain't learned that. I just heard that.
Right, but you just learned what he when he quoted that and he said that he just gave you the meaning behind on what make him feel like his wife is a hobby to him.
But again, like I said, I just had heard that. I ain't learned that because I ain't accepted that.
Okay, you ain't got to accept it. You don't have to accept it. That's his. You don't have to accept how he feel about his wife. Only thing you can
Yes.
do is sit back and listen and learn from it. Did nobody say you
Okay,
Yes.
had
but
to
yeah,
accept anything?
hold on. First of all, I don't have to sit back and listen and learn from anything.
I didn't say
I
you
don't
did,
have to.
Miss Diamond.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is, okay, first of all, you was in the comments. You was being disrespectful when you came in the door.
No, I wasn't
You
being
was.
disrespectful. I'm trying to clear up. I'm trying to clear up so you won't feel like that I was being disrespectful, but you still not letting me speak. I told you I can teach you something.
You can't teach me anything.
Do you want to learn?
I don't.
Okay, well, this what I'm gonna say. How old are you? You look like you probably about 45.
Okay, and
You
Me
would look,
or
you look like you about 45, so you done been around the block long enough to know, because I'm only 40. So you look like you about older than me. So me
you
saying that, when I
40.
say, wait a minute, me saying that when I say this, when I say it go way back, I know you remember back in the days when the social workers used to come out to your crib and it wasn't no man in the house, right? You remember them days? I'm finna get deep on this. See, that's why a lot of marriages is
You
not together.
changing,
When he said, wait a minute, when he
you
said that
changing
it
the
states in
topic,
the
though. We're
Bible,
not
wait
on
a
that
minute,
topic. You're changing the topic.
now
We're
I'm
not
not
on the
changing the
topic.
topic because I'm finna get to the bottom of the rent. What your topic is about? What is your
let her
topic
speak. Let her
about?
speak for a second. I want to hear this myself.
Now she don't want to hear it because I'm finna get deep with it.
It doesn't matter about you getting deep with what you're saying. What I'm saying is you came in here in the comments and you was being
Okay, tell
disrespectful
me
for the
what's
comments.
your comment? What's your
So
topic?
so my topic is about women getting their why they marrying their husbands and getting last names. That's what my topic was.
Okay, so your topic is about why are women getting married and not getting their
Why
husband's
do
last name?
they feel like they have to have their husband's last name? Yes.
Okay, well, see, you know what? When you find a woman that marry a man and she feel like she has to have his last name, then that's how she feel. Can't nobody help how they feel. I
What's your
have my
answer?
husband. Wait a minute. I have my husband last name, but I have not went and
Husband number
changed it.
two.
Excuse me?
Husband number two. Go ahead.
Yes, husband number 2. I'm damn near gonna be working on number 3
At 40.
at 40. My
All
first
right.
one, wait a minute. My first
I'll
one,
wait.
wait a minute. I'm 40 years old. I only been in 2 long-term relationships. How many relationships have you been in? See, you changing the topic.
No, I'm not. You're
You
sitting
are
up here
changing
trying
the
Lady,
to tell
topic.
us.
lady,
You stand up here
lady,
saying you trying to teach women
You
something,
still
but
ain't
what
willing
you
to
trying to
learn though,
teach
because
us?
you talking
How
too
to be
much.
lady,
married
You
at
you
40
you
years
have you
old?
ever heard
lady,
have you
What
ever
you
heard that
trying to teach
saying?
us?
Have
How
you
to be
ever heard
married at
that
lady,
40
saying
years
lady,
talk
old?
less, listen more?
About to be on the
lady,
third husband? Is that what
lady,
you're
Have you
trying to teach
ever heard
women?
that saying talk less, listen
lady,
more? That's why you ain't got no man.
Listen, listen,
lady,
honey, listen, I'm like this by choice.
lady.
Please believe that.
Because
I
you
would rather
talk
be
too
like
much.
this. That I would rather be like this to be on
Because
3
you talk too
marriages
much. You
at 40
always
years
run. You
old.
probably ain't
First
got
of
no
all,
man. You
let's
better
be
ain't
clear.
never been married before. You probably go home. You probably look at yourself and you don't love yourself for you because you talk too much and y'all women trying to be a man and y'all won't let the man be a
Girl,
man
you
of
want
the
to be
relationship.
married
And
again.
y'all wonder why
You
us women around here is fucked up and we ain't got no motherfucking hand honcho in that crib. Somebody that can
girl,
protect us and lead
you sound
us.
stupid.
We got the
You
men
sound
can't
crazy.
lead us because a woman like you.
Listen, lead who?
A
A man
man
can
is
lead.
a man is there to design to lead. I'm raising my
It
son
sounds
right
like
now to
the
lead his
man is
wife.
leading you. It sounds like you done let 3
No,
lead you to disaster.
a man
That's
is
what it sounds
designed to
like.
lead. And it ain't no 50-50 in no relationship. Ain't
You
no
done let
50-50
3.
in no
You about to be
relationship.
on
It's
your third
100 a
marriage.
100. That's what it is, Miss
You
Diamond.
about to be on your third marriage, and it sounds like you done
Now,
let your
matter of
third
fact, I'm gonna
marriage.
work on
It
4.
sounds like it leads you.
I'm gonna work on 4
Make
if you let me. You still ain't willing to
listen,
learn.
listen, listen to what you
Do you
do.
want me to go back
I
to the
don't
social
get
worker
it. This
days?
is
Are
what
you
you
willing to
do.
listen on that?
Listen, I got a platform. You don't. Clearly,
I got a
let me let you
platform.
get off of here.
Hashtag Lil Bitch Tea Party with an S.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was a
I'm
lot
trying
of
to figure
energy
out
right
what
there.
she
It
gonna
was a
teach
lot of
Oh
women
my
assertive
on my
God,
femininity.
platform.
anytime.
I'm trying to figure out what she gonna teach women on my platform and done been married, going on her third marriage. I'm trying to figure it out.
At 40.
At
Okay,
40.
I just want.
Yeah,
It was
I
at
don't
just
have to
40.
be in the
enough.
box. I don't have to be in the box, Diamond. I was coming for her because
Yeah.
she was sent, Diamond.
I'm
At
sorry.
40.
Oh my God.
She was sent to you.
Yeah, because she
You
see
said
my
she was
Well,
number
what?
time and she said, let me get in here. You know what I mean? Like at 40. Girl, go ahead on.
right.
You can't tell me nothing.
First of all, I don't think she's 40 because she sounds closer to. Oh, first of all, let me say this here, Miss CC, you on mute and you talking, but you said you were 60, and I think you're lying. I think you 40. First of all, let me say that.
I thank you, baby, but I was born in 1962.
You
See
ain't
what
telling me the truth, Miss
I never
CC.
tell you the key to keeping young is not to listen to all the
Of
bullshit
that.
and
I'm gonna
move
tell y'all
on.
Yes,
something.
exactly.
If I didn't land this deal that I have, honey, for my show, I would have went in on her.
Diamond, you were so in control. I
Oh,
was like,
You
what's
were
going
in.
on?
yeah,
You
You
I
know,
know
done
I
what?
was
working
You
trying
on
to,
you. I
absolutely
done
was.
I
working
was
on
trying
I
to
you.
jump in
definitely,
there with
Diamond.
you,
I
but
definitely
she was out
appreciate.
talking me. I ain't
I,
even want to get involved. But it's
hey,
all right. It's all right.
I
I
done
Yeah,
definitely
she
ran this
came in
deal
appreciate
here
your
with the
poise,
lies.
Diamond. I definitely appreciate your poise. You know, it. I mean, she had some good points, but the thing, it's all about the packaging. You
Well,
know.
she didn't have a good point though. Hashtag. Hold on.
No,
She didn't
I
really have a
mean,
good
Yeah,
point
she didn't have
because
a good point. No.
she didn't have a
she,
good point. I have to
She
say
was
this here
all over the
because
place.
she was, and if she had
Yeah, she
one
was all over the
and
place.
she wanted
she had
anyone to
one, is what I'm
grasp
saying.
that point,
That's
then
why I
what she
said
should
a
have
good
done
point.
was close her mouth and think about what she was speaking because she was belligerent.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
So I
exactly.
can't hear belligerence. I don't
right,
speak
At
right,
all.
right.
belligerence.
I
I don't
get that. I
speak
mean,
violence. I don't speak any of that. Now, do I understand what you were saying?
yes.
Absolutely, I get what you were saying. Do I
Thank you.
get
Thank you.
that do I get that I like your choice of words of hobby. I like that.
Passionate, passionate. See, why does
But it was a
everybody keep
passion.
forgetting
But I
passionate,
know it
man?
in other ways of what you were talking about, how you feel
Put
about your wife.
passion in front of
Yes.
hobby, please.
Right. Yes,
Um,
passion. Okay,
Yes.
I got you.
Please do. Please
hashtag
do. Yeah,
But yeah,
passion
she was
hobby.
that
belligerent, and I
one's
don't speak
very
belligerence.
important.
And then she
The
came
passion is
in,
very important.
she
See, a
came in
hobby
with
is a
her
little bit
delivery. She
different.
came in from the gate, y'all, and she was like, "Listen, I'm for the smoke. I really am. I'm changing. I'm working on me. If I wasn't working on me, changing, I probably wouldn't land this deal that I
I think
landed.
you
She don't even
triggered
have a
her a little
platform.
bit when you
We've
said
been
that.
live. We've
Listen,
been live. We've
she
been
on her
live.
third marriage.
I
I'm
think
trying to
you
figure out
triggered
what
her
can
a
she
little
teach
bit when
us.
you
I'm trying to figure out. Only thing
She
she can
couldn't
teach us
teach
is
anything but how to yell.
not to be married. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she can't
Hey,
teach you
Diamond, I'm
Oh
gonna
anything but how to be
no.
Diamond.
married
I
just
think that was the
fine.
same
Danny, I'm gonna
woman.
drop
I
out the
think that was
box.
the same woman that was in here before that went off
Hey,
on me.
Ferrari.
That voice sounds so familiar, and
I
I
think
just
she
shut her
might have
down.
got a
I didn't
little
say
bit
nothing.
triggered when
Invited her to
Was
Diamond.
out
meet
of
for
control.
I
free.
think she might have got a little bit triggered when you said something about the topic. You know, I think that
Yeah,
was a
but
little bit of a trigger,
she didn't
and
read the
maybe she
room.
felt an
She
attack
came
on her
in.
originality. You know.
She didn't read the room and all about all this about don't have a man and women being she could teach us something. You
She
girl,
can't teach me nothing but how to be married
Teach
multiple
what woman
times.
what? Teach what woman what? We
How to be
all women.
married
We
multiple
learn on our
times.
own in our
She
own
can't teach
time.
me anything. She can't teach me anything. She's first
Nothing.
of all, she's lying
Especially
about
with
her
that
age because her voice
attitude.
definitest sounds older than 40.
You can't
What
teach
I
First of
will
all, you
anybody
have to
say,
be
anything with that
first.
attitude.
what I will say.
First of all, you have to be
Oh, go
able
ahead.
to talk
I'm
so
listening, Sister
someone could
Cece. I'm
understand
listening.
what you're talking about. You cannot do all that rambling and make sense out of anything. The key to
Nope.
having a good communication is to please talk so I can understand.
Nini.
Makes no sense. I will put no
Absolutely.
energy into confusion.
Good morning, Miss CC.
Cool.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Absolutely.
Good
Good
morning.
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 Y'all
Good
know I
morning.
get my pressure up early in the morning, letting these trolls comment.
I know. That's what I was saying too, Jazz.
I mean,
I was doing what I was doing.
Y'all too much.
That
Y'all too
heifer
much.
done got in here and started acting a
let me
fool.
get this troll.
You,
Yeah.
you can't be banging on bacon. Can't be banging on
Oh
bacon.
my
Yeah.
I mean,
god.
I did appreciate her passion, though. I did appreciate that.
But no, she didn't have
Ooh,
passion. She
But she
didn't.
came
that is
in
not
banging on
passion.
bacon, didn't she?
That
She had
wasn't
That's not
confused
what
passion.
and mad.
passion.
That's
That's
how I
not
felt about
passion.
that
That's
conversation,
ignorance, in
man.
my opinion. And she
That
was
was
definitely
pure
sent
anger
because
and
she knows too
confusion.
much to just say this
That
her
was
But
first
pure
time.
anger and
passion is
confusion.
understanding.
was
We didn't
about
understand nothing
no,
she said.
yeah.
Yes,
No,
I
you
don't
you
speak
see,
belligerence.
Can I
But
say
I know
something
how
really,
Diamond want to
really
get on
fast,
her.
room?
I know how
I'm gonna say
Diamond want
something
to
really
get back on
fast.
topic and stuff like that. I
Okay.
have something to say. When I got
Okay. Go
married,
ahead.
right?
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm patient. I'm patient.
When I got married, I didn't change my last name. I added my husband's last name.
Yeah.
Smart. So I was able
That's
to,
what
just drop
that's
a
what my
name.
wife did. My wife did the same thing.
Right. I was
Came
able to
here
just
to drop my damn numbers.
you gotta stop letting trolls come in the box, Diamond. I was like,
Get
let
back in
them
the
up.
room.
I let her in. Listen, man.
Oh my God.
Well, D
All
Hattie,
right.
whatever your name is, I hope you got your 20 minutes of fame you wanted, sweetie.
Yes.
It.
Ain't barking at nothing.
So I was only coming up here to make sure my diamond was good, so I'm straight. But I want to say this before I drop out diamond. Ferrari is back. Hey,
I know
Ferrari.
I see him, girl. Yes. I see him. He
Hey.
sent me a text message. I am so excited. Yes, I am so excited he's here.
Yes. Because I said, that look like Ferrari.
Whoever
Then I
it
looked
is,
at it again.
hi.
Hey, Ferrari. So I just want to say Ferrari.
Oh,
That's
hi,
all.
She
I get
said,
that
Ferrari.
clear.
"Diamond,
Can I say
girl.
something really
And
fast
We
Ferrari,
got
before I
our
go? Because
I hope you
we
was
got
on your
I'm about to
husbands.
job
take
and
my kids to
recorded.
my.
I hope you're on your job. I hope you picked up your job this morning and started
I'm gonna say
recording.
something really fast, and then I'm gonna go. Like, this is my last word of the day. What we
No,
just
I'm
witnessed
just
was
joking.
was the difference between two spirits. Hold on. We just witnessed the difference between two spirits. And one of those spirits was a domineering spirit. The other spirit was a dominant spirit. You see, Diamond was practicing a dominant spirit. She just wanted to have a place to facilitate and get people's opinion. What the other young lady was practicing was a domineering spirit. She didn't care about other people's opinion, and she needed to press hers out and make a point. And the domineering spirit, oftentimes, regardless of our intention, that domineering spirit does not allow us to have conducive long-term relationships.
And I agree because to her
I agree.
admission, to her own admission, she said that she's on her second marriage, and she's 40, and she may have four more, or she may have two more. But yeah,
I
and I
think
don't
she
know
Yeah,
said
what she
four.
wants to teach.
that,
Yeah, I don't know what you can teach anybody, and you're already in your second marriage talking about you may have a fourth one.
Well, she could probably teach us what not to do.
You know what? You're right. There you go,
That's
right
what
there.
she
That's it.
said. I agree.
She can teach us what not to do. That's part, right? You know
Yep.
what? You know what? Yes, that's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna domineer a man. That's what we're not gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
but
not. We're not. We're not.
we're not gonna do that. Hey, Blue.
But
Well,
when
I just wanted to get in for that reason, and also because I wanted to say hey to Ferrari. So y'all got it, because I got to drop out. I got to get my
You
Pookie
ain't
to
say hi to
school.
me. I'm just joking.
Okay. Hey, Miss Cece.
I'm just joking. I know you did.
uh,
Hi, sweetheart.
Hey, so I'm finna go.
All right.
I'm gonna say hi when you tell me your real age.
I told you I'm 60. Do I need to show you my birth certificate?
Okay.
Put it this way: my birth certificate. I'm from New York, so my birth certificate. You ever seen the old birth certificates where they're in black and the writing is white? That'll tell you how old I am. They don't make birth certificates
Well
like
you were
that no
referring
more.
to your mother's birth certificate, Miss CC. My mother's certificate is that too. And see, I could say that too. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let you slide with that. You look good, Miss CC, for real. You do.
Thank you,
It's
honey.
cool.
Good morning,
I'm going down, but I
everyone.
gotta
Good
get my
morning.
Pookie to
Good morning,
school and get to
Nene.
work.
Thank you,
good
Nene.
morning.
You're
Good
welcome.
morning.
Good morning, Jazz, Cece, Dexter. Good morning,
What's
Diamond.
Steve.
up?
Good morning.
Everybody
Good
in the
morning.
comments. Hey, I just want to say this. Listen, this is Diamond's show. Two things. Never disrespect the host.
Yeah, I'm
It's their
working on
show.
them.
Okay? Never disrespect the host. And number two, if Diamond is talking, people should be quiet. Because it's her show. So you have to allow those two be respectful. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Lastly,
Of course. Of
remember,
course.
if Diamond talks, just be quiet. She'll let you guys talk. We know that, right? And never
Oh yeah.
disrespect the host. Okay?
I
If
understand
you
y'all can get heated at times. The topic can be, extra. I understand that, y'all. I do, but I have to. My nerves all over the place, y'all. Y'all go ahead,
right, I don't know
because I'm
about
trying
you,
to
but
control my nerves.
I get irritated when somebody say, "Hold on, Diamond, hold on." Listen, if you want to do that, get your show, and then you could talk all you want.
He's still in the
Exactly.
comments. How about you?
Yeah. Right.
And lastly, we got 307 people in here. Diamond should be at 50 grand, 50,000 likes. So let's tap the screen,
Tap
y'all.
the tap, the tap, the tap,
Tap
tap,
the
tap. Here I
screen.
go. Tapping now, tapping now.
Tap the screen.
Oh, my
Okay.
thumb is falling off. Oh, my thumb is falling off
So
from
when you
tapping
come
so
up to the
much.
box, read the room. Have your thoughts together. And just don't come up in the box and just run rush out all over everybody. Make sense?
Mhm.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
morning.
it does make sense.
You're
Oh,
supposed to.
Good
scaring me,
The
morning.
thing
man.
is,
I
you're
look
supposed to do that in any room you walk in.
Jeffrey.
You know what? You know what? I'm leaving the box. Y'all get somebody else in it. I'm gonna stay because I'm trying to clean up my room all at the same time, and I'm not doing a good job with just one hand. Thank you so much, Diamond. Everyone in the box. One love. I'm gonna talk to you soon. Let me get my messy room together. See
Have
you
a good
later.
Good morning. What's up,
Have a nice
Nicole?
night.
Good
hey.
morning,
I'm
y'all.
trying to.
Good
I
morning.
need to get out of here. How do I get out? Diamond, boot me out.
You gotta
Missy,
hit
Boot
push the
me.
X top.
Boot me, baby.
Uncle Steve.
Push the
Take
X
me
at the top. You go
out.
see.
you gotta hit the X at the top.
Okay, baby, I'm gonna try. Let me see. Oop, there it is. Oop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So I just wanted good morning, y'all. I say good morning.
Good morning.
I
Good
wanted to
morning.
touch on the topic.
You should build your page.
There were some good points being made, like I think he left already. But first and foremost, I know that lady did come in very hostile. She was very hostile. But I know everybody was like, what is
Thank
she
you,
gonna
Jane.
teach us? But honestly, sometimes those type of people are used to be the example for everybody. So even though she's saying that she's been on her third marriage, that's all fine and dandy. She can teach us what not to do. Okay. Because I used to feel the same way. Like, I don't want nobody giving me no advice that's divorced. It didn't work out. But sometimes those people have the most wisdom in what not to do and how to do differently. So I wouldn't discount her experiences. But the way she did come about the situation was all wrong. To get back to the topic at hand of why women are taking their husband's last name, I would say for me it was more traditional, like with marriage. And the way I was raised, my granny didn't play that, and she just did not condone like the shacking up stuff. So in my family, it was taught that you need to be married if you gonna be moving in with a man. So when me and my husband did get married, they was, I don't know, it's basically like if you don't take the last name, then you're putting doubt on the marriage, like it's not going to work out, like you're going into it with negativity. And then I just didn't see it as a big deal. If we are deciding to create our future and start a family, our kids will have your last name. Like I am honored to give my children my husband last name because of the type of guy he is. So I didn't find that being a problem. I know some women do hyphenate their name. That's fine. But I just felt like I was honored to take my husband's last name.
Yeah, it is more traditional to have that to take your husband's last name. But for me, I don't know. I don't know if I really was ready to give up
my dad's last name because of what he did and didn't mean to me, if that makes any sense.
Mm.
I didn't have that guidance on, like you grew up in a traditional family. So I didn't have that guidance on how to you know, utilize traditions in marriages. So for me, it was, I don't know. I just take both. You know what I mean? So I hyphenated my last name. But when I moved,
Like my mom, she kept.
now that I'm older,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
now, I'm sorry. Now that I'm older, if I was to remarry, I will drop my name because when I remarry this time, it's going to be forever. I know for a fact I'm going to be married forever. And if I don't be married forever, I'm still gonna hold his name. Even if we get a divorce, I'm stuck with that name. I don't care what he say or anybody else say.
My mom kept her last name. All the kids, all of us have her last name, not my dad's last name. Um, when I got married, I didn't like ask her to get my last name. I gave her the choice, and she chose to have it. When we actually got divorced, she actually kept it. She's remarried right now. She actually still has my last name with his last name together. I think she didn't want. I think she wanted because we only have one daughter, so she didn't want to separate the names. So I think she kept it just because of our daughter having the same last name. So, but I don't really see it as this big importance. I don't really put that
In
much importance
tradition.
into it. Did you guys
Yeah.
hear me?
I mean, it comes from tradition, right? Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it comes from tradition, most likely, some of it is like biblical, you know, um, basically saying that when a man and a wife comes together, they become one. So, not that changing the last name is any part of that, but when you become one, you want to become a unit, and so you take on the last name to be identified as one, not two. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, and that's the
I
thing.
agree with that,
Everybody
Jeffrey.
different.
That's
I
why I'm
mean,
moving towards that in my next marriage. I definitely will be more of a traditional wife at that point.
yeah. And that's the thing. Everybody is different. I mean, everybody look at it different. Everybody have it and different, you know, levels of importance. Like you say that it didn't really bother me. Like I know it bothers some people, but you know what I mean? It's like, all right, if that's what make you happy, you know what I mean? I don't really put too much take into it, really, to be honest with you. But I more look at the relationship. Like remember, like I was listening early on and people was talking about like, you know, guys downgrade when they get divorced and stuff like that. Like when we got married, like before we got married, she came out of school because she wanted to get a nursing degree. And she almost stopped. And I was like, you know what? It's better you do it. And I paid for her to actually get all the way to RN. Because in my mind, the way I look at it, if anything happens to me, she should be able to be self-sufficient, that she could take care of our child if something happened to me. God forbid I get in an accident and I'm not there. So I made sure that she was self-sufficient. Like
Mm.
she went to school. She didn't have to work while she went to school and stuff like that, and made sure she got her RN. And then she started working. We both work. So like when we got a divorce, I have a serious condition. I actually had the choice to be primary, and I gave her the primary just because I have a serious condition. So because I know she in a good spot, she has a good job, she has a good degree. Like I know she would be a good mom. So like I leave her with the house and everything because it's more stable. So
But Dexter, when you and her are
So so
you're divorced right now?
no, we already finished the divorce.
Okay, but
She's actually
when
remarried. Yeah.
you and her were going through the divorce, did you feel like you wanted to take everything from her, or was y'all fighting, or did you just give her everything, or to for the children, or what?
Well, I didn't think about that was the furthest thing from my mind, like taking stuff from her. Because when I realized we was going to have a divorce, the first thing I thought of is having a stable home for my daughter. Like I was thinking about having the least amount of impact on my daughter. That was where I was focused. I wasn't focused on being mad that we got a divorce. I already accepted it. I know this is what's going to happen. So my main focus was to have this as peaceful as possible, to have the least amount of impact on our daughter.
Okay.
So
So
like,
so so did you feel like everything you guys had your name on together? Did you feel like you wanted to take everything off, take your name off of it because y'all was getting divorced?
well, we sit down and talk about it. I didn't like the type of person I am. I will sit down and talk about it. Like, what do you want? What we should do? Um, we actually decided to separate stuff, and I left her with the house because I didn't want my daughter to be moving to another place because that was her first. She was born there, so I didn't want to disrupt that. So I made the choice to get my own place separately. But yeah, we did separate like bank accounts and stuff like that. But we didn't had a joint. We had one joint account was for bills and stuff, but we also had separate accounts for like play money, like like if you want to buy sneakers and you want to buy alcohol or whatever.
But look, I have a problem with not taking my last name. So at the end of the ceremony, when the preacher introduce you, they introduce you as Mr. and Mrs. Larry Pichon, not no whoever her name was before. So yes, she's supposed to have my last name. I have a problem with it if she don't have my last name.
So
Right.
Uncle Larry, you have a problem if your first wife, don't have your last name?
No. I'm just saying when we got married, I would have had a problem with her not having taken my name.
Oh, okay. All right.
So like I said, the preacher at the end of the ceremony said Mr. and Mrs. Larry Pichon, not Mr. and Miss Joe Brown and whoever she was, nothing like that. We are one. We are unit.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's got to do with tradition. And if people are deciding to do different, then kudos, to them. But most people, it's about the family and the legacy. So I had my dad last name. So my mom was married to my dad. Me and my younger brother has his last name. So of course, when I got married, it was just for me to get my husband's last name. Like it was traditional. But if
Exactly.
people decide not to, then that's whatever they're creating for their future. But if, like, I guess with the kids having different last names, sometimes kids can question that. But I guess they'll have a better understanding when they get older. But I would prefer for us to have the same last name.
That's these damn Eddie babies come with this bull crap. Started this mess.
Yeah,
Me personally, I don't put
I
too much
prefer they
stake
take
into
off my
it.
last name. I prefer that too.
You want them to take it or take it off?
No, I would prefer them to have my last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, is it a deal
Like if I
breaker?
get,
Well, I don't know.
oh, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, I was just saying if
go
it's
ahead.
a deal breaker if they don't want to. That would just be a discussion I'd have to think about. But then, is it a deal breaker for her? You know what I mean?
Right. So I think that would just go based off of, the relationship and whatever they discussed prior.
Right.
If
Yeah.
it's not a big factor for you, kudos. But if it is, then that's something you should think about before, asking a woman to marry you.
Right.
Exactly.
Because if it's a deal breaker, I would want to know why. Why would that be a deal breaker? Taking on my last name, and what would be the reason not taking the last name, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah. If I do decide to get married again, that would not be a priority for me at all.
Yeah,
More
and
the
to each his
relationship,
own, right?
building the relationship and
Because to
stuff.
me, it's
Yeah.
like, okay, what are we holding back, or is it because in case it don't work out, you don't have to change nothing else? What is it? You know what I mean? Now, if you've got a name for
Well,
yourself,
that is not even on my
that would
mind
be
either.
different.
Like, when I go into that, I don't think about what if we're gonna break up. Like that, those things don't come to my
No,
mind
it may
really.
not come
I
to your
always try
mind,
to,
but does it come to her mind?
yeah, yeah.
That's you know what I mean?
Well, the way I look at stuff like that, I can't control that. So that's why I
Right.
don't think of that type of
Yeah.
stuff because you don't have no control over it.
Right.
So the way I look at it, I only have to make a decision when I reach that bridge. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Then we'll talk about, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and it was a guy, he was up here saying how some of the people look at marriage like it is a thing that you just mark off of your bucket list. And I happen to agree with him in this day and time because I see it kind of often. Um, I knew someone personally who decided that they were gonna marry this girl, but at the same time, I feel like they don't take marriage as serious because if you have any type of doubt that you don't want to be with a woman or you don't care for that woman, especially when the woman is bearing your child, like if you don't care to do research or get to know the woman, I feel like it's just a joke because why are you marrying somebody you don't know? And just because you are having a baby with somebody does not necessarily mean y'all have to be married.
Yep.
But a lot of people think that. So that's why it's I guess like you say a hobby for some people. It's like, okay, I had you got the baby, let's go ahead and do it. But that's not going to keep a marriage. A baby is not going to keep a marriage going.
That's
Nope.
for sure.
Now this. So those people who get married as an investment, should they take their last names or not? Because you have women and men both who get married and it's
Mm-hmm.
not for love, it's for an investment. Whether it's
Right.
financial, whether it's for a roof over their head or whatever the case may be, how should they proceed when taking a last name is more so a traditional thing?
I think it depends on what the benefit would be. So if she feels it's beneficial for her to take the last name, I think she would. But if there's no benefits in it, financial benefits or anything like that, she probably would keep her last name.
Also, if you say for instance you got with a man and I'm gonna say y'all was building together, right? So that was the last you took his last name. If y'all have built something with that last name, you built your whole life, upon the last name. Why change it? You know,
Yeah.
if it wasn't to work, but that is an investment. Like, why change it when you built that last name?
Yeah. And that's why I don't put too much stake into it because if someone wants to keep the name, it's not a deal breaker to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not that important because I don't know how important that name is to her. So I'm not gonna, put her in a situation where she has to choose between me and her name. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's why I say I don't put too much stake into it. We will talk about it just to see what she wants to do, but I wouldn't. It is not an obligation. No.
Right. I can see, I can see if her, the name was built up for something. There's a lot of things attached to that name.
Right.
Definitely see that. I mean, like
Yeah.
Tina Turner. You know what I mean? Not gonna change her last name to Tina Smith, right?
Exactly, because she built
Right.
a name off of that.
Right,
Exactly. Yeah.
right. And that's all she wanted was her name in the divorce.
Yeah.
No, that's my daddy's name.
Right.
That's my daddy's name. No, that's my dad.
Exactly.
So
I, I think most of those things come from tradition that people think that they're obligated to to do these things, and a lot of times they don't want to, but they think they have to, and those type of things that cause, like, silently it causes animosity too. Like if it's really important to someone, like, I mean, that's why I don't
Mhm.
put too much restrictions on certain things. Like, that's where it's good to get to know people, know their
Right.
background, like what's
correct.
important to them, and
Uncle
you,
Bernie
you
said
know what I mean?
unless he has illegal concerns attached to his name. I mean, if there's some
Right.
illegal concerns, I'd question the marriage.
Yeah. Right.
That's definitely something to worry about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's just tradition because nobody question things; they just go along with it.
Mhm.
But that all just stem back from religion and things of that nature. But once you kind of do away with that aspect of it, then it's just between y'all, and y'all can make that decision. Like, is this important for us to
Right,
do, or
right.
if it's not?
Yeah.
I
Right.
agree. I agree.
Because look at that, my ex-wife, she kept my last name. She's remarried and still have my last name.
Do y'all have kids?
Yeah, we have one daughter. Yeah.
So
Oh,
some people like to keep the name that match their children's name.
Yeah.
Right.
right.
That's we never talk about it, but that's what I thought why she kept it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
My mom did it. My mom and dad divorced when I was 8, and she kept the last name just because of the kids.
Yeah.
Mhm.
My mom, she changed her last name Pronto.
It
Want that
was in the
name?
works before it was finished. It's like,
Man, I'm telling you, that was 20 some years, 20
Right.
some years.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask how long they've been married.
Yeah,
In that era is more traditional, like you said. So yeah, she would change her name quick.
yeah, because she ended up getting remarried, so she took his last name.
Lou Hard.
What's happening?
How you
Here's
doing?
my thing, right? How y'all doing? Here's
Good
my thing,
morning.
right?
Good morning.
When a man marries and his last name, if and he wants that woman to have his last name, that last name is attached to pride. That last name is attached to what I'm willing to give to you because my last name means something. So I feel like if a woman's not willing to take my last name, not hyphenating her last name, but take my last name because I'm taking full responsibility for you as a father. If I'm giving my daughter to another man, I want to make sure he's going to be her protector because he's taking my place. By all means, she should be able to fall back on her dad. But if I'm giving my daughter to another man, I want to make sure that if he has her best interests at heart and to be able to do everything I'm supposed to do for my daughter. So if that man's not willing to look after my daughter as his other
Companion.
companion, other half, then and giving her his last name, then that I don't want him to marry my daughter. So that's my thing. That last name comes with pride. So if you're not willing to drop your last name for mine, I don't want you. I'm gonna need you to trust me with you. That's why you're getting married. If you don't want to trust me because you want to keep your last name for specific reasons, little petty reasons, do my last name over your last name not mean something? Because you will be my property. Basically, as his property. You are my property. I'm taking full ownership and full responsibility over you. So, ma'am, I need you to have my last name. If not, then I don't need you. because I'm putting a
Interesting.
lot into you. Because if the shit goes bad, I put my last name on it. I made sure that if I fall short, that means my last name falls short. That's how I feel about it. Go
And
ahead,
that's
y'all.
just the difference in people. Me personally, I don't look at it like that. And I personally, my daughter will not get that type of teachings from me at all. My daughter won't be with, and that's just me. It's nothing against him or anything like that. But my daughter won't be getting that type of message from me at all.
Right.
Because she's not property at all. Like, she's a person. I don't look at it like that at all. Like, but no disrespect to you, Blue. I hope you don't
No,
take it
no, no,
wrong.
no.
That's
She's
just me.
definitely no. I didn't. I'm
Well,
not
like
looking at
Jay
her
said,
as.
like Jay said,
I'm
it's
not
more
looking at her.
legacy. It's not so much.
It's
I think
right.
you meant
It's not
not so much
not
property,
that
but
as a
legacy.
thing. Not that as a thing. Is because I love you. I'm putting my name on you. I'm taking full responsibility of you. Like let's say this. We love our children, right? Are our children not our property?
I would say
But
property.
Yeah, I
yeah,
wouldn't.
I
Like
don't
a
look at it that
house.
way either.
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
say,
well,
yeah, like Jade said, she said
I don't look
legacy.
at it like that.
They're your legacy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the best way.
That's
That's
a
Yeah.
better term than property.
Yeah.
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's
So
a
when
better
women
term.
say,
Yeah.
Property is something you
that's
own.
mine. I ride for mine. I'm gonna come behind mine. That's mine. Or even when Steve Harvey, when he said, that's mine, I own that. That's mine. I'll kill everybody in the room for it. All the women stood up for it. But then when I say it, it's something different now.
But he
Well,
didn't
it's still
as
No,
legacy.
property. I don't think.
It's
Right.
still
Yeah,
legacy,
no.
but basically,
it's
Right.
just the words you use because property is like a home, a
Right.
car, possession. You
A
don't
I
dog,
possess.
got.
a cat.
Yeah, you don't
And when
possess
Steve
property.
Harvey said it, Blue Heart, how you know all the women stood up for that?
You see how many shares it got? I saw the comments on it. Even
I
the
don't
people in
listen.
the
I don't listen
audience,
to Steve Harvey.
Diamond. Even I don't listen to him either, but I just saw it on TikTok and shit. Like everybody in the background said yes, yes, yeah. And he said it at an award show. Everybody stood
Okay.
up for it.
But the
But
So,
we don't
definition of
all.
mine wouldn't
Yeah.
be property.
Okay, well,
He's
yeah,
just
yeah,
saying
well,
mine
I'll
as
get rid of the property thing, but my
yeah.
legacy, I'm taking
yeah,
complete provision
That's better.
and complete
yeah,
provision and protection
Good
over you.
morning, Christina.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Like, legacy for me, for like what I put importance on legacy is what I pass down to my daughter. Like like how she's going to be as a person growing up. Like what type of woman she's going to be. Like that's what I value as legacy. You understand what I'm saying? Like what I teach her, what I teach her and prepare her for this world is that's how I view legacy. So there's just difference between people. Like, I don't view a name as legacy. I view it what I pass on from my heart
Morning,
to her
Marcus.
heart. Yeah, that's how I view legacy.
So if your daughter was to, so say for instance, you got
Miss
married
Kirby. I'm sorry.
and
Good morning, Miss Kirby.
the lady did not take your last name, right? So would you prefer your daughter to have the wife's last name or your last name?
I mean, we'll have a discussion about it. I mean, I
I
don't. It
prefer my daughter to
doesn't.
have mine.
I if it comes down to it, if she really wants it to be under her name, it's not a. I will say it's not a deal breaker to me, because I know it's still my daughter. So again, I don't view as name as legacy. Is what I'm going to teach my daughter is what I view as legacy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the relationship that me and her have, like how she's going to be as a mom, like, oh, as a
Right.
woman growing up. That's what I value most. I value that more than name. That's just me.
And I feel like that's why the last name thing isn't that relevant because a lot of people don't even have, like, I guess, true last names.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a bunch of mix and matching
B.
going on.
Dennis,
Yeah.
the guy
Slave
from
names.
yesterday, he
Slave
he
Yeah,
he,
names.
he,
yeah,
he
right.
deleted his account.
Yeah, because who knows, like my mom
Oh,
could
the
have get.
Godfella? The Godfella didn't.
Yep.
Oh shoot, he didn't come on this morning. Holy crap!
Oh, he
What
left
happened?
Classic.
Okay, go ahead.
What happened yesterday?
Oh,
Tell
he
it, Diamond. I'm about to go on mute and stuff.
want to recap on it because it was a whole.
So he was saying how sexy
Listen,
he was.
he deleted his account, or somebody got him deleted, because he did say he have a lot of controversial topics that get him
No,
deleted.
it said account user not found.
Oh, he
Oh
blocked
wow.
you.
But no, it said account user not found. But remember, he followed us, then blocked us.
Yeah, he
So
blocked you.
Taylor Square, y'all. We get some real, we get some real characters on the show,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Some people just come in just to, like, for whatever their purposes is for their little 2 seconds of
Fame.
fame. I don't understand it. You know what I mean? I really don't understand it. I really don't understand that. How do you go to people's lives for 2 minutes of fame?
True.
You know what I mean? Like, so
What was your other topic? You said you had 2 things you wanted to ask: the last name and something else.
okay. And the other topic was, do you guys agree to put your names on everything? Like that was my second topic. Why do you guys feel it's so important to put your name on everything together?
No,
I just want to.
No, I don't.
Not everything.
Yeah, not
Because
everything.
a lot of people feel like, okay, our names have to be on a house. We have to have an account together. Everything, we're a marriage, and some people feel like everything their name have to be on that together. I
But
disagree with that because I feel like you guys have to protect yourselves. Remember, our diamond always in for survival mode and protection mode. So I feel like you guys have to protect yourself because if anything was to happen and all of y'all names are on everything together,
Exactly.
when both when one, you know what I mean, both of y'all fall together, and then when both of y'all fall together, who y'all gonna fall back on? Y'all can't fall back on one another because both of y'all names on everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
You
It
know,
causes
it's
more
important
problems.
with
Yeah.
credit. It's important with credit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I learned that. I learned that from my vanilla friends. You know, they say that I don't put my wife's name on everything because if my credit mess up, then we need her credit to fall back on.
Yep.
Somebody is
Yep.
still in position to still do something and make some moves.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
guess
medical bills
that
alone.
makes sense for
But you got a
strategic
lot of people
measures.
a lot of people that feel like, oh, we need to have our names on bank accounts together. We need to have our names on houses and properties together, and et cetera, et cetera. Somebody need to save their credit.
that's
That's just how
mostly,
I
and
feel.
that
Somebody need to save their credit.
Yeah.
that's mostly women. No, you put my name on this house. No, we
No.
get the joint
Right.
account.
Most women are like that.
Just so they don't get put out.
And
Listen,
then
Right.
just
when I
so they
have
don't get
said
put out
when I
or
have said that I
something
didn't want to
taken from
put
Well,
them.
say this:
when I
the
had
house
said
that
I didn't want to put my name on the guy with the high rise and we live together, and I didn't want to put my name on that. You know, everybody like Diamond, y'all, you supposed to come together. Y'all is one and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no, you know what I'm saying? Because what if something
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah.
down.
What
Right.
if?
I
Okay, I
wouldn't have put
get
my
that
name
now.
on
Now,
high rise either, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because
okay,
one, he wasn't married to that man. I
But
would
but but
never.
but Jazz,
Right.
listen, it's a lot of
oh,
women that are letting the man lead, and a lot of these men want these big, you know what I mean, them big houses and et cetera, you know what I mean. And a lot of women I have seen when they go through a divorce, they can't even pay for the house, they can't even live in the house, they can't even afford it by themselves.
Right.
Usually
Mhm.
and want a house together and stuff like that, that is because that is an investment. So when
Mm-hmm.
you sell your house, both parties cannot sell and not get a part of it. So that's why houses is I would
Right.
say you put your name on that.
But
Put your
But
name.
when
if you're
people
married,
get when people get into divorce, Jazz, like for me, if I'm getting a divorce, you know what I mean, or whatever the case may be, that's just me. Even if I'm, living in a house and we ain't together, who wants to move? People, you know what I mean. You build in that house. Who wants to just up
okay,
and just sell
okay,
what you been? The children in their own rooms
But
and everything been,
okay. So
what I mean?
So with that being said, when it's time to split a relationship or a marriage, why do women feel like they deserve that? Like something of what they don't want to put in on or put their last name on.
right.
so
Well,
when you usually marry,
I don't listen. If we could split it down the middle, you know what I mean. If we don't, we can because here's the thing with me. I'ma always protect me. I'm always in protection mode. So if something was to happen for me in my marriage or me in a relationship, I'm gonna be able to move and shake, you know what I mean, real quick because you always have to protect yourself. And that's anybody, you know what I mean? Because I'm
Mhm.
hearing too many of marriages that are ended up nasty and people are are getting messed over for everything they work hard for. You're not protecting yourself. You're not
Okay,
protecting
so it's
yourself.
okay, so it's safe to say men shouldn't provide or do all of that other stuff for women,
No,
right?
no,
Or yes or
listen,
no?
I'm not saying it's safe to say that you're supposed to provide. You are supposed to provide. But at the same time, you still should be able to put some money aside for rainy days for you.
Yep.
I agree with
Okay, I get that,
For
but if
rainy
men
days
are the
for you.
protectors, okay, so, but if the men are the protectors and the providers and y'all don't want to go 50-50 on things, if he's paying 90% of the bills, what would he have left over besides what you get where I'm coming from? Like if
Okay,
you're
so here's the thing for me, this just for me. I feel
okay,
like
go
a
ahead,
man
answer. I'm
should
still
pay.
here. I'm gonna just drop
I,
down. I'm
Okay, I feel like a man should pay the biggest part of the bill. That's just me. I feel like a man should pay the biggest part of the bill. The smallest parts of the bill, like the cable, you know what I mean, the electricity bill, the grocery bill, you know what I mean. Like she can pay that part exactly. T Nick, get what you can afford.
So I'm going to chime in to say, because I am married. I don't believe in putting your name on everything, but like Jess was saying, when it comes to property, oh yeah, we doing that together. Because if
I
some,
mean, that's fine. To each his own. You know what I mean? To
yeah,
each his own. Black diamond, no diamond. What if he makes way less than a woman? If he makes way less than you, listen, to each his own in y'all houses. Whatever y'all agreements y'all y'all agree with in y'all marriages, that's fine. That's okay. That's what y'all agree with. All I'm saying is I'm just hearing from these divorces
mm-hmm,
how men are walking away with nothing, how the women are walking away with, you know what I mean, with nothing. That's all I'm saying, y'all.
But I'm
If
saying,
y'all want y'all husband to pay all the bills in the house, and then when something go left or wrong, and then he's ass out, you know what I mean, or can't cover for himself because he been too busy making you happy and making you comfortable. I don't feel it's fair to the man to
right,
to to lose everything like that. That's not fair to him.
that's
right,
why I said putting your name, both names on a house, that's an investment for both parties.
correct,
You have both, when they leave that marriage, they have to separate all property invested.
But you know what, Nikki? Everybody say it's easy to say prenup. A lot of people don't agree with no prenup. I'm gonna
Yeah.
just tell you now. A lot of people don't agree with prenup.
no, they
Good
don't.
morning,
If
Donna.
a lot of
Morning,
people,
everyone.
a lot of people put a lot of people put a prenup into play, a lot of marriages wouldn't even move forward. They wouldn't even move forward.
Yeah. I know.
A lot of marriages would not even move forward. Y'all will see right then and there, you know what I mean, how much a prenup, will sit up there and hold off a marriage and stall it, or whatever the case may be.
Hey, morning, y'all.
Good
Good
morning.
Good
morning.
morning.
So I wanted to say two things. About the last name. I didn't understand the importance of it until I started doing my ancestry.
Good morning, Georgia girl.
Like,
Good morning.
the reason why it's so important. Because both of my sons have my last name, and that was because I didn't want the judgment. Like you can go into the doctor's office and they'll be like, "Well, what's your son's last name?" Like they don't ever assume that you and your kids have the same last name. But in doing like ancestry and trying to piece together my family history, like you could see where things like that are important to have those connections because 100 years from now, like we're not going to exist to those people the same way that we're existing now.
Can you tell us?
I think that's kind of where the importance of it comes from.
The legacy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could agree with that. I mean, just working
Yeah.
in and also too, um, the whole last name, taking on the last name, society is built on that.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a different last name than your husband, even getting financial things like a
Mm,
loan or anything, they look at it tighter because it's like, okay, they're married, they don't have the same names. I mean, obviously your credit is going to be a determining factor, but they look at you closer. If your
mm-hmm.
kids have different names, they take a bigger microscope when it's not unison. I mean, even filing for taxes, there are benefits to file jointly, you know.
You say
Getting
there are
married.
benefits to filing jointly,
Yes.
Jointly?
Yeah,
No.
Yeah,
yeah.
and
absolutely.
there are benefits to filing jointly, and there are benefits to filing separately too.
Separate. Yeah. Yeah.
There
I know a
are, but there
lot
are
of
more
people.
benefits
It,
when you
it, it,
file
it,
jointly. There
Correct.
there are more tax breaks when you file jointly.
Yes.
Now, I don't think so.
It depends.
Absolutely.
Most of
I
most of my friends who are wealthy, they don't file together.
Yeah.
Well, when you have
Majority
that,
of my friends who are
but
wealthy, they don't.
right, but
Yeah.
wealthy. That's
yeah, if
different.
I was in a marriage, I would never file together. That's just me.
Yeah.
I would let my husband
I
file. If whoever's name on the house, file the house.
well,
I started out that way and ended up doing it separately because I had more benefit for doing it separately than I did married.
okay.
Right. I think it's much safer to file separately, but hey, to each his
And
own.
and and that's the thing. I think a lot of people, they don't think about what makes sense. They just think about what I want to do. You
Mm,
know what I mean? Like this
Right.
legacy thing, like I have to have
Right,
this
Tracy. The
because
bigger
I'm the man.
benefit is
Like
to file
we're
together.
not doing things that make sense. We're
mm,
not making sensible decisions as like, as a couple. You know what I mean? Like when I got married, when we went to buy the house, it ended up being in her name. Now I was making more money, but her credit was literally like 750. She had really, really, really good credit. So if I was on it, it would have, because I was like 680, the interest rate would have go up.
right.
You know what I mean? So w- I don't need to have my name on it to pay more money. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it makes more sense in just having it in her name.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so if it's beneficial to the future or whatever y'all have planned, then I would say that's great. But kind of like what Jeff is saying, you do get a lot of loopholes filing joint. Because when I filed separately, I was owing. I was owing on both sides, state and federal. But once I started filing joint with my husband, we owed less money. So I guess
But
it all,
why was you owing Nicole? Did you file your child or did he file the child?
well, we didn't
Yeah.
have a child at that time. We had no kids at the time. I was filing separate.
Huh. That's strange. I
So
never owed. Yeah,
so
And
if you didn't have no kids at the time, y'all filed together, y'all filed the house, right?
Correct, correct. With no at the time with no kids, but we were already
So
different.
I could see where you would have owed, you know what I mean? And it was better for y'all to file together. I could see that part.
well, Diamond, when you file a house, you don't get no credits for that no more. So
yeah.
I don't know when they got married and when they was trying to file, but credits for the house is no longer in filing. You can't. It's worth nothing. You have
Yeah,
to really offset a lot of deficits when you're trying to file a house.
Mm.
we still owe those.
When you file jointly, your standard deduction is like 25 grand, 25,000. When you file separately, your standard deduction is 12,
Right.
Yeah, it's lower. Right.
12,000 something,
Yeah.
300 something.
Ah,
So
And
there are advantages when you file married jointly.
Yeah.
I filed
And
married.
that's the thing, is
I
knowing
filed
is doing the due diligence and know which is
Absolutely.
beneficial for you.
Yeah,
Like,
you definitely have to weigh it out.
yeah,
yeah.
that,
Ask ask somebody, hey, how should we file? But
Then the
there is
other
a
thing,
bigger deduction when you file jointly. That's all.
Yeah, I've seen it play out. But I also feel like you can still have your separate accounts and everything of that nature. And
Mm-hmm.
you can have a joint and then you can have a personal. I also
Yeah.
don't put your name on everything. Like she was saying, somebody got to be able to, stand the fight. But I feel like with me and my spouse, we're both good in that area, so we're not lacking at all. But I also seen within my parents, because my mom used to like make comments like that, like "Don't you go putting your name on no everything." But she went said in
Thank
like
you, Miss Tracy. I'm
a,
glad you said that.
educational standpoint, she would just kind of throw it out there. So of course, I mean, I took heed of that. But you would know that you don't have to put your vehicles, all that. If you can get it in your own name, go for it. You know what I'm saying? But when it just comes to the
mm,
house and the private, like a house, I'm not staying nowhere where my
the
name
other thing,
not on. If we're
oh, I
married
got a bad echo.
by
Miss
myself.
Dexter, Mr. Dexter, I'm gonna drop you down, honey, unless someone else come in. Thank you for coming in on the
Uh,
Diamond Show.
no problem. Thanks, guys. You guys have a good night. Good
Bye,
day.
Dexter.
You too, honey. Bye bye.
Bye.
So
You
the
said it's
other
Oh, I
thing
had
that I
all these
wanted
people
to
waiting.
bring up
Well, I ain't know
was
I
with a
had all these people
prenup.
waiting. Shit.
You want me to drop? I can drop.
Like prenups don't always have to be bad. You're making decisions like while you're in love with this person for what
What's
will
up, family?
happen if something happens. So
Right.
when you're divorcing, like y'all mad at each other, y'all gonna be fighting over everything. He ain't gonna want you to have nothing. But a prenup can also say, when we divorce, this is what you'll receive. This is what I'll be responsible for you. Like it's basically making a plan for when y'all might not like each other. And I think it keeps people from doing the emotional fights. You know, if you leave a man and he don't want you gone, like he gonna fight tooth and nail over everything. Like I'm not gonna support you and let you leave me. I don't want you gone. But it protects you as well in
Yeah, to
those
me, it
situations.
just all depends what's in the prenup. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I find a wealthy woman and I'm not wealthy. And she say, okay, the first year, if we last 1 year in the marriage, you're only going to get $1 million. But if we last 5 years, you'll get five. Listen, where's the pen?
That's
I
a
mean,
Janet Jackson deal.
But
right.
then, Jeff, you don't base your whole marriage just then on business.
That's okay. I'm good with that.
Right, and that's why the prenup is not all that good, because when you going in it, you already going in it with
So Jeffrey,
stipulate.
so nobody. So that's the problem right here. People are not marrying for love.
No,
Like
because
I said, I didn't hear about this business stuff, business for a marriage, until I got on TikTok. I ain't hear about that shit.
oh yeah, listen, there's so many people that marry for business. They
Or
ain't funny.
marriage, it just marries for
So
It is.
Bitcoin
Don't get
marriages
So
are popular.
now,
I knew
so
nothing about
so so
that.
so now, you know what I mean? Like, so now I get married. Y'all telling me I get married? I gotta look at it from a business standpoint.
no
You
diamond.
don't have
No,
to,
no.
but
That
Y'all
it's
is
know
a
how
it's a
stressful that
mix.
is.
basically
Y'all know how
what
stressful
It's
that
a
is.
mixture of all of it. It's a mixture of
yeah,
all
Yeah,
of it.
you have to
right.
make sure
but
who you're marrying because and why you're marrying. Don't just marry because you're going into it for a business, but you are supposed to help each other build.
yes.
Listen, I knew a couple that every financial thing was separate. She kept her money, he kept his money. They came together with the bills. They split it 50-50. But she was like, hey, if he comes up with a new car, no problem. It didn't come out of her pot.
But this
But
is
they
being
just they
honest.
just kept everything 50-50. When there were events and things that they had to go to out of town, they would come together, go, hey, I got this event. They're arm in arm. I
So
mean, it
Jeffrey,
just
let me
worked
ask
for
you
them.
this: with your marriage, do you wish you would have signed a prenup?
No, because in my marriage, we started from nothing. I didn't have nothing, she didn't have nothing, and then we built it together.
Mm-hmm.
you know
I think if
Built the
we being honest
business.
though,
Hey,
Every
MC.
everything that we had, we
Do
built
you got?
together.
Jeffrey? Do you care to talk about your divorce, or you care not to?
I mean, I don't. Uh, mm, yeah, I care not to really.
Okay,
I just hate to bring it up. Ugh.
I got
I
you.
think we do kind of though think about the business aspect of it, right? Like, I think
Hmm.
you can love somebody perfectly fine, but if they got shitty credit and amount of debt, like that don't make sense.
Yeah, you shouldn't even go into that situation with them because you setting yourself up for a failure.
If you do
If they
what?
don't care,
If you go into what?
What bad?
get into get into a long-standing relationship that turn into a marriage with somebody with messed up credit. Because if
Well,
they
what
didn't
if
care about them,
hey, if they both got what if they both got messed up credit?
oh, it don't matter then. It
Right.
don't matter.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
They both credit low.
Well,
They
I'm saying
build together.
if you get into a relationship with somebody and you have good standing credit because you understand credit matters, and you get into it with somebody that messed theirs up, they're not gonna care about yours either.
Right.
But
So
what
And
you
we
that's
can
not.
can
stay
do,
So
together.
now,
Like,
Lower
I'm gonna
Knife.
help
So now
you
you
work on
telling
your
women.
credit.
So now you telling women, Lower Knife, to date a man with good credit, or don't date. Don't if he ain't got no good credit, don't deal with him.
No,
No.
I'm telling the guys don't give them no messed up credit as woman. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
Okay,
saying
And,
work
yeah,
on the credit
but
before
when you
you get
I'm
say,
saying
married.
both. I'm saying
okay,
both
but you're
ways.
telling the guys,
Both
when you telling
ways.
the guys don't get with a woman with bad credit, do you know that a majority of men have worse credit than women?
Hmm.
not only that, but
Um,
to me, that can be fixed. I mean, I'm not saying you
yeah,
can do that before the marriage. It's like,
Yeah,
okay, well,
before.
that's
let's
what
Yeah,
I'm
let's work
saying.
on your credit first
yeah,
before we get married. That way, when we get
yeah.
married, we can do what we want to do. Because
Right,
that to me is small. You can fix that. Now, it may
right.
be a problem if that may be a
Good morning,
sign that there be
Fancy.
some spending problems. There may be some like, okay, how did we get this way? But you know, sometimes people just need help in that area, and that's something that can be fixed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but all have
don't
bad.
put a
That's
don't put
gonna
a ring on them until it's fixed.
I agree.
yeah. That's
I
gonna
agree.
stunt on the relationship because if you can't get anything in your name, it's like you'll be struggling by yourself if you are the only one who got, something going on.
I think financial conversations are important,
Yeah.
like, because a lot of people divorce for financial reasons. And it's
Yeah.
because you didn't know, like, how they handle things like that. Like, do they spend more than they have? Do they believe in saving? Are they, like, working towards their future? Like, I don't believe nobody should work to 65. Um, like, you work to 65 and then you live, what, 10, 15 years and then you die. Like, I think that's like the worst situation you could ever be in. Um,
Hmm.
so just like, are y'all on the same page with these things? Can y'all get on the same page?
Yeah, I personally, I I just can't do it, but to each his own.
Well,
I'm,
you Nicole, you military. You know, military folks, they can't have. I mean, I guess they could have bad credit, but
oh no,
Yeah,
they get in trouble for that.
they get in trouble for it
Yeah, they get in trouble.
so,
but I take my credit just as important. So it's like just to know that somebody has that responsibility and they care in that area tells me that you're independent yourself. You know how to handle business. But if, like, again, I know some people just not educated on that. But I just see a lot of people my age and a lot of people who have bad credit, they just didn't believe in paying people their money back. Like they'll go out, try to
Yeah,
live big luxury life and be up to debt to their chin. I
Hold
don't
on, Miss
credit is
Tracy.
just saying, can I trust you?
No, Miss
Mm,
Tracy, come back, Miss Tracy.
I don't know you. Can I trust you if I give you this money or
Miss
you don't
Tracy,
give
come
it
back.
back? That's what credit is.
Right. That's
yeah.
exactly what it is.
Miss Tracy,
yeah,
come back.
and there's a difference between like messing up your credit because you're gonna scam. Like, you get furniture and then, you just leave
You don't
town
pay it.
without
Yeah,
paying.
Right.
yeah.
And then the other side is if I came to you and said, "Hey, Nicole, I had bad credit. I messed up in my past, but that's not how I want to be will you help me with that? Can we get a plan together so I can get it up, because I really
Right.
want to, that's a whole different sort of scenario. I think you'd be willing to go, okay, well, before we get married, let's work on that first. Let's get your credit up, and then we can move on with our lives.
Correct. It would be a conversation, and I would need to know, like you said, why. Cause
Right.
yeah,
I was in college. They gave me all these credit cards, and I got overwhelmed. I wasn't taught. That's a different
Jazz,
Right.
honey, let me drop
conversation.
you down, honey. Let Miss Tracy in, baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
Different
I
different
can go because I
conversation
gotta
than
get ready for work.
scamming
Thank
people.
y'all for
Oh,
having me.
okay, Jazz, go ahead and say. Okay, Vada.
And see, that's something important too, that we as adults with children, we have to start teaching our children about credit at
Yeah.
12, 13, 14.
hmm
Yes.
We there's no way they're gonna pick it up once they turn 18
Right.
right.
and
That's
broke.
not always the case, because she's 24 now, and her credit been A1 since she was 18. So that's
Well,
not true. But because
Say,
some children do pay attention.
but
yeah.
did you teach her
Yeah,
that?
you got well by on site.
Right. So
By site.
what I did was, so this is what I did. I just told her. Um, I told her to apply for, certain credit cards, and then I told her how to manage. But see, by my daughter knows about her credit, she knows how to manage.
Mm,
She knows how to manage. She's a saver. She doesn't live above her means.
Mm,
So a lot of that is playing into factor of why her credit is still good. You
right.
get what I'm saying?
Right.
It's you got to know how to budget. It's a lot of people that don't know how to budget.
Right.
If you get a credit card, if they give you a credit limit of a freaking $20,000, don't take your ass in the store and spend those 20 bands when you know you ain't got it to pay back.
Right.
Right.
and
But
You know what I mean? Like it's so it's how you budget.
right,
A lot of people don't have, a lot of people can't budget.
right, right,
And that's the biggest problem right now. You cannot budget and you cannot save. You don't know how to what my grandmother used to say, close your eyes.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Right.
you
Close your eyes.
I'm gonna
Because
tell
this
you
society built this
my
society built on consumerism. I gotta have what I don't have. I gotta have what they have,
And
and
a
that has
lot,
totally
yep,
destroyed. Yeah.
a
Yes,
lot of it, a
there's
lot of it is
a mini
built.
diamond. She'll probably be my meet and greet. But y'all, I say this to say that, now don't get me wrong. My daughter, she don't live above her means. She like nice things. From time to time she go in. She said, "Mom bought me a Louis Vuitton bag from Saks." But guess what? She didn't go broke for that Louis Vuitton bag from Saks. You know what I mean? She'll work, and she'll work overtime, and she will it's hey Mama, it's just how you do things. You still can have nice things and still budget. You know what I
but
mean? It's
So
let me
that
tell you what I did with my children. My kids right now, my oldest is 17. I got a 13-year-old and I have 12, a set of twins at 12. I gave them a credit crash course. They had to go and look up credit stuff. Tell me what it is, what you do with it, how you maintain it, and how you mess it up. They had to give me a report. Each and every last one of them had to give me a report. What I also did was on my credit cards, I put them on them. So they're on my credit card now, helping build their credit. So,
Jeffrey, let me drop you. Let me
so
let Stray
they
in real
are
quick.
Okay, you got it.
teach them how to maintain their credit and how to budget. They all have bank accounts. So whenever they go and get money and they want to spend it on these games, I turn and they come and ask before they do it. And I ask them, are you gonna have
Good morning, everybody.
or are you not
Yeah,
gonna
but
Good morning.
are you
good
gonna
morning.
Good morning.
are you gonna want because
It's a so just
break
Dre, Dre,
Jazz, you breaking up.
be Dre.
okay, I'm gonna
Oh,
drop
he
down there.
muted.
Oh,
mm,
now I'm about to say, no, Jazz, you're not breaking up. That was B
it
Dre.
was- yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Jazz.
No, Dre need to put some aluminum foil
But
on his
Jazz,
antenna or
I did
something.
the same thing.
And also too, y'all, that a lot of
Jazz,
y'all don't
I
know,
did the same thing.
when y'all teaching y'all kids credit, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
also also when y'all teach y'all kids credit, also listen, y'all could take y'all children down to the DMV and y'all can get them an ID.
ID cards.
Y'all can get them an ID at
Mm-hmm.
14 years old. 14 years old, y'all can get them an ID.
12 Diamond, 12.
Okay, 12. So y'all can get them an ID at 12, right?
Yeah.
Right.
At 14, they can get a job. At 14, they can get a job.
Yep.
So not only that, at 14, when they get
14,
a job, guess
15. That
what?
is correct.
When they get a job at 14, guess what? Take them down there and open up, let them open up their own bank account.
Correct.
Teach
And the
them how
first
to
thing
let
first,
them open up their own bank account and let them have their own name, let them have their own bank check coming and direct deposit into their account, and show them and teach them how to budget.
Right.
correct. That's the key. The first thing is budget. Now
Open
that's
up
where
them
we go
kids'
wrong.
bank
It's
accounts.
called a
We
school
we we
account.
we we tell them
Mm-hmm.
that this is way build this build that. The first thing first is budgeting because if you don't teach
Right,
them how to budget, they gonna be
right.
lost anyway. When you
Everywhere.
tell them it's a certain amount of money you should live off per month without going over, it's teaching them discipline. And they got to be consistent with it because you can give them these things and you think they're gonna do the right thing with them because you gave it to them
And,
with
and,
no
and,
knowledge.
and and also, you guys, when y'all have y'all kids in y'all house and they are working and they are going to school, y'all have to teach them responsibilities. Y'all have to teach
Yes,
them responsibilities. Give them a bill.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a bill.
right.
Whether it's
I
the
did my
cable
16-year-old.
bill,
Well, she's
Mm-hmm.
17
whether
now.
it's
I
the
did my
cable
17-year-old
bill,
like that.
you know what I mean? Give them a bill.
It ain't got to
Give
be
them
nothing.
a
Just to
bill.
see how we
Get them like
how
a
well
Yep.
water
they gonna.
bill or something like that.
Right.
But
Show
all
them
of
Yeah.
responsibility. Show them how
Yeah.
to teach them. My daughter been gone. My daughter been gone since she was 21. She's 24 years old. She said, Mama, I ain't never come back home. I said, oh, thank you, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you
Mm-hmm.
something. She pay her rent. She don't have no listen, when she moved out,
Mm-hmm.
she didn't have to pay a deposit to get a light turned on. She said, oh, Mama, I had to pay a deposit. I say, no, your credit is good. You shouldn't have to pay a deposit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, and then she don't apply for a credit card unless I send her a referral. You know what I mean? She don't apply for a credit card unless I send her referral. My baby, my baby's 20 years old. He got two credit cards. He got a Capital One and he got a Discover at 20. At 20. Okay. But
Mm-hmm.
at the same time, he was like, Mom, he don't live above his means. He don't live above his means. And at the same time, his credit cards ain't maxed up. We talk about it all the time.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's a lot of parents, oh, I want my kids to have their own money and et cetera, boom, 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 boom. You got to teach your kids responsibilities. You got to teach them how to pay a bill. Teach them how to
Correct.
pay a
correct.
bill.
Correct. And it don't just start at 18. It
And please,
well
please, for
before.
the
Go ahead, Miss
And
Tracy.
another thing
Hold on,
is
hold
we
on,
please,
have
Joy.
for
to
the
Let
get.
Miss
love of
Tracy talk. Miss
God,
Tracy,
teach your
go ahead, Miss Tracy.
please, for the love of God, teach your children. Can you hear me, sweetie?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the love of God, please teach your children how to fill out the tax forms when they go to when they go to work, when they start a
When they go
job.
to work.
Teach
Yeah.
them how to fill out the form. Teach them how to claim exemptions and what that means when they file taxes. These are important things for your kids to know. You know what I'm saying? When my kids started working, 16, I put them on a credit card. I always and one of the credit cards that I put my kids on is my Target card. My payment came directly out of my account. It was paid every month on time and in full, and I put their names on it and I gave them a card. If you use it, you have to pay for it. I still paid the minimum balance, but I let them pay what when they used it. Mommy, here's money for the bill. Yep, it's due on the 5th. They had to come in. You have to teach them. My children, my girls, they all left in their early 20s. No one has come back yet. Four of them. No one has come back yet. Their own household, their own bills, no evictions, none of that. Because I taught them, one, you can't bring your ass back here. And two, you have to sustain yourself. You have to create an environment for you and your family. Grown women need to be in their own, but you have to teach these kids the basics and you have to start early. And then I want to backtrack just a little bit. This whole keeping the last name, taking the last name, all this other stuff, humans make things more difficult than they have to. I got married. I kept my last name. I kept my last name because my children had that last name. When I got remarried, I got my new name. When I realized that I married a sociopath, I went back to my maiden name. I didn't want to keep the name of a psycho. And that's just what I did. And we also have to understand that don't take people's word for face value, because I value my credit. I value the IRS. See, we file taxes over here, whether we owe or not. And I ask
Come on,
certain
Steph.
questions to get certain answers. Negroes lie. They lie. Okay. I asked questions. How does this man make six figures and he didn't pay taxes for the last 3, 4 years? He lied to me. He lied to me so tough that when he said, "Oh yeah, I paid taxes." I said, "Okay, well, where's the paperwork?" He didn't have the paperwork. I said, "Well, take me to the place who did your taxes." Do you know this man had me driving around the south suburbs of Illinois like a fool and pulled up in front of an abandoned building, talking about some, "Oh, it was here." The Negro did not pay taxes. So guess whose 40 plus $1,000 debt that was? Ours, not his, ours. And this is the first rolling year of our marriage. And when I was on the phone with the IRS for 2 hours and I told her this ain't my crap, she was like, "Oh, yeah, when you married him, you married this."
Yep.
So I spent hours and hours that with a tax preparer and with the IRS to fix the mess. And when I turned around and looked at my dumbass husband and asked him, "How can you make six figures and pay zero taxes? Why would you do this to yourself and now to me?" You know what answer I got? None. He sat there and looked like a damn fool. Rather than berate him and cuss him out, I left him with his dignity and I fixed it. For the first 3 years of our marriage, they snatched all our taxes, all of it. And the reason why I let him claim me and my house and my kids is to help him fix his debt. He would still be paying if I wouldn't have helped him wipe it out. Left him with his dignity, and I did it. But the thing of it is that I could have divorced him. I could have divorced him right then and there, but I didn't. I didn't. I
So Miss
shouldered that
Tracy,
burden.
so Miss Tracy, when
So,
you
but
met him,
yes, Mama.
you didn't ask for his credit, you didn't ask him this, you didn't ask him that. Because you could meet a person and they can say, "Oh, people,
No, I
they
took
love to
it.
say,
No,
my, oh, I got a credit card
he li-
750.
he
Show
lied.
me.
Yeah, he
Show me
lied.
your 750.
He lied, Mama.
Then
He
when you
lied.
ask the person to
I
show them
know.
your
I
credit score,
listen.
they get offended. They get offended. Oh, why you want to see my credit?
Yes.
What you want to
Yep.
what you trying to
Hold
do?
on.
You trying to be
The
with me
on-
for my
But
credit?
but but Diamond, the only people that actually get upset is the people that done messed up their stuff. Because people that's proud of what they've done and what they've accomplished, oh, no problem, I'll show you. That's people that done messed their stuff up
Yeah,
that
but
don't
then
want to show
again,
it.
too, when you are proud of your stuff and what you accomplished, you still can't show everybody that, because then you set yourself up for a person to use you.
Well, that's like
And here's the
it's a
thing. Here's
gamble.
the thing. I bought the story. I bought the I bought the story of I lost a lot of stuff during my move from my house to my apartment. I had to get rid of a lot of stuff. When I downsized, I lost a lot of my paperwork. And here's the thing. I had no reason not to believe him, but I should not have believed him. When everything started unfolding, and let me tell you when I first started to lose respect for my husband. I started to lose respect for him when I had to sit in an attorney's office and watch him file bankruptcy. I sat there and watched him file bankruptcy because he did the opposite of what I asked him to do. He got a car for his daughter. She
Stupid.
wrecked it, didn't pay for it, and they was about to garnish his check for this Lincoln truck that he bought her. Instead of me, I told him, get her a car she can afford. Y'all finna put $1,000, $2,000 down payment. Go buy her $1,000, $2,000 car, flat out, to where she has no car note. They didn't want to listen to me. I was the newcomer. I was getting in his business
But
with
Miss
his
Tracy,
daughter, so I bagged off.
Miss Tracy, you're saying that you allowed your husband to lead.
I allowed him to lead. Oh, absolutely. I allowed him to lead
I
us to
just want y'all.
bankruptcy. I allowed him to lead us to ruin.
I just want y'all to hear that. And this is not Miss Tracy, not the first person. We not male bashing or none of that. But I just want y'all to know, you know what I mean? Like how, yeah, it's so many crazy stories about a woman, you know what I'm saying, letting a man lead and where he has lead them to. It's so many women have, you know what I mean? Like, because a man don't want to listen. A lot of times y'all don't want to listen. And we ain't trying to tell y'all
Let
nothing
me
wrong.
answer the
We ain't trying to
question.
hold y'all back from, you know what I'm saying? We just trying to help y'all make a wiser decision. But then if you meet somebody like Diamond that's
Exactly.
always in protection mode, you can't deal with Diamond.
To
That's all
answer
I'm
your
saying.
question, Arthur, apparently they didn't have it. Remember, they kept me out the loop. They didn't have gap insurance, so they kept me out the loop. Okay, so and then he sat there in the office and said, him and the attorney tried to get me to include myself and my
And you
little
know what?
bills
And
in
you
on
know
the
why they kept
bankruptcy.
you?
I
And
said,
Miss Tracy, they kept you out the loop because they had to go behind your back and start doing stuff behind your back because you was telling them right and they didn't want to hear that. So they kept you out the loop. Anytime people keep you out the
they did
loop,
not want to
it's
hear it.
because they don't want to hear what you gotta say, and they know they gonna do what they want to do
Yep.
regardless. So they not and I don't understand. How you doing?
So they kept me out the loop in a lot of different things. I did not know a lot of things, even though I asked questions to get the answers. I mean, I was lied to. And even when my tax preparer when she sat down with me and she was just like, Tracy, this is bad. She was like, this is bad. She was like, but I'm gonna help you. You know what I'm saying? I was embarrassed to sit there and watch this woman fix this mess. My husband made a lot of money and he didn't even respect the system. He just dug his own hole. And then you doing stuff behind my back and not taking me and our marriage into consideration. We both have grown kids, and I told my husband, if any one of these kids asks for anything over $100, we ain't got it. Period. Because I'm not looking for any $100 back, but $1,000 you got to give it back. So let's just across the board, my kids and yours. If it's more than $100, the answer is no. We are not signing our names to anything. We are not doing any of that. So now all of a sudden, I don't like his kids. When I included my kids in on the same thing, that goes for my kids too. But now I don't like his kids. Oh, okay. But we were paying his daughter's rent. We was paying her utilities. We was paying for that car. We was paying for that car insurance. His daughter. His daughter.
That's why.
I
That's
was
why he
babysitting the
was.
grandkids. All of
That's why. That's why he wasn't filing taxes because all his money that he would have to pay back in taxes was going out the house to other people. That's why he wasn't paying taxes. He couldn't afford to because he was
Exactly.
supporting everybody else.
And then, and listen, Laura. So the first time we got a tax return, he felt so bad. He said, "Babe, here, you take it, you use it for whatever it is you want. You just take the whole thing." I think it was like $5,100. And I said, okay. They had taken much as $9,000 from us at a time. Okay.
Hmm.
So I said, okay, you know what I did with that money? I still invested it back in our house and our marriage. I
Right.
still invested it back. I didn't go buying purses and shit like that. I put it right back into the family. I put it right back into the family. You know what I'm saying? But I don't get no credit for that. I don't get any credit for backing my husband. I didn't get any credit for, oh, I don't want to do this.
You know what they'll say, Miss Tracy? I know it's emotional. You know what they'll say? You're not gonna get no credit. You know they're gonna say you chose the wrong husband. You chose the wrong man. That's what they'll say to you before they say, you know what I mean? How you stuck by your husband and this and that there because I you lied to me. One of my pet peeves is a liar.
But
You know what I
Arthur,
mean? Like that.
Arthur,
Ooh,
Arthur, I couldn't get. I hear you, Mama. Arthur, I could not get gap insurance for something that I was not even there to advise them to get. All of my kids know about gap insurance. All
Tracy,
of them.
what
I
ir-
know about gap insurance.
you know what's the most irritating thing when you have a blended family and
Mm-hmm.
your spouse wants to do for his, but when you want to do for yours, it's a problem.
But wait,
That
that's
was
both sides, Jeff. That's
yeah,
both
that
sides.
yeah,
And
That's
exactly,
both
Jeff,
sides.
and that's what I'm
but
saying.
Jeff, listen, y'all. Listen, y'all, part of the reason why we thought we were equally yoked is because we both put value in our family. I loved how he was with his kids. He loved how I was with my kids. But you know what? When he fell out with his daughters, when his daughter tried to unalive him, when his daughter did all this dirt to him, when he fell out with his daughters, all of a sudden he didn't want his daughters are gone because they fell out. Now he don't want my kids around either. So
Uh,
he used to do honorary things to get my kids. uh I couldn't go with them. He didn't want them over for
Tap
game
the
night.
screen, y'all. Tap
Why
the
y'all
screen.
got to do this? It was okay when you was good with your kids, but now you not good with your kids. You don't even want man around.
right.
That was horrible to me. Cause see, and get this. When I tried to mend the relationship and to be a buffer, that man told me, if you interfere or if you talk to them, if you have anything to do with it, me and you are gonna have a problem. Oh, so you don't want your wife to help you meet? Cause see, my kids don't fall out with me. They could stop speaking to me for a day or two, and then we back to you. I don't. His daughter was gone for a year and had a baby, and he had nothing. I could never. But I know we getting off topic, but all I'm saying is that I married my husband, you know, thinking that we were equally yoked, but his yoke was rotten. He lied and I was misinformed. I was deceived. You know what I'm saying? And it's hurtful because I never wanted my marriage to end. You do you understand what I'm saying? I never wanted to end, but he was such a psychopath. They hide this. The representative lasted longer than I thought. So don't y'all get up. People get up here and they want, women to have their place, and they want, oh, Diamond ain't got a husband because she talk too much. She need to talk a lot. Because the more you talk, the more they talk, and the more they reveal. She should be vocal. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to be disrespectful to be vocal. I asked all the right questions. I did what I was supposed to. And look what happened. Look what happened. And then when we go to our divorce, this man bought a house behind my back. This man, he lied and went to therapy saying that he was an alcoholic. He did all this stuff so that he could minimize what he owed me in a divorce. When we sat down at mediation, I told him, I said, when are we filing for divorce? We've been separated for a year. Let's do this. He said, I'll have it done. I told him we can go file together. We can split the cost down the middle. I said that one day. A few weeks later, y'all, I got divorce papers in the mail. I was fine. I was fine. I went down there and I answered the divorce like you're supposed to. This man cussed me out. Cussed me out. You don't have nothing to say. What did you go down there for? I'm gonna make your life hell. Then we go to mediation. This man was verbally abusive in front of the attorney on the Zoom. How you gonna try to be abusive in front of an audience? Okay, fine. This is what I said I wanted. He keeps his house, I keep my house. He keeps his car, I keep my car. For a year, I need his help to transition from this higher income to a lower income. 6 months to a year. That's all that I asked for. He said no. He got my car repossessed. He repossessed my car. But little did he know, I knew he was going to repossess my car. So my children went and bought me one. Do you know he came and broke in my car and stole my information and went online and changed all my stuff on my car to his information? Do you know that this man stalked for what? This is the easiest divorce ever. He said no, he wanted to put me out of my house. The lady told him, I bought my house before I married him. The only rights he had was to the equity that we had during our marriage. I had my house for almost 10 years. I was married for 6. He was only entitled to 6 years worth of equity. He bought his house during the marriage. I was entitled to that whole house. I could have made him sell it. I said, no, he has to have a place to live. No, I don't want his house. Okay. Then he said, well, I still want her house is worth $210,000 and I think I should get 105. Nigga, what? I said, if he want to pay for somebody to come over here and appraise my house, we can appraise it, we can sell it, and I can leave. I can leave. She said, Mr. Jennings, do you want to do that? Well, I gotta pay for it. So anyway, let's move ahead. Again, the easiest divorce ever, right? He said, I'm not giving her, I don't want to give her no money. She can figure it out. That's not fair. That's your wife is disabled.
Tracy, during that year that y'all was separated, was he helping pay the bills when he wasn't there when y'all was separated for that year?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he was still paying the mortgage on my house. That's why we asked for a 6-month to 12-month transition so that I can take on my responsibility. This Negro said, I'll give her $1 a day for 6 months.
Oh man.
So listen. We agreed on a settlement. We agreed on an amount.
Share Love
I
said,
had
I
to
would love to
specify
hear this.
that
I would
he's
love to hear
not.
this guy's side.
Oh, I'll tell you his side. You want to know
She don't want to
why
hear from you. She
my
want to hear from
husband
him.
no
She want to
longer
hear from
wanted
a
to be
man.
married to me? Well, because we have a restraining order, I can't tag him in this post. I have a restraining order against him because he stalked me. I can't tag him in this live. So unfortunately, you can go find him. You can ask him whatever you want to, but I'll tell you why my husband wanted a divorce. My husband wanted a divorce because I no longer was sharing my cobbler with him because I was going through menopause. Every symptom of menopause that's listed on Google, I was experiencing. It was painful for me. My husband got ornery because his pickle was dry. It was dry because his wife was through menopause. And then let me add this. When I did suck it up and take one for the team, he was giving me BV, which means that he was going somewhere else. Now, let me tell you what he said in the mediation. He said that me and my children jumped him. And so that's why he didn't feel safe and he wanted to leave. I said,
Good morning, Bricks.
he literally and physically, we were having a discussion behind a closed door. This man grabbed me by my throat and slammed me into the door, reared his fist back and was going to punch me in my face. My kids kicked the door in and proceeded to text that
Good morning,
ass.
Bricks.
I told them to get out. I broke it up and put my children out so that I can deal with my husband because I didn't want my kids in prison. We called the police. They made him leave. Y'all want to know we reconciled after that? We reconciled after that. And you want to know why? Because the place where he was living, the place where he went to go live with his boy, he lived with him for 9 months. During the 9 months, we halfway reconciled. He showed up with his stuff because the little girl, the little girl that was living in the house, dipped his bottle of water in a rancid pool and tried to poison him. He was in the emergency room. The little girl tried to poison him. And he said he couldn't live there anymore. And he showed up back here because he was paying the mortgage when I didn't want him back here. But he was back. He was back. So this it's a lot. It's a lot, but I was emotionally and verbally abused by a tyrant.
And then when he came back, Miss Tracy,
By a
your
tyrant.
children was you when he came back, the kids was in the house, and the that's when it was real. It was already dysfunctional, but now the kids
No.
are the.
Not on. No, just one. I just had one because my kids, they didn't live here. They just
I wanted
happened
to
to
let
be here. But I had 2 kids left at home. One left, and I only had my son. And he was intimidated because my son never said another word to him after that. So he was intimidated because my son was on guard because you not finna just beat on my mama. It's not finna
so it was
happen.
a very so it
So
was
my
so
son
it was a very
respected my
toxic.
wishes and did not say anything.
So it was
It
very
was
toxic for the
tense.
children
It was
too.
tense.
Yeah.
They didn't want my kids were grown, so when they would come visit, it was tense to where they didn't want to. I would
They
have to go
they
to them.
they're asking
You know what
in
I'm
the
saying?
comments, Miss Tracy, did he ever hit you? Miss Tracy, they're asking in the comments, have he ever hit you?
She hear you, Don.
Huh?
She hear you.
Okay. It's emotional for her to talk about it.
That's just one of many steps throughout that ignorance.
People do not understand, and I'm still healing from this because this was my fault. I don't blame anybody. This was my fault. I blame me. I am dealing with this because I blame me because I knew better. I made the wrong decision. I did not listen to that little voice. Diamond, if you look at my wedding pictures, my face, I wasn't happy. My face was horrible. If anybody would have paid attention to me, they would have been like, ma'am, blink twice if you need help. My face said it all, and it's my fault. I don't blame him. I don't blame a snake for being a snake. I don't blame Satan for being Satan. I blame me. This was my fault. I set myself back. I caused my own misery. I blame me. I did this to myself. When I tell you my life, I was living comfortable. I was happy. I was I was on point. I was going out with my good girlfriends. I was the the football mom. My life was great. And I married him, and my life turned to shit. It literally turned to shit. And I was a good wife. I was a good wife until emotionally and mentally I couldn't. Diamond, I cooked every day. I brought a plate to him. His clothes was washed and in his drawer. I picked him up when he didn't want to drive to work and he got off at 3 o'clock in the morning. You don't have to drive. I'll come pick you up. I took care of his children, his grandchildren. I treated everybody like they was mine. I loved my husband inside out. Inside out. Flaws and all. I love the shit out of that man.
Miss Tracy, do you know
When he started to
oh,
mentally
go ahead.
Nope, go ahead, mama.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
When I felt my mental going and I stopped doing things subtly, I stopped doing things. He no longer had a lunch to take to work. You know, when your wife stopped doing things and when she started to shut down, a normal man would be like, wait a minute, all my clothes over there dirty. Oh, wait a minute, she ain't kissed me before I left. Wait a minute, she ain't called me all day. Something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But something is wrong. But let him tell it. Oh, my wife don't cook for me no more. Why? Why? When you no longer value me, when you no longer see me, and I'm doing subtle, and then when I sit and I talk to you, and I tell you, and you laugh at me, or I'm being silly, you devalue you're not putting any stock into me. It's a problem. And when I say, baby, let's go to counseling, and you tell me, well, ain't nothing wrong with me. You go to counseling and fix you, and then maybe the marriage will be better. When you tell me the only thing I need you to do is give up the cobbler when I ask for it. So you mean to tell me my happiness ain't important?
Mm-mm. That's how they feel.
People have to understand. People have to understand that, yeah, I could still be married to this day if I would have just sat there and just let him do whatever he wanted to, no matter if it was painful, hurtful. My doctor told me, Diamond, she said, Tracy, I cannot give you this medicine for this BV. You can't keep taking it. It's not meant for you to take. Every time I would take one for the team, the next day I'd be in the doctor's office. You can't keep taking them pills back to back to back. I can't. He was giving me something. But I was being crazy. So I just want people to understand, when y'all talk about this marriage and when y'all talk about sacrifice and things breaking down and what roles men and women should play, listen, this stuff goes deep. It goes deep to your core. It lingers and it sours in you. When marriage is not something to be taken lightly. When you take this on, you take on the responsibility of the other person, and they take on you, not just your name, not just your debt. You take on all of them, they childhood, they energy, they upbringing, they dreams, they nightmares. You take on everything. Everything. So be careful. Be careful. This ain't no easy thing. And I'm still healing. I'm left with healing me.
Well, Tracy, I don't want you to blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. Because one, as the man, you could take accountability of things that you have done, but don't blame yourself.
No,
The
not on this.
Nope.
You did what you were supposed to do.
You did what you were supposed to do. You did what you were supposed to do. So quit saying that
And
it's you.
what
It's
was
your,
she supposed to do? What was she supposed to do?
Everything
listen.
that
She
she
did what
did.
she was supposed to do. What
She
y'all
she
said she
she
did what
did.
she was supposed to do.
She
What she
was
was
trying.
supposed to do?
She was trying to
She
hold her
sacrificed for her
marriage
family. That's
together.
what she was supposed to
Yeah,
do.
she was sacrificing for her family.
She
She was
did everything for her marriage. She did what she was supposed to do, and look at the outcome and the trauma and everything that what she was supposed to do.
correct. Which that's why she cannot blame herself for this.
And now there are people saying, "Okay, you don't blame yourself." That's not going to help her.
Well, why not? Listen,
That's not going to help her. This is something that she
Diamond,
has to live with.
Diamond. We're not
I'm
trying
gonna tell
to.
her.
We're not saying we're helping her. We're just letting her know that look, this is not. You can't blame yourself for this. There's a whole healing process in this. And one of them is, hey, like I said, she did what she was supposed to do for her family. She's probably blaming herself for staying too long. Maybe something different could have been done. But to me, the man takes on a lot of that
Listen,
blame.
let me ask y'all this. Slim got on here this morning and he said marriage is for better or worse, for sickness and poor, or whatever.
Yeah,
And y'all basically saying he got on here and he basically saying that y'all should be married till death do y'all part, right?
I believe
Well,
that.
there are some
But
stimulating
do y'all know
circumstances.
what? Yeah, do y'all know? You say what now?
There are circumstances where it ain't death to you part.
But that's what you're supposed to go for the Bible.
Well, the Bible
Who
even
brought,
the Bible
who
the
brought the
Bible even
Bible?
lets you out. The Bible even lets you out of
Ain't even about this.
marriage.
What I'm saying is, those are vows. Ain't y'all supposed to go by those vows when y'all get married? I'm just trying to ask y'all a question.
Yeah,
Ain't y'all supposed to go by the vows when y'all get married?
absolutely.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but when a person cannot take everything, no, no. Let me take this. Let me change it. But when it say to death do you part, that means that y'all want women to take on everything that a man is bringing, and then vice versa, a man to take on everything that a woman is bringing. But that's not healthy. That's not a healthy marriage. But you supposed to do till death do you part.
Well, like I say, if you're going biblical, the Bible does state, hey, if a man if there's adultery in the marriage, that does give you a pass to get out. And we know he was committing adultery because he was giving her BDs.
And
You
even
know,
if they are married, I don't believe in staying in a toxic situation that's
I-
detrimental to your mental health
right? And
as
I
well
agree
as
with
your
that.
kids.
I agree with that.
Because the kids are enduring that
Good
same
morning,
trauma
Myra.
that she went through. It's
Right.
not just affecting her, it's affecting everybody, as well as to how they carry themselves, how they will raise their future families. This is something that I talk about. Like, parents put kids through a lot and wonder why they grow up with issues.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a lot that she went through, but
Nicole, I didn't even
it
bring
That is a lot.
I'm sorry, Nicole. I didn't even talk about how he was mean to the child that I have guardianship over. And what he said to my daughter, my oldest daughter, was he had a conversation with my oldest daughter, and my oldest daughter told him, if you think my mom is going to mistreat or turn her back on a child for your feelings, you have another thing coming. The little girl was here before you. You need to either get on board with my mom or y'all need to have a conversation. He told my daughter that I am her husband. I am the only important person in her life. And if she want to choose somebody else over me, then I need to go.
Tracy,
My
let me ask
daughter
you
told
something.
him, I was listening
Hmm.
because my daughter,
Let me ask you something.
let me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My daughter, okay, my daughter told him, you are not even on this in the same category as her children. You her husband. I don't understand. And he couldn't make her understand his point of view. So now I heard this, right? So when me and him talked about it, because I kept saying he kept saying to me, like, your kids are more important than I am. And I said, how? You my husband. Nobody comes before you. Your kids, it's just about you and your kids. It's about, and I asked him, give me an example. Give me an example of how I put my kids before you. Because you're my husband. Nobody comes before you. I don't understand. I didn't get it. I asked him for examples. And here's the example. Here's the example that he gave me. When we in the bed sleep, we comfortable, and I'm under my wife, and here comes this little 2-year-old. You would get up out of bed and tend to her. I can't cuddle with my wife. I can't cuddle with my wife because here comes this 2-year-old. And I looked at this fool. Oh, and this is what he said. And she ain't even yours. She's not even yours. I looked at this fool and said, wait. So I'm in the bed with my husband, and the baby gets up for whatever reason, and I get up and tend to the 2-year-old, and you mad? Hey, you mad? He used to stand his big black ass over her, a 2-year-old. She would come in our room and he would stand over her and point to the door.
He was
She's looking
jealous.
at him.
He was jealous of
She's
her.
looking up at him. And yes, damn it. I look up because I was looking at something. I look up, I said, what y'all doing? And I see him pointing to the door, looking down at her. She got her bottle in her mouth, hanging out her mouth, and she looking up at him. And I'm like, what are you pointing to the door for? Where's she going? He smirked and walked off. He would tell her, go find your people. Go find your people. Now I'm the only mama she know. He
Can I
knows
ask a
her
que-
story. She was abandoned by her parents. I'm mama, and he tells her to go find her people. Who?
Can I ask you a
Miss
question,
So
Miss
Tracy.
it
Tracy?
got so bad that my daughter.
Miss
You
Tracy,
can
he
ask me
didn't
a question,
exhibit
but
none of that.
let me say this. It got
Wait, wait,
so
wait, wait.
bad.
He didn't exhibit none of that before getting
No,
married.
no,
So, Miss Tracy, that's what I
no.
want to
We
know. I
used to
want to
take the
know.
baby to the park.
But Miss Tracy, I want to know when y'all was dating, what was the first flag? Can you remember what was the first flag that you missed?
Okay,
that was
let
gonna
me
be my
hold on. Let me
question.
sit about this bill. Hold on. Listen,
Looking
when
back,
he
looking
knew
back.
all about. Here's the first red flag. The looking back, the first red flag was me, him, my daughter, and his daughter and her child went to eat pizza. We were sitting down at the table,
Was y'all
and I
dating at the time?
said, so yes,
Was
we
y'all
were just
just
dating.
dating?
We were just
Okay.
Okay.
dating.
Okay.
And I said,
Okay, Nicole.
yes. I said, so tell me about your dad. Tell me about your dad. She say, that N word is crazy. He is crazy. And we all started laughing. She never grinned, giggled, or nothing. She was stone faced.
Oh, that was his
She was
daughter.
serious, but we was all, the
It's
rest of
his
us
right.
was laughing.
It's his daughter.
That was his daughter. So that was the first one. That was the first, and that was the first red flag from someone else. Now the first red flag with just me and him is that every time we would have like long conversations and just, just talking and talking, he would always talk about his ex-wife, and everything he said about her was nasty. Everything he said about her was mean. She was this, she was that, she. And one of the questions I asked him was, what did you do to contribute to the breakdown of your marriage? And his response was all about her. Everything he said about her was nasty. That kind of stuck in my head a little bit, but I put it on the background. I put it in the background a little bit.
Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the
Before
screen.
that was the only thing. When we were dating,
Hear me,
we
honey.
took the
I haven't
kids.
forgot about this.
He wanted
Go ahead, Miss Stacy.
he wanted to it was all about family. It was all about, we took all the kids to breakfast. We had our one-on-one time, but we did things, together. We went and bought, groceries, and we're all cook in my house. And he would come over with 3-4 pizzas, and we would sit around watching movies. And he met my daughter, my guardianship. He met her dad, and we all went out together. He never gave me anything to say that it wasn't safe to have him around her or my other grandkids. Nothing. He used to pick my grands up from after school, take them to the park. This is dating. We were in, it was wonderful. However, that first year was great. However, he started to isolate. He didn't want my kids around. He didn't want his kids around. He would tell his daughter, I need you to disappear for about 30 days. And I looked and said, what? And she was just like, okay. That was their normal. That ain't my normal. I'm used to having family around. I don't care who it is. But he didn't want game night. He wanted me in the back screwing him versus entertaining the family and friends we got up front.
Miss Stacy, where
He
you
was
from? Where
very
you from?
Maryland.
Oh, he's in America.
Maryland. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a red flag too.
I know. Now, don't get me wrong. When people ask me, when my mom asked me, what about him? I say, Mama, he's a good time. When I'm with him, I have a good time. I can be girly, flirty, lovey. It's a good time. You know what I'm saying? When we were married, he was a provider, but it was at a cost. It was at a cost. And I want y'all to hear me. Yes, my husband made significantly more. Yes, he paid the mortgage. Yes, he paid my car note. Yes, he paid my insurance. But Tracy paid everything else. Tracy paid everything else. Even though he made more, Tracy paid everything else. So if my mortgage is $900 and the household bills is $700, we almost 50-50, right?
Right.
If Tracy if I got a Target bill or a Walmart bill, Tracy paid that. He never did anything for the little girl. I took care of her. But we was almost 50-50, right? But his 50 came at a price. He wanted to have sex 3, 4, 5 times a day. He wanted that. Okay? So he woke up to it. He went to work. He had it before he got to work. When he got home from work, he had it. He would wake me up out my sleep in the middle of the night. See, his contribution was at a price. Was at a price. And when I pulled that back for obvious reasons, he pulled back. He pulled back. When you sit in the doctor's office with me and the doctor tells you what I'm going through, but then we can't even get in the car good before you want to pull my panties off. She just told you. She just told you. And now let's add the fact that I'm already disabled. Now I'm going through menopause. Now my mother who's never been sick in her life has been diagnosed with breast cancer. Now I'm dealing with that. Do you know what this man did? I'm sitting here silently crying on the phone with my mom, and I'm silently crying because I don't want to trigger her to cry, but I'm listening to everything that she's telling me, and he's whispering in my ear ignorant shit. I hang up with my mom, and he says, you know what? Have you ever heard of emotionally bipolar? I said, what you talking about? He was just like, you just go from one emotion to the other. I said, you didn't hear mom just say that she just found out she had breast cancer? And that's why I'm upset. Yeah, but I think you need to get some therapy. I think you might be emotionally bipolar. And I went off. When I went off, the two kids that was in the house like, Mom, what's wrong? Oh, your mom just putting on the show. She looking for attention. Now you can't whisper ignorant shit in my ear and poke the bear. And then when I respond, tell me I'm looking for attention. Do you know when I'm sitting down in the doctor's office with my mom, when they explaining what's going on and he knows where I am, this Negro called me back to back to back on my phone. I had to turn my phone off. You know where I am. Do you know when my father died? When my dad died? When it was in our marriage, we have been to at least 5 or 6 funerals, 3 of them of his people. So when my dad died, we have a small family on that side. My sister said, Michael, I want you to be a pallbearer. You know what he said? Oh, I don't do funerals like that. You can't carry my father's casket? You don't do funerals like that? And then when me and my sister paid 50-50 for his funeral, he told the judge she used my money to pay her debt. He wasn't my father. Why do I have to pay for that? That was our money, Negro. What you mean? So when I tell y'all that he was an asshole, when I tell y'all that I went through this type of abuse, this man did not care. He did not care about me. When I'm literally laying there when he on me and I'm looking at him like he is, S-ing me because it's physically hurting me, because nature is taking its hold on me, and I'm looking at him with tears streaming down my face. You think he stopped? You think he stopped? No, he's looking at me eye to eye. He stopped when it was over for him. So not only do I have a wet ass, but I'm hurting, and the man that I'm supposed to trust my soul with don't care. And I knew right then and there I was never having intercourse with him again, and I did not. Oh, but I'm every type of stingy heifers, and I'm not taking care of my husband. I ain't doing this. It got to the point where he'd try to wake me up out my sleep, and I would be swinging, and I don't even remember it. He was like, Dag, I caught one in the jaw. I don't even remember swinging on him. I told him, stop waking me up out my sleep. Well, I used to could wake you up. I said, well, I don't like you no more. I don't like you no more. He couldn't believe I said that. But y'all want women to honor their husbands. Look who we have to honor. And yes, I do blame myself. I do, because I chose him. And I didn't choose him out of no hurt place. I didn't choose him because I was damaged or I chose, I chose him because I was happy. I was happy with Tracy before I met him. I was going out. I was kicking it. I was social. I was financially okay. My house was in perfect order. I was fine. I was dating. I chose wrong. That's my fault. I could not have chose. At the time I chose this man, I was in such a healthy, emotional, and spiritual place.
Thank you, Tasha.
That's how I had my pick. And I said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and I picked wrong. I picked wrong. I was bamboozled. And let me take it a step further. I had a relationship with his best friend who was a female. And I asked her over wine, tell me about your boy. That bitch lied to me. She lied to me. I'm not going to go into what she lied about, but she lied to me. So much so that I wanted to fight her. She played him up. She played him up. And I found out she lied about some stuff, and I blocked her out of our life. But this was a horrible experience. You know what I'm saying? This was horrible. But I'm not turning away from love. I'll never get married again. I can never do that because I'm never going to put another man over this little girl that the court gave me. I can't do that. But I'm still open to love. I'm still open to love. I love you to death. I'll let you love me to death. But right now, the me that I am today, no man deserves this. No man deserves this. So to the men that's in my inbox, I love you and appreciate you, but no, thank you.
So looking back now, Tracy, what would you have done differently? Would you have questioned the daughter when she said he's crazy? What would you have done differently when you you recognized the sign?
What I would have done differently is waited. I would have waited till the rose-colored glasses came off. I would have waited. I would have given it more time because some stuff would have surfaced. You know what I'm saying? And I would have not ignored because right now, Jeff, he's somewhere whispering in somebody's ear about how horrible I am. Because that's his pattern. That's what he does.
Because I'm trying to help
And
folks. I'm trying to
I
help
talked
folks
to
that are trying to get married or that are in a relationship, and the love is just blinding them. Like what sort of signs they can kind of just pick up on, Because if they're not looking for it, they're not going
Here's
to
what
find
you
it.
do.
There's always signs. There's always signs.
There's always a sign, Jeff. You're absolutely right. Here's what you do. If you're thinking about getting married, if you're saying, I want to be married in a year, give it a year and 6 months. Go around his family, listen to it, pay attention to the nervous laughter, get premarital counseling. A lot of things will
Thank
come
you,
out
Eric.
in counseling. A lot of things will come out if you just give it more time. Slow down. Don't be in a rush. Slow down. Pay attention. When people start talking and they get that nervous laughter, or you pay attention to body language. Pay attention to the people who say they love him or her. Just slow down. Give it more time. It'll all come out.
But when you deal with a master manipulation, a person who attends to master manipulate, he masters that around everybody who's around him. So anybody that's around him is naturally going to master manipulate with him because that's all they know.
here's and you're absolutely right. But here's I found out a lot of stuff when him and his daughter fell out, and they fell out bad. I told y'all she tried to unalive him. I found out a lot of stuff. When people are happy, the rainbows come out, the sprinkles come out. You know what I'm saying? Everything is magical. When people are angry, pay attention. Pay attention to how people react when they are angry, when they're mad. You know what I'm saying? Because the faces fall off. Just pay attention. Don't get so caught up in that love feeling and that goo feeling that you lose sight of, or you don't see those red flags. Pay attention. Now you still might get got. If they good, if they real good, you still might get got.
Right.
Yeah, because
But at least you can say,
a master
man,
manipulator ain't gonna show no emotion, or he's not gonna tell no emotion.
Right.
But
And
if
I'm being real though. Men are
That's from a
natural
and
man.
that's a
That's
manipulators.
from a
red
man's
flag.
point of view.
right, but
You said
you
men
know,
are
Men are
not the
natural
what?
manipulators because we are hunters by nature. See, we hunt to prey, and we're gonna do whatever it takes to get that catch, regardless of the fact of how you may perceive it in the moment. But we gonna manipulate the situation to get and obtain what we are after. And like
Even if
she
we,
stated, you know,
even if we have to adapt to a situation for how long we need to
right,
adapt to,
you know,
we will do that.
and
and
to me, the
and, and,
more
and
you hang
men
around a
have
man, listen, the more you hang around, man, it will come out. I don't care how much of a master you are. If your guard is up in a way to watch for something, it will come out. Just like Tracy said when they were sitting in the restaurant and that little girl said, "He's crazy."
and she was truthful, and she was
And she
speaking
was
none of the
truthful, right?
untruth,
But you
but
don't but
in that
obviously
setting,
she didn't catch. But when you're not looking for it, it shows. It shows whether you talk to the homeboy, whether you just see him from afar interacting with his family. You're at a family function, everybody's there, and you're just watching it. Something will come out. Somebody will tell you something.
and that's why I stated right there. I say that the first date a woman should go on with a man around his family. You
Yes,
will find out who
as
that
much
man
as
really is
possible.
when
As
he
much
in
as
his
possible.
personal setting.
Yes.
You will find out. I'm telling you, if a woman want to know who that man is, go to his family, and they wait. People always want to wait to
And if
meet the
he's
family.
not
No,
bringing you
that's one of the
around,
first things
if
you
he's not
should
bringing
do.
you
So,
around,
so Dwayne, let me ask you this: when you say go to your family, you gotta understand too. Some family ain't gonna tell you everything. Some family is not finna tell you about their
They ain't
brother
got to
or
tell you.
their
they don't
child
have
They
to.
or
ain't
they.
You
got to
watch the
tell you.
interaction.
Good
You watch
morning,
the
This is
everybody.
interaction.
his. This is his environment. This is his natural environment. So he can't be something that he's not in his natural environment because you know why? He would get called out on it. You would pick up on all type of things because you was an outsider coming in. So
Right.
everything is everything you pick it up on everything you see because you're outsider. So that way can't nothing go by you because you new to this setting. So you're not accustomed to the thing that goes on in those settings. So that's why I say when you meet the family, you can't manipulate, you can't portray something you're not in front of their family because they gonna call you out on it. They gonna say, "Oh, you ain't doing this today. Oh, you got your woman now. That's why." But like I say, a lot of time people don't want to take heed to it and pick up on it. They take it as a joke,
I will say not don't always
or
rely
they
on the
take it in
family
And
and
though,
say,
he's right.
because a lot of
He's
them will
right.
hide that stuff. So
Let me say this, and then I'm
That's
gonna
why he
drop
tried to
down.
groom her in the
Let me say
beginning.
this, and I'm gonna drop down. He is absolutely right
Good morning,
because I'm
everybody.
gonna tell y'all this. My daughter, my daughter and his daughter had to run to the grocery store. When they was at the grocery store, his daughter told my daughter, I don't know who that man is at your mama house, but when y'all get to know him, y'all are not gonna like him. My daughter say, who? She was like, my dad. My daughter said, and I asked my daughter, I said, why you ain't tell me that? She said, Ma, because I just thought she was jealous because, you know, he got all these other daughters now. I just thought maybe she was just talking because she was jealous that he got all these new women in his life. She was just like, so I didn't think anything of it. But his daughters said, when y'all get to know him, y'all not gonna like him. I don't know who that man is. And if
And
my
his
daughter would have told me that,
and his kids only dealt with him for financial purposes only. If you pay attention, his kids only dealt with him for financial purposes only.
exactly.
Exactly.
And I just wanted to say
Yep.
something really quick
And
about
that's
a
why he
warning
tried to
sign.
groom her in the beginning like that. I'm sorry.
Think
Um,
about it. Think about what she stated that he told her she need to get lost for 30 days, and she agreed with it with no why, what. She just said, okay. That's the type of relationship they
Yep.
have.
What were you saying, Darth?
one of the best ways
Exactly.
to figure out who
Okay.
someone really is to live with them for at least a year. Because a lot of people, they can hide things when you don't live with them.
You said what, doctor? What?
To live with the person for at least a year. Because a lot of people can hide things when you don't live with them
I'm telling you the best.
and they have their own space. But when you live with
Mhm.
someone, you can see a lot more
That's true.
than when you're just going on dates with them or hanging out
That's
with
true.
them.
Those traits
And
come out.
if you're planning to marry
Thank
that
you, just be
person,
kind. Good morning.
I would say that is one of the best ways to figure out if y'all are really gonna work, is to live together and see how y'all interact in a living space. Because a lot of times people will get married and they never lived together before, and they end up living together and they're like, oh snap, we don't really get get along with each other. We're not really compatible.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't agree with that. I don't see how people
That's
can
true.
get married and don't live with. How do y'all get married before living together? I
yeah,
don't
I've seen
understand
it,
that.
and it's a disaster.
The thing is though,
I
the biggest
do.
thing is like the biggest thing is I'm telling you that family dynamic is the biggest thing because like you say that living together thing, yeah, it will show you a lot of things too, but that family dynamic will tell you, is this suitable for you? I'm telling you, if family dynamic will tell you is it suitable for you, because okay, the living part, when you're in any type of relationship, you're gonna have ups and downs. So that's just that. But in reality, why you think the family thing? Why you think people always make that like the last thing, the last final stage of a relationship, meeting the family? Because they know a lot of
No, it
things gonna
wasn't
come
for me.
out
That was like
that
one of the
I
third
haven't really
dates I
just
met my
exposed
husband's
to you.
family.
Right. Dre,
You know what
listen,
I'm saying?
Mhm.
And
when
guess
you
what?
Yeah.
that family dynamic
Yep.
is so important. The more you can hang around his family, the better,
Ooh,
because however his mom and
Mhm.
dad or her mom and dad act toward each other, that's kind of like how it's going to be. How does the mom treat
and
the dad?
anytime a
How does the
man
Mhm.
dad
or
treat the mom?
But then
or
again, you gotta
anytime a
you
person
gotta
say,
you
why
gotta
you
consider
all
the situation because his family might have been trying to get him away from them, and they was happy that she
Hmm.
picked him up.
That's exactly what happened with my
right?
ex. His
True.
mom was praising
Very
him,
true.
saying he was amazing, all this stuff. He was the most abusive guy I've ever known in my life. His family was praising him like nothing else, though.
But
And
then
his
that's
mom,
a sign though. That's a red flag.
Yep.
That's a red flag.
That
They put
sure
on a
is a red
facade
flag.
around you to make it look like he's that good person. That's a
Yeah, so they can
yeah,
drop him
red
right off
flag.
on you.
If they praising a person,
yeah,
what
Because
is they
see,
praising them for?
the more you hang around the
What is they
family
praising that person
dynamic,
for?
you're going to connect with somebody. You're going to connect with a brother, a sister, a aunt, a cousin. The more you hang around them, they're going to get to know you. They want to know you. You want to know them. And you get them, it's like, okay, tell me how he really is. Well, tell me what happened. What happened in this last relationship? Those when things come out. When you build relationship with his people or her people, it will come out.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how you find
And
more.
this question be asked, if a person asks you, why you always want to go around them? They trying to protect something. If they
Uh huh.
question you why you want to go around their people, they been trying to protect.
Right.
You
Get
know what I'm
around,
saying?
and
Why
and
the problem?
and I know
I go
every
right.
dynamic is different, But if somebody don't have anybody that you can kind of connect with, or oh my, my family's away or whatever, that's a red flag.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
you
a
don't
red
have no
flag.
homeboys, you don't have
Yeah,
no homegirls.
No friends or anything.
Yeah, no nothing. You
need a
who
friend. We
right?
I
all
think,
need somebody to go
but I
somewhere with
think
somebody.
he seen her like a snake a mile away, and he went in for his prey. And once he got in, he master manipulated. And then once he master manipulated, he just tried to wean everybody out. Once he weaned everybody out, then
Right.
he was gonna go in for the ultimate. But before he got there, she figured it out,
And
Hmm.
I'm gonna
unfortunately, a
say this.
lot of
and that was the
men
best
I'm
do
thing
gonna
about
that
it.
I'm gonna say
once
And
you
this
get
too. Though.
married or you have a
I'm glad
child
she
and you
came
just feel
out of that
trapped.
situation even
A
alive.
person who
Listen, let
make
me say, and I'll say
Hmm.
this really quick if I can say this. Women, listen, don't let the money fool you. Oh, he make good money and he paying
right.
your bills.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Mm-hmm.
don't let that fool you. And I know
A
life is
man who
good.
It
make a
comes at a
person who
cost.
makes controlling, they allow the
Yes,
money to dictate the action. A person who
correct,
makes 6 figures a year, they allow the money to dictate the action. And that's where a lot of people get tied in and crossed up at
correct.
because of that figure.
Yeah,
And
listen,
their egos are big.
listen,
Their egos are huge because their mindset is, I don't need you, I want you.
listen. She getting
See,
her
and
rent
Hmm.
that plays a
paid.
major.
She getting the
Mm-hmm.
bills paid. Her car note is paid. That it just shadows what's really behind the
Yeah.
man. So you got to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Why
No,
you
well,
think it's hard to obtain
you
those type
know,
of people?
most no, most women is looking for a new house. They ain't looking for a fixer upper.
Right.
True.
You know,
Now, yeah, they want that one
but you
ready
got to be
already.
careful. But you got to be careful when you buy a new house because
Stipulations come with
They want
that
if
that
the
one.
though.
foundation ain't right, when your house starts to settle, what happens? You get
And
cracks.
Tracy, like Jody said, I mean, we're glad you told your story. It helps people. Trust me. I mean, over
Hmm.
158 people in here. It helps people. It helps them. Trust me. So
Yeah,
it,
it's open,
doesn't
eye
fall
opening.
on deaf
It,
ears.
it's embarrassing. It's
Yeah,
embarrassing
yeah, I understand
because
that.
I did not choose him at 2021. I chose him in my 40s. I
That's
I
okay.
should have been grown enough to make intelligent decisions, and it's very embarrassing. And don't get me wrong. When things when I started to pull away. You know what I'm saying? I didn't recognize myself. I didn't want to not take care of my husband. He has some valid points about I didn't do this, and that, but it was for a reason. You
Mm.
know what I'm saying? And I didn't like who I was at the end of our marriage, because that wasn't me. That was not me. I was somebody else, but it's embarrassing. And I don't trust my own judgment now. I don't trust my own judgment. I'm dealing with, the damage of that, and some of it was self-inflicted. So it's a process. I at age 52, I have to rebuild myself. That's pathetic to me. That's pathetic to me
But see,
that I
I'm gonna
have
tell
to
you this.
rebuild my self-confidence.
But
Tracy,
the thing is, though,
go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I really appreciate you, Tracy, for sharing your story. I know that's a difficult story to tell. I just want to say, I hope for you in the future that you're able to forgive yourself for any mistakes that you felt like that you made to get into that relationship. And I really do hope that you find somebody that makes you feel the way that you were wanting to feel in that relationship. But I'm praying for you, Tracy, and I wish I could give you a hug because I know you're going through a lot.
It's only natural for her to feel like that
I
through the
Miss
healing
Tracy,
appreciate
process.
only advice I give you, only advice I give you, Miss Tracy. I know we all go through processes and we process things in a different manner, different light. But only thing I would say, your vision in front of you is bigger than the vision behind because you can't see unless you turn your head backwards. So continue to move forward with life and just enjoy it. Don't allow it to dictate the actions that you are taking now. Because the more
Right.
you sit on it and think about it, the worse it's gonna make you feel. So just, you know, get that genuine smile and just be happy. What make you happy?
Yeah,
Do it, live it. You can't
exactly. It's
let
like
the past dictate your present.
Just like
And
NZP
you're
said,
loved
I
you're
am
not alone.
appreciated.
definitely trying.
You are not
Not
alone
alone.
at
And you're
all.
loved and
There's
appreciated here.
there's
I
probably 50
appreciate your
people on here
strength
going
and your
through it now.
story.
Yep.
Because
Yeah, I
in
get it.
reality,
I get it.
nine times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, every woman always choose the wrong man all the time. 9 times out of 10, every woman
Yep.
always gonna choose the wrong man. It's just that one time that they're gonna get it right,
We all have that
and that's what
choices.
matters the most. It's that one time that matters the most.
And you will love again.
Yeah,
You're gonna love again.
I'm definitely on
Yeah,
the
sorry, I had to
journey.
pop in.
You know what? I really hope so. And I really appreciate the encouragement. But here's what triggers me. When men come and they say, "Oh, you're so pretty. Why are you single?" And that just wants me want to tear their head off. Like, Negro, do you know what I've been through? I'm saying, or when
Yeah.
when Lorenzo say, "Give up the cobbler. You too old. Just give up the cobbler." I don't want to share my body, my mind. I don't want to share time. I don't want to give anybody a warm smile. I am just so yucky right now. So hopefully it's in my future. Hopefully I get it together, but right now, y'all all I got. The diamond show. Y'all all I got. So
And that's
I
We
come in
here
okay,
here to
for you.
smile.
Tracy.
I come
Yeah.
in here to laugh.
Yeah. Yeah. We here for you. We here for you,
I
girl.
appreciate y'all.
Yeah. And Tracy, if you ever need anybody to talk to, because I've been through a
Damn.
similar situation, please know my inbox is always open for you if you ever need anybody to talk to. Okay.
Thank you,
But
Mama.
I'm gonna step out. I'll be
Thank
in the
you, Mama. I
comments.
appreciate you.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah,
Because
And
Miss Elliott
you are
said
so
nobody's
loved, Miss
perfect.
Tracy. Okay. If you ever need somebody to,
I agree.
you need a little uplifting, I love you, Tracy. Okay. And nobody told you today, I love
Thank
you.
you, Mama. Thank you, Mama.
No problem. You guys
Thank
have a
you,
blessed
Mama.
day. Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Missy.
Thank you.
Can
You
I
do the
ask
same. You do
a
the same.
question, y'all? Why do y'all think Oprah never married?
I think because
Mm.
she never married because I truly feel she had built something and she didn't want that torn down or taken away or anything like that. I really think that that was the reason why she had built an empire and
She's protecting
she
herself,
she was
Mm-hmm.
protecting herself. Absolutely. Now,
and
don't get me
still
wrong.
is, and still is.
Yeah.
Stedman
Yeah.
was his own right.
I feel
He
different.
Stedman made very good money in his own right. Obviously, she over time just way
Mm-hmm.
overtook him, but I think she was protecting herself. Actually, bottom line, that's what it was.
And I think they
Yeah.
were saying
Yeah.
He
Stedman
didn't
stay
want
in her
marriage early.
guest house or something. He lives in her guest house. I don't even think he lives in the same house with
Well,
her. I
it
think he
worked.
lives in her.
It's possible. I agree with that. Yep. Yep. And she chose her career over having children because she did think about having children at one point in time, and she said she really
Mm-hmm.
No,
wanted her
no.
career to.
Listen, he didn't want marriage. He wanted marriage early on. He didn't want marriage, but they settled for what worked.
Oh,
True, but
Yeah, he
but
didn't
she
want
talked
marriage,
about
thank
that.
you
but
for
they
She
settled for
talked
what
about
understanding.
that,
worked. You know,
and maybe she did at one point, but I think they both came to that conclusion that hey, we don't need to do this.
yeah.
Yeah, they don't need a piece of paper to tie them together.
Right,
She chose fame and fortune over family. I mean, she had no kids.
right.
You know what I mean? I don't think she did the wrong thing. I think
Mm-hmm.
that you know what I mean. I think she's a you. I mean,
Right.
Ain't
for
no wrong
example,
thing about that.
Oprah can have anybody she want to have.
And
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with choosing fame over fortune because over family because she didn't want the failure of a family over her career.
Mm-hmm.
Is that if that makes sense? Because she knew she what she wanted in life for her fortune and to build an empire, and she knew having kids or having a husband per se that would fail. It was like, hey, I want to
Mm-hmm.
be really good at one thing.
And then not only that, having
But
kids and having
but
a husband, then she have to make decisions based on them. Then she have to,
Right.
if her being by herself, you know what I mean, is working for her, and not putting names and titles and restrictions on everything. I mean, so be it.
Right.
but the thing about it is, she has a spouse and it's working. You know,
Right.
like you
Right.
said,
She
Yeah,
has
yeah.
someone for
I'm
her.
pretty sure
Right.
there
She
was
has
about.
someone that
It was a mutual
yeah,
agreement. I'm
And if
pretty
I'm
they
not
sure it was brought to
mistaken,
the
doesn't
uh,
table.
Stedman have kids? Stedman has some daughters, I believe.
Devin
yeah,
have kids. Yes, he
Yeah.
do.
They stay
yes.
they stay at with Oprah. So,
Yeah,
Hmm.
she's not
yeah.
alone.
She treat them like their own,
Yes.
and Gail King's kids.
Correct.
That's her
And she
best
has
friend. She treat them like they're her own kids.
right.
Well, she
She has a school. She
all
calls them
kids
all
like that.
daughters. You know, so
But she has a
she's
Ashani say marriage is not for everybody. I hear you, Ashani, but society feels like marriage. People are supposed to be
it's
married.
the only
Society.
right.
yeah,
Kelly.
but it's not because the same commitment you had just in a relationship is the same commitment you can have to a marriage. So it's just no bigger, you know.
But do you think her being married would have messed up her chances of being who she is today?
No,
I
it
don't
wasn't
think
gonna
it would have
change.
messed up, but I think
No,
there would have been some sort of alteration.
I
it'd
Some
been
think
more
sort of
it would. I
judgment.
don't think
It'd
it
been
would
more
have messed up
judgment.
yesterday. It would have been. It would have been. It would have been. This is what I feel. It's a possibility. It could have messed up with what she is today because here's the thing: when people get a title on them, they feel like, okay, you're supposed to do this.
right,
I am your husband. I am your wife. You're supposed to do this and you're supposed to do that. And he would probably have some type of say so and
right.
stuff like that right there. And so no, you know what I mean? Like it's a possibility. Yeah, it would have changed because then she would have had to take a husband on that she have, and then take his feelings into consideration on what
Right.
the hell she done built.
And most likely
Yeah, you're right.
Hold on,
it would have
You're right
it would
now.
about
have
that.
He
failed.
built his
Most
You're
own
right
likely
about
empire
it would
that.
have
also,
failed.
so
It would have failed.
we can't look at it like that because he
Huh?
has his own empire. He may not
But
have as much as she had, but he had his own empire. He was a successful man himself. So when you
But
compare
listen,
those
but
two,
even
yeah, she had his board,
he's
even
secure in
though
and
himself.
she was
He's
he
secure.
was up
but
above her
Dre,
before she
listen,
came above him.
He's
Even
secure
though
with his
he have
situation.
his own empire, he have his own empire. Again, when titles come into play, it's a whole different ball game. Then she
Correct.
don't need a title. She don't need a title. She
Because
don't.
I
When
guarantee
titles
you,
come into play, yes, he had his own. Yes, he had his own. But because he is her husband,
right? He
you know what I mean?
Prenuptial
He
agreements.
have some type of say so.
No, it's not about so much prenuptial agreements. What would have happened is that she would say, "Hey, I want to move forward with this," and if he say no, that's a big disagreement. For instance, I want to start my own network.
Right,
I want to start my own network.
right,
No, your show is doing good.
right,
Why are you gonna mess that up? Da 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 da. No, well, that's what
right,
I want to do. Well,
right.
da 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 da.
When you
Well,
are
then,
married,
yeah,
she already built her legacy. Yes, he have his own thing. Yes, he do. But when them titles come into play, baby, things people get out there. Listen, they don't give a damn about nothing.
right.
Nothing. Oh, I'm
But
your
who to say he
husband.
don't have that type of who to say he don't have that type of effect because there's
But
no
Dre,
title of
listen,
marriage.
but who's to say? But Dre, I know one thing she ain't finna find out.
There you go.
And I think he went along with it. I think he was okay with the situation.
And the reason why
And you know what? They
He
come out
controlled the
But
better
see,
situation.
but
and they
look,
came
Dre,
out
the
better that
reason
way.
why she is where she is, most likely, is because she didn't marry Stedman. Because she was
And
able to
not
make
only
her
that,
own
Oprah where she
decisions.
is today because of Oprah listened to her managers, her, you know what I'm saying, her teams and etc.
Yeah.
Them the
Her
only people,
mentors.
right? Them the
Hold on,
only
Paul.
people she had to listen to.
Right.
Listen, understand it.
Good morning, Destiny.
She wanted marriage, but Stedman didn't want marriage. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. She wanted marriage. He wouldn't marry her.
Listen,
I know.
That is
Somebody
not the
get Oprah
narrative.
on the line.
That's not
Somebody
the
get Oprah on the
narrative.
line so Oprah can tell me that. Somebody go Oprah on the line.
Correct,
Read her
because that's
book.
not. But
Shut
wait,
up.
Dre, that's
Read her
not
Shut
the
book.
up, Oprah.
Dre. That's not the narrative that she said. That is not
Somebody
the
tell Oprah
narrative.
call Diamond.
She didn't say Stedman wanted to get married, but Stedman didn't want to get married, but I did. That was never the narrative that she said. In fact, she was speaking more like she didn't want the marriage.
Somebody tag Oprah. See if she on TikTok.
Hashtag
Look,
Oprah.
look,
Hashtag Oprah.
bring
Wait,
her in the box.
hashtag Gail. Get Gail in
Oh,
here.
Foxy say he proposed to her and then she called it off.
There you go.
She said Stedman proposed to her.
There you go.
Say
Not true. Stedman wanted
everybody
the
is saying not
marriage.
true. Stedman wanted marriage, not Oprah.
Yeah. Yeah. Get Oprah in the box.
Somebody tag Oprah. Y'all playing. I'm serious. Y'all tag Oprah.
All right.
Y'all a
And
mess.
you know what? And
Okay.
she probably got
Diamond, I'm
advice. She
gonna
probably
drop
got advice from
down.
somebody. She
Okay,
probably got
Miss
some
Tracy, see if
advice.
you can get in contact with Oprah, please.
Gail.
Tag Gail ass. See, tag
I'm
Gail.
gonna try to get Gail.
You know, in order for us to get to Oprah, we got to go through Gail. We got to get to Gail. Tag Gail,
Gotta go.
tag Stedman ass, tag Stedman too. Tag him too.
Uh-huh.
Okay, listen, y'all. I'm
No
gonna I'm
matter
gonna
what
drop
happened,
down so I can get in the shower. But Diamond, I have one question. Is D Valley still on tonight?
Yes, D Valley is still on tonight, y'all. I got to go get me some. I got to go get me a costume outfit, y'all. D Valley is on tonight. Let me tell y'all something. I need y'all to be ready for D
Okay.
Valley. I need all the ladies that is participating with for D Valley. I need y'all to have y'all LED lights on. I need y'all to set the mood. I need y'all to come in y'all
Mm-hmm.
outfits. I need y'all to be sexy and seductive, y'all. We is gonna try. We trying something different, and tonight is the first test run. We are going to do D Valley tonight.
Man,
Who's
listen. We done seen
All
enough D Valley.
right.
Nobody want to see no D Valley.
When y'all seen enough D Valley? When you
The
seen D
TV
Valley?
show. The
no?
TV show.
No, you
That's
seen
P
that's
Valley.
P Valley.
That's P
Nah, it
Valley.
That's
should be D Valley because there's some
P Valley.
dookie dicks over there.
Miranda, listen, baby, you can go to Ross, baby. You can
Okay,
go
I'm
to
out.
Ross and get you some lights, honey. Get you some lights from Ross. Uh, for for $8, $6, $7, something like that, right there. Like just a light bulb. Be Dennis time I gotta work. Oh, here y'all go.
Well, I ain't gonna be on no way. So
Well,
Here y'all go.
have
So now
Miranda,
y'all ain't participating. See, that's why we can't have nothing. That's why we can't have nothing right there.
put
Right
I
there.
can't
Miranda in the box.
participate in that.
Miranda, come up. Come up. Miranda, come up in the box.
I need some participants. I need some
I'm
I
participants.
can't
coming.
participate in that.
Y'all, y'all,
I'm
I need some participants, man. I need y'all to be in the box with us. I need 6 people. I got 6. Listen, I need 5 people. I got 5 boxes.
well, I'm coming in Stedman. I'm trying to find my Oprah.
You gonna be big Marco. You gonna
Nah,
big Marco. You gonna be you
Marco,
gonna
you
be
ain't
Lima.
you
trying
I'm
to
gonna be
find
in
coming.
Oprah, bro.
disguise.
I
You
was
coming in
I'm
just
just
costume.
joking.
joking, but I'm coming.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
Big
come.
Marco, you coming in uniform.
Yeah, I got my uniform on right now.
Oh God, big Marco,
No,
I'm serious.
no,
What the
I'm
man
joking.
supposed to be
No, I'm
wearing?
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to figure out
If
something.
he's coming
Marco,
in as whatever his
Marco,
what
turn
he's
to a
supposed to be wearing
Chippendale,
is
bro.
See, this is what I
whatever
need a
he's
woman
coming
for.
in at. Whatever he's coming in
Marco,
at,
only
you
thing you gotta
guys.
do is buy yourself a bow tie, turn to a Chippendale.
That's
A
why I
bow
said I
tie.
got. That's why I
A bow
said I
tie and
got my outfit
speedos.
on right now.
Jody say, Diamond, build me up. I want y'all to be in. I want y'all to participate. Like, don't have me going spending my money, y'all, and it's just me by myself. Don't do that to Diamond. I'm gonna listen because I'm gonna flip the switch and I'm gonna take my clothes off and then I'm gonna just be live with y'all.
Oh man.
Y'all gotta participate. Like, don't do Diamond like that. Don't leave me by myself. This my
Them
first
folk, gon-
run. That's like you. This my first run too. I got to figure this shit out too tonight.
them folk gonna show up and show out, man. Don't worry. You know one thing, if they see the light bulb on, they coming.
There ain't too
Y'all
much. There ain't
listen,
too much a man can buy for this type of thing, anyway.
listen. Get your coins ready. Take a poll of the show of hands who's going to participate.
I guess some
Yeah,
briefs
Callie, but
and a bow tie.
they could say they're gonna
Yeah,
participate,
some
and
baby
then
oil and a
time
bow
come
tie.
on tonight, and then don't even show up.
So what are you gonna have? You gonna have jumping boxes too this tonight? People in and out.
Yeah, all who participate.
For how many other people come in and participate? Yeah.
Okay,
If
all right.
y'all got your costumes on, you got your lights going on. You know what I mean? For my how many? Yeah, if y'all
See,
participate, yeah.
see what you should have did, made you a flyer and had everybody share it.
Okay.
It's still not too
Well,
late.
no, I mean, Dre, everybody knew about it. I was announcing it all the time. A lot of people already know about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Jody say, "What do we wear?" Jody, it's like you can wear something, honey. Just wear whatever you feel is seductive, something that's not gonna get you banned. You know, it's almost like you're coming in costume. It's almost like Halloween. You know,
No granny panties. I'm just joking. I'm
so you
just joking.
guys, and it's gonna be. What did I say? 10 o'clock? Did I say 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock.
Oh, Tracy says she got her mask.
See, y'all gotta come in, y'all. Yeah, come in. Even if y'all just put a little seductive mask on, you know what I mean? Like, you know.
It's gonna be a lot of players in the building tonight.
Because I want I want you guys to talk to the audience seductively. You know what I mean? I want y'all to give them show more of your sexy side. Show more of, you know what I mean, like and have your coins ready, for people to send gifts. Y'all better send gifts. No, Marcus did not come back. Marcus deleted his whole profile.
Who is Marcus?
Miranda talking about her ring light. If your ring light got color, Miranda, like you could go to Ross really quick, Miranda. Y'all listen, shout out to Ferrari, y'all. Listen, Ferrari been in here with me, been riding with me from day one. Y'all, he is my videographer, video choreographer. Listen, follow Ferrari because Ferrari will be uploading my videos, all my playbacks for my for from my lives every day, y'all. And also, you guys, Ferrari is in the comments. Follow him. Also, at the same time, y'all, Ferrari don't even know. Ferrari, I done landed a deal, and I need an editor.
Ferrari Frank.
I
Ferrari
need an
Frank.
editor, Ferrari. I need an editor. Ferrari took a break, y'all, from social media, but he is back. So yes, you guys, Ferrari, please. Yes, exactly, y'all. So y'all follow Ferrari. He is in the comments right now. Everybody follow him because you will be able to see all the playbacks of the lives. Like he will have all the sound effects, everything. He is good, you guys. He's really
Oh, he's a good editor.
good. He is a good editor. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And y'all like,
He's only like what 40 short. Get him to
listen,
1,000.
man.
Just go follow him.
You guys,
Tap
everybody
on his
follow
name.
for Ferrari. Ferrari will be able to play back all the videos. You guys, everybody follow Ferrari. He's in the comments. Again, everybody follow Ferrari. He will be able to play back the videos. He gonna edit them. He gonna listen, he's really, really, really good. Really good.
Yeah, he's at 980. He only need
Thank
a
you, you
cut. He
guys.
only needed.
Everybody in here, even the people in the hallways,
He only need
even
two
everyone
people.
that's in the
20
hallways.
people. He need 20
Even the
people.
ones that's in the hallways that's scared to come in, y'all follow Ferrari.
Ferrari, keep commenting so they can just tap your name and follow. We're gonna get you to
Good
1,000.
morning, Hot Jersey. Yes,
You're
y'all
you're
follow
almost there.
Ferrari. You guys, so y'all will be able, and for a lot of people, Miranda, you definitely follow some Ferrari, because for a lot of people that do miss my lives, or or have other things going on, you guys follow Ferrari. Also, you guys, I do upload my lives on YouTube as well. Clicking the link in my bio and subscribe to my YouTube, you guys. I mean, like, my backup pages is on there, etc. My Instagram is on there, just in case TikTok just wipe me out one day. Again, everybody, follow Ferrari.
Just 10 more folks. Just
I
10 more
know,
people.
Ferrari, I know.
Come on, 10 more people. That's all we need.
Everybody, y'all, we got
Let's go.
130 people in here. He should be well over 1,000. Thank you, Elena.
I just followed him just now, so he's cool. Bye. Yeah, he can go live and a couple more people.
Yep, just a couple more. He needs
Yes.
like 8 more. 8 more people. Ferrari.
No, Ferrari, no, you made me. You made me. I tell everybody on here, without y'all, there would not be no me. Without y'all coming on here and supporting me and tuning into my live every day, y'all, there would not be no me without y'all. Even my haters.
Almost there. Just 6 more people.
So y'all, again, y'all, like,
Just 6 more people. There's Ferrari right there. Tap his name, go follow. 6 more
yes, you
people.
guys, everybody follow him. Everybody. It's 130 people in here. Everybody
Right.
follow
There's
him. You guys will be able to go to his live, his page. He will be out, you guys. He will be doing recaps on his page
just
and etc. Y'all
3
go to
more
his live.
folks. Just 3 more people. 3 more people. That's all we need.
No,
You're
we
almost
don't
there,
need 3 more
Ferrari.
people. No, we don't need 3 more people. We need everybody to follow him.
I got you.
Everybody to follow him.
I'm just saying for him to go live.
Well, no, Ferrari don't go live.
Well, he didn't get in the box.
Ferrari don't get in the box. Ferrari always be in the cut. Ferrari
Well,
always be in the
listen,
back of the cut. He's
he
welcome to go
he
live
at least to
anytime.
have the option.
He's welcome to go live anytime. But he don't come in the box. Yeah, he don't come in the box. He always sit back and be in the cut. Always. Yes, he's the background man. He always was like that. He never go in the box.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a video
Well,
man. Listen, Ferrari gonna be recording when y'all think he ain't recording. Ferrari catch things that y'all think y'all like that y'all don't even catch. Ferrari would catch it and y'all would go on the page and y'all be like, oh my God. Oh my God, I'm over here. Yes, he will catch things. He always been like that with me. He always was on point with certain things, like especially when it's going down, y'all, and it get heated up in here. Ferrari be on it. He be in the background, and before you know it, it's on his page, and y'all can recap it, and y'all be like, Lord, oh my God, yes, everybody, you guys follow Ferrari. D Valley is tonight, y'all. Again, I got it when I get off from work. I gotta go and get me something because I'm at the last minute trying to figure it out, y'all. Miss Jersey, what's good? Look at Jersey. You still on the truck with your husband? Miss Jersey, are you still on the truck with your husband?
I think he might have got it. Well, that's just to go live.
Yeah, I know y'all need everybody need to still follow him because at the end of the day, y'all, like, again, if y'all want to see recaps of my lives and everything and etc., you could always go to Ferrari page and you will always be able to see recaps. Oh, okay, hi Jersey. Okay.
And it's also a connection because a lot of people like to shoot videos and
Yes.
get
Yep.
photos done and family
Ferrari
photos,
is a good he's a good videographer, you know what I mean? Like if there's something that you
birthday
guys need
parties.
him for, I don't know what his rates are, But if you guys need him for et cetera for certain things, like you also can get with him and you guys can go from there. Again, I cannot discuss his race with y'all because only he know his race. But yes, you guys, like Ferrari is the man when it come down to videographer. Ferrari, honey, please put hashtag Black Diamond One, and then everybody will be able to see who you are.
Well, if you go to his page, I think he got you hashtag on his page.
He do got me hashtag, but no, I'm talking about for everybody that's in here. Okay, you guys, there he go. There
Okay,
he
yeah.
is. He hashtag Black Diamond, yes, and then now you guys will be able to see him. Everyone, you guys that's in here, again, you guys go follow him. And y'all, let me tell y'all, Ferrari took a break from social media, which is good. You know what I mean? Because we a lot of people do need that cleansing. Like, I definitely, be needing it from time to time when I get on here and sometimes y'all don't see me and I take maybe a day off, which is rare. I take a day off, but when I do take it, like I am it's very refreshing. It's very refreshing. It's very refreshing. Taking a break from social media is definitely not a bad thing. Definitely. Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. Right. Re-energizes. Absolutely, Ferrari, because y'all don't understand the energy and everything you take in from social media.
Yeah, because that story she told us earlier was a lot. Was
Yes,
a lot.
absolutely.
But you get to
Hey,
see
Juanica.
people for what they go through and what they've been through.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what my page is all about. I allow people to come in here and speak, men and women, on what they've experienced, whether it's good or bad. I just don't like the fact that sometimes when men don't want to hear. A lot of men don't want to hear what another man done did bad to a woman, so they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? And some of them leave out, or some of them say, oh, it's two sides to every story, or it's three sides to every story. You know what I mean? They don't want to hear a woman speak on what she done been through. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. Because you got a lot of men that's strictly for men. Strictly for men. They don't care how bad he was, what he did. They don't care. They're going to take up for their men
Yeah, they
all
definitely gonna
the
be over
time.
opinion. They always gonna be over opinionated.
Always. They're going to take up for a man all the time. When you have to understand that, you know what I mean? Right is right, wrong is wrong. Period. Right is right, wrong is wrong. If and it's a lot of people get on here and don't even practice what they preach. Don't even practice. A lot of people don't even practice what they preach. Like I be when some people personally, you know what I mean, and they be saying this and saying that. Yeah, they don't even. So thank you, Eddie. Wait a minute. Did y'all send Diamond her gifts today? Did y'all send Diamond her gifts? Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did Diamond receive some gifts today?
one who was combative with Diamond. What's her name? Ooh, Lola. I don't even know her name. I can't even pronounce her name. D Hell something. She done went. Let me tell you what she did. She done went on her live and discussed Diamond, and she probably got a few views in there because she was on there speaking on me. She came in wrong. She came in like a mad black woman. She came in the comments, she came in the comments mad. And she went to, she just went to just attacking me. And like, soon as you attack me, why you, she said in the comments, this was her first saying, why are you speaking on the marriage? Have you ever been married? You ain't never been married. So why are you speaking on that? That was the topic that we was having today. We was having that topic, and everybody's in here, was in here commenting and speaking on it. So she came in with that, and she came in on the attack. Then when I was, when I wanted her to get in the box, she was like, oh, she haven't requested me in the box. Then when I requested her in the box, she came in the box with the attack mode. In the old me, I would have, I would have went in and said all type of things, and I would have got myself banned. But she came in with the shenanigans, and it's like she woke up and chose violence. 40 years old, and then she said she was married. She was married twice, and she was going on. She said about to be married 3 times. That's what she said. So clearly, you are going through a failed marriage right now. Going through a failed marriage right now. So now, you know what I mean? You're unhappy. You're going through the motions, and you've been already married twice at 40. And then she was saying in the live, in the comments, that she could teach women something. She could teach me something. She could teach women something. But what you gonna teach them? How to have a failed marriage? Like, you've been married twice. What can you teach them? What can you teach us? And then, y'all, she was just doing too much. Yeah, she was just doing too much. And when she came in, you know what I mean? It's your delivery. So when she came in, ain't nobody want to hear her speak. Ain't nobody want to hear her. KS wife. Who's KS wife? Yeah, when she came in, like, nobody ain't want to hear her. Oh, Lola, she came for Diamond. She kept saying in the comments, oh, I see why you're not married. I see why you ain't got no man. Girl. Now, if she would have came in here, and came in here with a calmer, tone, then I would have probably, listened to her. But all that rah, 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 she was yelling and stuff. Yeah, she was like, I see why, people love to say that. People love to say, too, I see why you're not in a relationship, or I see why you're not married, or I see why you don't have a wife, or I see why you don't have a husband. Like, you don't know what people's situations is. Some people don't want to be married. Some people don't want to be, in a relationship. Some people are okay with being by themselves. Some people are okay with just having a companion or, someone to deal with from time to time. Some people don't want that. Let me see how to say this. Some people don't want that longevity headache. Some people don't want that longevity headache. I honestly hear since I've been on TikTok, I honestly hear more. I hear more about stressful marriages than happy marriages. I hear more failed marriages than successful marriages. You know what I mean? Like, But Callie, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. You say if I truly don't want to marry, or if you don't want to be married or in a relationship, there's something behind it. For me, I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm at. I don't need no one right now distracting me. I don't need a man distracting me, telling me right now how to deal with what I'm doing and my deal with Roku and how not to be on TikTok every day and this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm focused on me. Like I don't need all of that right now. I'm good. I don't need a man in my ear right now trying to distract me from me being great. I do not need that. Because he's selfish, or because he wants my time, or because he wants me to be sexually active with him, or because of this and because of that. I don't need that. I don't need a man helping me spend my own money. I don't need that. I don't need a man coming in my life making his problems mine. I don't need that. I'm an empty nester. You know what I mean? I'm okay where I'm at. Like, I ain't asking. You know what I mean? I don't ask. I'm not asking for a man to pay my bills or whatever the case may be. Like, but I don't need his extra baggage. What is greatness without someone to share it with? Lord Knife, like for me, I feel like the way this world is going on, the way this world is set up today, I am protecting me and I'm protecting my greatness, and I'm okay with that. The way this world is set up today, it's more selfish people and more jacked up people in this world today than ever. Times has changed. And I don't even see how. I even tell people, don't even bring kids in this world. Don't even bring children in this world. Just what's going on today. Don't even bring children in this world. What's going on today. Lower Knife, you can get in the box. Come on. Don't even bring, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot going on in this world today that I don't condone. I don't agree with. It's a lot going on in this world today that
I thought you was about to end the show when there's nobody in the box. That's why I was just
no, but Lord Knight, like, it's a lot going on in this world that I don't agree with.
I agree.
I don't agree that women should sit back and not say nothing. Women should not have a say on anything. I don't agree with, you know what I'm saying, letting a man lead me to fail. I don't agree with that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that I just cannot do. I can't.
Right. I understand it, but see, when we hold on to baggage or have so much baggage in that we hold on from our past, a lot of times that create the problems that we have towards the future. A lot of us that have all that baggage on us, we don't deserve to be in a relationship because we carrying that junk with us.
But let me say this: you got people that have baggage from childhood. You got people that have trauma baggage. You got people that have so is, you know what I'm saying? It ain't too many African Americans in this world that don't even have mental baggage. Everybody don't have to take on that.
Right. You're right.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I don't have to. I don't need the because you wasn't raised by your parents or because of this and because of that. I don't have to just say, okay, I'm gonna deal with that just to have somebody.
Right. Then I mean, one thing that we don't want to that our community don't look into, we need counseling. We need counseling to try and get past a lot of that baggage, because you can't expect nobody else to deal with the bullshit that you done dealt with or sometimes put yourself through, or sometimes the stuff that has happened in your life. You can't expect everybody to deal with that. You can't.
Yeah. But you got people that do, though.
You got people that do, and it's not fair. Do you know how many selfish people we got in this world today? Do you know?
Yeah,
Do
I
you know
know.
how
I
selfish
know.
people are and how they think?
I
Do
know.
you know?
I do understand that. But one thing
Dre,
that's
like
bad, really bad.
Dre said it himself. Dre said it himself. Dre get in here. When Dre get in here, Dre speak facts, you know what I mean, on a lot of things that a lot of people don't want to hear. He speak facts on, you know what I mean, how a man feels and what men do to women and etc. It's listen, one thing that we don't do in our culture, one thing that we don't do in our culture is protect ourselves.
Right.
We don't do
I mean,
that.
we
Another thing we
we
don't do in
protect.
our culture is we don't protect each other either. So
Right.
guess what? Diamond protect the shit out of her.
at all time.
But go
Now,
ahead, Lord
I
Knight. You
understand.
got it.
I I understand that we have to protect ourselves, but we done got to the point that protecting ourselves mean ignoring everything else outside of us, and that selfishness, that pure selfishness, it's grown and grown and grown, and we are where we are right now because of that. So we got to do something to reverse it, or we're gonna be further and further apart. Nobody talking
Listen,
about
I
working
don't
it out and
see
fixing
that.
it.
I feel like we I mean
We've made it into a cultural thing of being apart, and that's not working.
But Lord Knight, think about it. When Diamond first started, think about how joyful and happy she was. She got more baggage dealing with people coming in on the chat saying negative. You feel what I'm saying? Like
Wait a wait a
some people don't
wait a
carry
minute.
the baggage from back in the day.
I done got on Diamond ass about that too,
Yeah,
offline. About she got to know when to cut that shit off.
yeah.
Having a Diamond,
yeah.
yeah, she got to learn when to cut it off. She got to learn how to laugh and ha ha hee hee and cry with y'all. But once she get offline, she got to cut that shit off, or she gonna give us so much of herself that she not gonna have nothing for herself.
Every blue moon I go into I want my best friend mode. Every blue moon. And then I think about some things and I say, oh hell no. Mm-mm. Because for one, I feel like this is just my opinion, and the thing, the term with a man gonna be a man, and we have to accept a man being a man, and a man gonna go out there and do it. It's just things that I just can't tolerate. I not only am I protecting myself, but I'm also protecting a man because I'm saving his ass from me being on first 48 because because one thing about Diamond, when I give y'all me, I give y'all all of me. If I give someone me, I give him all of me. I give him all of me. So when I give you all of me, and you turn around and you know what I mean, take advantage and abuse the Diamond that gave you all of her, I don't have no more room left in me for failure or I should have did this or I should have done paid attention to that or I don't have time for any of that. I don't. I love hard. That's in me. My heart is big. My heart is bigger than me. I don't, I don't, it's I can't do it. And guess what? It's a lot of people out here in this world that is not, what I mean? Like, it's not like me.
Right.
I can't
And
do
then
it. I
that's a
devote y'all.
big
One thing
problem
y'all can say about
that
Diamond,
I
if
see.
y'all don't say nothing else, I, one thing y'all can say about Diamond, have that. You know what I mean? What's the one thing, Lower Night? Everybody in these comments can say Diamond. One thing from y'all being on my live with me. What's the one thing y'all can say about me?
You true to the
What's the one
game.
thing y'all can say about me that we fail and lack on every day?
Accountability. A lot of us lack accountability on what we've done and what
But no, what's the
we
one
got to
thing
do
that
to
y'all can say about Diamond that we lack on and we lack on every day?
Keeping it real.
Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-mm.
Say it.
Staying positive.
Self-love, communication,
No,
honesty.
Caring for
I'm
other
waiting. I'm
people.
waiting. I'm still waiting.
Caring for other people.
You feel for others and not yourself. Blueprint. Blueprint. I do that. Never judge. Hint. Consistency. Consistency. I'm on here every day with y'all. Every single day with y'all. Consistently. I'm on here consistent with y'all every day. And that's one of the things we lack. That's one of my pet peeves.
hmm
That's one of my pet peeves right there. And I probably would be in a relationship, you know what I mean? But you got to be consistent with me.
Most definitely.
and that's something that we got to bring back to our people. Consistency, um, accountability. We got to grow, man. We got to grow
Got
because the
to.
shit we doing now ain't working. That shit that we
And,
doing right
and
now ain't working.
I'm on here consistency, and I give y'all consistency because I care about y'all. It ain't even about Diamond no more. It ain't
Right.
even about Diamond no more. You know what I mean? I get on here because I can't let y'all down. It's a lot of people that come in my inbox, say, Diamond, I depend on you. I need to see your live every day. I need you. You don't know how much you are helping me. You know what I mean? So it ain't even about me no more. It ain't even about me no
But
more.
but but,
Right.
but in that diamond, you're losing yourself though.
I wouldn't say I'm losing myself because I learned from being on here with y'all. You know what I mean? Like I gain a lot of the energy I do, but I also gain knowledge, you know, for me. I'm learning, I'm growing, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't say that I'm losing myself. Mm-mm. I feel
No.
like being on here with y'all, Lord Ninth is more of a gain to me, for me. It's more of a gain for me
Right.
because and then Lord Knife, honestly, being on here with y'all is good outweigh the bad for me. Good outweigh the bad.
Absolutely.
If
Okay.
if TikTok was so jacked up for me and this and that there, like I would not. If the bad was outweighing the good, I would not come on here. If the bad was outweighing the good, I would not come on here. I wouldn't. I couldn't do it. Because remember, Diamond talk about all the time protecting her. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have to, I wouldn't be able to do it.
But diamond, you know me.
Hmm.
Uh, let me
Don't get
finish
me
what I'm
wrong
saying
now.
first.
A lot of times I do be mentally drained. A lot of times, y'all, I do be mentally drained. I do.
Yeah,
But I still keep getting up
you
and I
already
still
know.
keep pushing. I keep pushing. But go
My
ahead, Lord.
goal for you ever since the beginning is to sabotage you from getting to this point. Let me finish what I'm talking about. From the very beginning, all I ever said I wanted for you was for me to come on here one day and you don't be here because you got your husband, because you're doing what you gotta do for your life and creating a family. I want that for you. I want to be. No, but she know that. I said that from the very beginning. I would support Diamond in anything she do. But if one day
Okay.
Diamond disappear off of here because she got a consistent man that's there for her, I'm be happy. I know where she at, and I know she happy because there's only so much we can do for her in the comment section on here. Diamond needs somebody right there with her
But
that
Lord
have
Knife,
her back in real
it's
life.
not about it's not about what y'all it's not about only what y'all can do for me. It's not just about that. At the end of the day, I could allow a knucklehead to come in. My life. I could
See,
allow that.
you shot him in the foot already. He called him a knucklehead. Why you gotta be a knucklehead?
9 times out of 10 he is. 9 times out of 10 he is.
See, you see that's that baggage talking.
No, it ain't that
He,
baggage talking.
he,
I'm just paying. It ain't the baggage talking. I'm just paying attention to what's going on in the world today. That's all
Yeah.
it is. It's almost like it's just like walking around this world without a firearm. When you know in this world today you need a firearm, right?
mm-hmm,
Because you
mm-hmm.
paying attention to what's going
Absolutely.
on in the world today.
I don't leave home
So
without it.
right. So therefore, you know what I'm saying? I'm just paying attention to what's going on. And from what I'm seeing, if it's still some good men out there, it's not that many left there, a needle in the haystack. And you know what I mean? Like, do I want to jump in the haystack and dig? No, I don't.
Right.
Do I want him to fall in my lap? Yep. Do I want to kiss a million frogs to get to him? No, I don't.
And
So
I understand that.
it's it's I don't want to kiss the million frogs, lower knife. I don't want to kiss the
Mhm.
million frogs.
See, you moved to a city where the frogs wear a crown too, a tiara too. That's a part of the problem right there.
But my thing is, it's not just about this city. It's not just about this city. It's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere.
All over the world.
Yeah, it's not just about the city, it's happening everywhere. Now the
I
city
mean,
that I do live in, y'all, is based on more of a fun city. Everybody don't care to be in a relationship city. That's the city I live in. And the only reason why they don't care to be in a relationship and it's a fun city is because everybody, all for themselves a lot of people are taking advantage of it. 40 women to one man.
There it
yeah,
is.
yeah,
They
buddy,
taking advantage.
Yeah.
They taking
yeah, buddy.
advantage of that. It's 40 women to one man. So guess what?
Wait, not just forty.
Why do I feel like
50,
why why
and
do
it's
I got to
50 or
get out
60
here?
women.
Huh?
It's 50 or 60 women to the straight man.
He said
Right.
straight man.
So it's 50. So it's
Absolutely.
50. So it's 50 or 60 women to one straight man. So why, lower knife, should I get out here and get in the battlefield?
Right now. At this moment. Yeah.
Why?
I think
Why
she
should I
better
get out there and
off.
get in the battlefield?
She better off doing what she doing right now. Where she want to, I'd rather see her get where she want to be and she on top of her game because Diamond is sensitive. She don't need, like she said, she don't need none of that headache. Anybody trying to tell her this or making her think otherwise. She been doing good as she been doing. It's best to keep it going. I mean, life. She's still young. I mean, she got time.
I just feel like I just don't want if a man come in my life, you know what I mean, and he gonna be good. I prefer a good one.
If he gonna be good,
Do they
what you mean? He can be good, obedient? What you mean?
not obedient, not obedient, but just basically just do right by Diamond. Just do right by Diamond. Because if I have him, I'm gonna do right by him. So just do right by Diamond. I'm 46. I just turned 46 in June.
Well, see, and
And
that's one
before
thing.
and before
With
I got on TikTok, I was in a 5-year relationship before I got on TikTok. Okay, and we went through our trials and tribulations. We went through a lot. Cheating was not one of our problems. Um, Trust was not one of our problems, not that I knew of, but it was other things that led us to us going, us not being together. financial played a big part. We wasn't on the same page mentally. That played a big part. But I stuck in there with him, and that's why I lasted for 5 years. It lasted for 5 years because of me. It's almost like at times, I would feel like I was in a relationship by myself. And
Hmm.
then once I start, once a woman start, like, oh no, this ain't working, or this ain't this and this ain't that. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like that's when things go to, relationships go their separate ways.
Right.
Right.
But
And with time going the way it is, ladies, I wouldn't recommend trying to work on something, fix something more than 6 months because
yeah,
I mean,
I was
time
fixing
goes
on
too
something with
fast.
5 years.
Yeah, time
Wow.
go too fast.
Yeah.
Because I had plans. And the plan was, you know what I mean, for us to be the plans was we had plans, and the plans was for us to be married and this and that. And one of his biggest problems was we would get in an argument because he would say why my name can't be on anything, right? And I would tell him, first of all, he's a convicted felon. He was a convicted
That's
felon, and his felon. When I met him, his felon was X amount of years, but X amount of years old. But he wanted his name to be on some things, and I would tell him, I can't let your name be on some things because we would not get approved for a lot of things. And
right.
your train of thought right now, where I need you to be at on how to do things financially, we're not there. You're not there.
Right.
Oh yeah. That's
So, you know, um, I kid y'all not, we was together 5 years. It took me, I want to say, 3.5 years to even add him to my credit cards. And because I wasn't, you know what I mean? I knew this what I wanted, but I wasn't sure what he would say he wanted this and say he wanted that, but his grind wasn't he wasn't as hungry as I was. His ambition his ambition didn't match mine, so I was being patiently waiting.
Yeah.
wow.
I was
Ladies,
being patiently waiting,
don't waste your time that long.
and that's
You
what
do
it
not get
was.
any
Yes,
younger. Don't waste your time.
I wasted my time. I did.
Yeah, that's what it was.
If he's not a
I wasted
hustler in
my
the
time.
beginning, he won't be a hustler 2, 3 years down the line. If he's not a hustler in
And
the
I'm gonna tell
beginning,
y'all something. He did not. Lower ninth, I motivated him, but he didn't. He didn't start like he didn't start becoming. His ambition and drive didn't pick up until like the last year or so.
yeah, that's too late.
Yeah. And then
You
the
gotta be
last year
hungry
or
in the
so, and
beginning.
then when I built his credit, because I kept telling him I want us to buy property, I want us to do things, but I had to get his credit in order for him to be able to put his name on things. He wanted our name to be on a house together. He wanted this, he wanted that. You know what I mean? I said, okay, let me help you and put you in position to put your name on things together so we can build and you know what I'm saying, and grow from it.
Right.
Right.
So I did that, and once I started building, his credit, and like I started giving him knowledge about everything. I even showed him, y'all, how to freaking use like coupons. I showed him how to use coupons. I taught him so much. And the last time we had a conversation, He said to me, he said, I do tell people that I learned a lot from you. He said
Yeah.
he do tell people that he learned a lot from me. And of course, the first thing people are probably going to ask, okay, so why y'all not together, or why you didn't marry her? You know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, we had our
Person.
disagreements on a lot of
Right.
things. I mean,
Right.
the thing with him when he went and bought the Mercedes, you know what I'm saying, and emptied out his bank account. I had a problem with it. He
Yeah.
felt like because it was his money, I shouldn't have had a problem with that. He felt like I was trying to control him and his money. Yeah, I taught this man how to budget. I taught him how to budget.
Wow.
I taught him how to budget. I taught him how to budget his paychecks. I taught him how to move a certain way where he would be able to have a free paycheck every month. I taught him a lot of things. So when me and him went our separate ways, y'all, when he walked out that door, he took a lot of diamond with him. A lot of
Right.
diamond with him. So when I if I was to ever like really, really, I ain't gonna say if I was to ever like really a woman that he encounters with now, she's gonna think he is the best man for her.
Right.
And the only reason why he's gonna think he's the best friend man for her because he took all of me with him.
Right.
And I made him better for somebody else. So when he meet a woman, he gonna know how to budget. He's going to know when I went to his apartment, y'all, after we broke up, he had that apartment hooked up. I'm talking about hooked up. Like it wasn't a man cave. He had that apartment hooked up. And I said, Lord Jesus, this look like Diamond up in here. Yeah. I said, oh, okay. And guess what, y'all? Like he went, listen, I taught him how to shop Labor Day, like holiday sales. I taught him how to do the zero interest credit cards, you know what I mean? Where he can get things and have zero interest APR. I taught him all of that. So when I went in his apartment, y'all, listen, when I went in his apartment, I was like, oh, I like your diner set. Yeah. And so even y'all like to his bedroom set, I taught him everything.
Wow.
I said, oh, okay. Yeah, y'all. I you know what I'm saying? He took a lot of me with him, y'all. He did. So
Wow.
if he with somebody else right now, which I'm sure he is, she don't know she with me. She with me.
Diamond, how long y'all been apart?
Almost 2 years now.
Okay, 2 years.
But that's still early.
And that's why I felt some type of way about that Netflix.
Oh, y'all, listen,
I felt some
y'all.
type of way about that Netflix.
Diamond went.
Y'all wasn't on my live, y'all, when I had a Netflix situation. Tell them, Jeffrey. I felt some type of way about the Netflix, y'all, because I'm like, I put you on my credit cards. I built this. I built you. I did so much, and you know what I mean. And you want to take me off the Netflix for somebody else?
How long you supposed to pay for that though, Diamond?
He's still paying for it.
Damn.
See, that's what I be trying to tell y'all about, and that's what's wrong with our culture too, Lord Knife. A lot of people, when they are in relationships in marriages, y'all like burn bridges. Don't burn your bridges. You never know when you might need that person again, or what you know what I'm saying? If my ex was to, let me tell y'all something, we broke up, I kid you not. He had just gave me the money for the groceries, right? I I had just went to the grocery store, filled the refrigerator up with groceries, the freezer packed, everything packed. Do y'all know when we broke up, he took all the groceries?
What? What? Y'all need
Why you took the groceries? Please tell me why you took the groceries.
that said petty. That's men don't think like that.
Nah,
We
Why
don't
nah.
think like
you
that.
took the groceries?
We don't even think about touching that refrigerator.
That's the last thing.
Yeah.
And then y'all, you know what? And when I talk to him, I always tell him, I always told him, I say I always say I'm one of God's favorites, because the person with the biggest heart always get messed over all the time, y'all, all the time. And you know what? God keeps me in certain positions where, you know, it be times, y'all, where I want to act crazy and do something, and it's like God be sitting right there saying, Diamond, it's okay.
Do
You know I'm gonna
Don't
take
do it.
care of you, Diamond. It's okay.
No,
You know I'm gonna take care of
Right.
no,
you. And soon as
no,
you know, like he took the groceries.
no excuses. Say you took all the woman left shoes.
He took the groceries. And still to this day, y'all, and still to this day, even though we went through our trials and tribulations, I still get on my line and I still speak good of him. I still speak highly of him, because a lot of, at the end of the day, y'all, like in my eyes, you know, he's a good person.
Right.
He is going to be a good man to somebody.
Right.
We went through our trials and tribulations, but I'm sure that from what I've seen, he has matured a
Right.
whole lot. He has matured a whole lot. So he is going to be good to somebody else.
Right. When you did that,
What's the
you gave him
what's
that
the
gift.
problem
You gave
with
him
y'all
that
fixing
space.
it now?
Huh?
What's the problem with y'all fixing it now?
He mad with me. He don't want to be.
Oh,
He don't want to be. And he's holding a grudge with me. This is what he told me. He told me that he said I could never be your friend. He said I can't be your friend.
Wow.
If we're not together, I don't want anything. He said I can't be your friend.
I can understand that. I can
Because I
understand that.
told him, I said, well, can we just be friends? He said, no.
Hell no. Hell no. You can't come to me and say that. You can't decide that for me. I gotta come up with that. No man won't hear that shit. Like, wait, let me say this too. And we've talked about this before in the past. Men don't set out to be your friends. Not usually. 99% of the time, we don't set out to be your friend. We just get stuck in that friend zone. So nah, he don't want to be your friend. He don't want to be your friend.
Yeah,
Hell no.
he don't want to be my friend. He don't want to. And I'm going to tell you, he told me that in order for him to get over me, he had to cut off all ties and all communication.
Yeah. Particularly with somebody that you actually care about, that you really love and that you care about. Nah, you don't want to be their buddy. You
No.
don't want someone to smile up in somebody else's face. Hell no.
Heck no.
Nah. Fuck you and him.
Period.
Listen, y'all. She was on live. She was on live when she found out she was off his Netflix. She made a beeline to that apartment. One listen
And
to
y'all know what?
nobody.
He didn't
Kept us
take my
on
name.
live.
He didn't take me off the Netflix. He just took my name off of, you know, when you go on Netflix, you got your names up there of everybody who done got the account that you done gave the account to.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He took my name off. I'm like, I know
So another woman wouldn't see your name up there.
Right.
Wow.
See, wait, y'all see how selfish Diamond is? I gotta have my name on you.
No. Listen, I'm not being selfish. I'm not being selfish.
Wait,
I just feel
Diamond, Let
I
me
just
finish.
hear me
So
out.
you feel like when I pull out my Netflix account and we ain't been together in 2 years, and I'm sitting there with my new lady chick, she got to see Diamond on my TV in my house. Hell no.
Right.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. But wait a minute. If you start dating Diamond and y'all watch Netflix, there's another woman up there. Diamond ain't staying.
and
Got
because
it.
and I'm gonna tell you, because if you start dating me and you come over to my place and you pull up the Netflix, you gonna see his name, and you better not say his name.
See, boy, you and him need to be together then.
No. The reason why I say you better not say nothing, because that was before your time.
Man, no.
That was
You know
before
how
your
crazy.
time.
You know how crazy. I can't think of her name right now. You know how crazy we was talking about the girl Jazz is for having the picture up on the thing. We
Yeah.
talking about something that can be fixed in 2 seconds. You
But
will
listen though,
delete
that
it.
was before. You can't come into my place. But listen to me. You can't come into my place that I pay bills at and say, "Oh, I don't like his name up there on Netflix." Come on, you can't do that.
Diamond.
Yeah,
If
sometimes.
if we were dating and we had been serious for a couple of months or whatever, and you pull up Netflix on there and you see his ex from 2 years ago on that screen, you gonna have a problem.
Yeah, that's deep.
She know that. Well, they ain't even nothing to think about. We both
I
know
wouldn't
you.
have a problem. No, the reason why I wouldn't have a problem is because, okay, so it just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Mm.
Me and my ex broke up. Me and my kid's father broke up. Right? We was mad. I was upset with him. Maybe, and I was upset with him, but still loved him. So, with that being said, I still wanted to see good for him. So I did not. When we broke up, everything was still in my name, right? Everything was still in my name. He was still paying the rent, even though he wasn't there, because the kids was there. He was still paying the rent. Whatever if I needed something extra, he was still there, right? Now, he was seeing other people. And let me tell you something, man. It just so happened all his cars were still in my name. So he was having other women in his car. Yeah.
You had a problem with it, right? You had a problem with it.
Nope.
Well, it didn't matter because he was paying the bills at your house. So
I didn't
you
have
ain't
a
want to mess
problem
that
with
up.
that, and I didn't have a problem with it too, because I did not want him. That's
I
what
know
y'all
you
have
didn't
to
want him,
understand. When y'all
but
break
you
up,
still
as
want
long as
him.
y'all don't want each other, y'all be able to like come to some type of mutual, a better mutual agreement of things. So
Yeah.
by me and him did not want each other, we end up being, close, and we end up being cool and being friends. Like, we and him could go shopping together, everything. Like, we would, he would call me, "Baby mom, what you doing?" And I say nothing, just got off on work. "What's up?"
But the
Okay,
real
let's go out.
reason, but
Let's go out
you're
to eat.
leaving out the real reason though. The
What?
real reason was that he was still paying the bills, so it didn't matter what the hell
But
he was
not
out there
just
doing.
that. He could have left, right? It could have said, "Okay, I'm gonna take care of my children," and that's it. And I still would have been fine.
Mm.
I still would have been fine. Because he
Well,
didn't burn
I
his
thought,
bridges. He didn't burn his bridges with me. I didn't burn
Right.
my bridges with him. So if he still needed me, you know what I'm saying, to do something for him, I would still do it, whether he was with somebody or not, because he didn't burn his bridges with me and I didn't burn my bridges with him. But was I in a relationship? No, I wasn't in a relationship. Would a man being able to deal with that? No, I don't think so. When he
no,
got in a
we said
relationship, now when he got in a relationship with women, he told them, I still have a friendship with my children's mom, and I will always have friendship with her because she has always been there for me. So what the women would do is, I'm gonna tell you what they would do. They will come in, and once they know that, then they'll come in and try to outdo me so they can get him where they want him, right? But they don't understand they be in competition for no reason because I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about them. I'm not thinking about them. It was one time, y'all, I had a problem when I remember I was taking my son to school. My last baby boy to school. Kid y'all not. And we had a Suburban. The Suburban was in my name, but it was his. And I pull up in the driveway, I dropped my baby off to school, and you know, I blowed the horn at him, and he didn't blow the horn back like I was just speaking. I put my car, and I blocked him off with my car.
Crazy.
Blocked him off with my car. Hold on, son. You can't speak to your baby mama.
Crazy.
Y'all listen. Yeah. Oh, Diamond one of them. Yes. Listen, I'm gonna block you out with my car. Like I'm one of them, and that's still in me right now. What? So when I blocked him off, he had dark tint on the Suburban. So you know, I get out the car. I get out the car. I'm free to get out my car. I get out the car. When I get out the car, I'm tapping on the window because I'm trying to feel like I'm trying to see why you ain't letting me do that.
The more you talk, the crazier you sound.
I know. Listen, that's the thing. I know. So listen, I'm tapping on the window. The window cracked a little bit. A red bone. A red bone.
He had a chick up in there.
Listen, she was driving. He wasn't even in the car.
Damn.
He was driving. She was driving, I meant to say. He was not even in the car. So I tapped the window. She cracked the window.
Like, who is this crazy bitch?
She knew who I was. I said, what's such and such at?
Oh,
Here she go. Here she go now. Oh, he home in the bed.
In her bed. She rubbed it in a little bit.
Oh, he home in the bed. I said, okay. So guess what? I ain't moved my car. I called his phone. I called his phone. And when I call his phone, listen, I'm on the phone arguing with him, and then she calling his phone too, telling him your baby mama got me blocked in, I can't move, or whatever the case may be, right? So he clicking over back and forth, arguing with both of us. So when he get back on the phone with me, he was like, man, you ain't together. You can't do that. And this and that there. I'm like, I don't give a damn. I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like I was young too, y'all. I was young. So I ain't care. I said, listen. I said, if you want my name to continue to be on these things, I said, I'm not finna do this right here with you letting the girls drive the car, this and that there, right? So he say, all right. He said, all right. I'll be over there to get all the titles and everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take everything out your name. I said, okay. You say that nigga came and got them titles? No. No, he did not. But he did come to my house, and guess what? When he came to my house, guess what we was doing? We was fighting out in the yard. We was fighting out in the yard. And he is like, Diamond, you can't do this. You can't tell me. But then we calmed down after we finished tussling. You know what I mean? Because I was one of those people, y'all, back in the day. I would run up on a man and I would slap me a man real quick. I was one of those women that would put her hands on a man back in the day. And so back in the day, when I came up, a man would not, he would not hit the ones I came up around. He would not hit a woman regardless of me putting his hands on him, because I dealt with men that was raised not to hit a woman. So I would run up on a man and hit him. So I would run up on him.
Well, who was that? Who was that?
Was that song for me? So anyhow, y'all, we fought in the yard, and after we finished fighting, we sat in the yard and we came to an agreement, and we talked, and you know what I mean. And I told him, I said, at that point, y'all, for me, it was about respect. And he was like, but I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and this and that, and stuff. So we got past that. But all I'm saying is, like, just don't burn your bridges when you are. And then, listen, no excuses. I don't believe in calling the police. I don't believe in that. We never put the police in our business.
Right.
None of that. Right. Yeah, I never believed in calling the police.
Yeah,
I don't do that. We never put police in our business. That wasn't happening.
Right.
When nobody going to jail, we didn't do that. But that was back, you know what I mean? That was when people were different. Now you got more men calling the police and putting women in jail like it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
We got to protect ourselves. There's been an answer for women for so long to hurt us, even when the shit wasn't true. We got to cover ourselves too now.
Yeah.
That paperwork means something.
But I never seen men. I have a problem with a man putting a woman in jail.
She gotta do the right thing. Can't put her hands on nobody.
But but listen, here's the thing. Y'all can restrain her without hurting her. Y'all are stronger than her.
No.
Y'all are stronger than us. Y'all could restrain a woman without hurting her.
We go to jail for restraining too.
Yep. Literally.
So no.
I don't know.
I mean, it just all depends. I mean, if she's using weapons.
So get beat by irons and weapons? No, Ferrari, I'm not telling y'all to get beat by irons and weapons. Now, if she's doing all of that, I suggest you get in the car and leave. I will leave.
No, I wouldn't suggest that either. She could lie. She could lie that you did something to her and you done left. They're gonna say you fled the scene.
Exactly.
No.
But that goes back to what I was saying to y'all about me being, in a relationship. That goes back to I was saying the world we live in today. The world we live in today is different times. People are different. So that's why I'm we live in different times, y'all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We live in different times. People call the police and put the police in their business. You know what I'm saying? So
was that what was the name of what was that movie? Where the woman beat herself in the face with the oranges and stuff.
This just recently happened? Oh, the movie Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
Right. Yeah. You know that inspired a lot of fools to do that type of stuff to men?
Yeah.
So yeah, we gotta protect ourselves. You better not leave the scene of an argument. You better call the police.
If you leave the scene, just call the police. Saying, hey, I had to remove myself before, something else happened.
No, I'm saying, but you gotta actually probably be there now with your phone showing that you're not touching that person.
Right.
Because they can say whatever they want to say,
but still, you can still remove yourself from the scene and call the police and say, hey, I'm just around the corner. I just want to remove myself, or something else happened. When you come, I'll come back.
And then you know what Lord Knight said, men gotta protect themselves. That's why I said this world we live in today, people are more selfish, people are more jacked up than anything, because the stories that I'm hearing, from divorces and and stuff like that right there, most of the time, but I've seen men walk away from everything and leave the wife with the wife and the kids, or the children's mom with everything, and don't have a problem with starting over.
Me
You know what
too.
I'm
That's
saying?
what I
Don't have a
did.
problem with starting over.
I did.
Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I did that. I ain't had no choice, but look, I got myself back together. But that's how it be. It be like that sometimes. But I still, just like she was saying, keep the peace. Like, she was in a whole new 2-year relationship, but yet I'm meeting her in my county to take her and the kids grocery shopping, where he eating off my food stamps back in the day.
Yeah, that's just something that you can't help. It's kind of part of it.
Yeah, you got to keep the peace.
Yeah. At least to make sure the kids eat.
Right.
Listen, y'all.
And people don't care no more about people don't care about burning bridges. They don't even think about that. I'm the only one still care about burning bridges.
No, I don't like to burn bridges.
People don't care about karma. People lost souls out here, right? City life. People don't care about karma or nothing. People don't care about, okay, well, if I do this to you, then it's gonna come back on me later. Like, people don't care about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
not at
we
the
gotta be
time.
caring,
People
but
don't think about, okay, if I cheat on my husband, how would he feel, or how would that, and you know what? Married people do the most cheating.
I'm appalled.
And I don't understand it. Why y'all married? Married people do the most cheating. And then on top of that, then some of y'all had the audacity to go out there and marry and cheat with another married person.
Yep.
Why you do that?
They both got something to lose.
It's just, what is the point of being married?
Well,
Right.
she less likely to tell on you too.
Right.
Yeah, what is the point of being married? I just don't understand it. Marriage doesn't change the individual, it just makes it legal. Callie, that's what I mean. Like, what the hell you get married for? Please make it make sense.
I don't think when people get married, they were planning on cheating. Usually, not most of the time. They weren't saying, "Well, I'm gonna get married, and then I'm gonna still be cheating on my wife." I don't think nobody set out to do that. I think sometimes we put ourselves in situations that it happens. I never planned on doing those types of things. It just sometimes just fall in your lap, and you don't know how to avoid it. I don't have the will to avoid it.
Then turn around and cheat with somebody that ain't even doing what your spouse doing.
Yeah, it's all about the sex then.
Yeah, that's all it's about.
Yeah.
That's all it's about.
So it's just a thrill. So you finna break people's hearts for a thrill. You finna hurt a woman, hurt a person, and scar a person for a damn near lifetime for a damn thrill?
For a hush hush. Yep.
Hmm. Usually it's thrills
Yeah.
because it happens over
I
and
see.
over.
You, one thing you got to keep in consideration before this modern age of the way women starting to think more like men think. It was men didn't equate sex to love, and now women starting to do the same thing. So a lot of men when they were out there cheating, it wasn't because they loved the other person or anything like that. They just trying to hit. It wasn't nothing personal about it between you and your spouse. It's just something that happened out there.
Listen, y'all want a divorce real quick? Go on his Netflix and delete his TV series. Start him over. Gotta get him up. Start all the movies over, all the series. Go back to season 1.
I noticed this happened more with the government. Now you see all the U.S. attorneys get with these low key girls they got. They done been getting caught having side pieces.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They get caught up in stuff. They set up their moral compass that they ain't even living themselves.
And then everybody want to campaign against, like, just, I don't be, and I can't accept certain things, and like I said, the love that I have inside of me, I can't tolerate that you cheating on me, and then I turn around and accept you, and then you expect me to be the same person I was before you cheated on me. I can't do all.
Diamond, you have your phone by the air conditioner?
Yeah, let me take it out.
Yeah, I'm like Diamond. It only take one time for me to be forever. I'm gonna be forever worried, paranoid, whatever.
Yeah, that's my thing. Because then when y'all are cheating on y'all spouses, man, y'all don't even understand how that really damage a person. And then y'all expect for people to just accept it and chop it up and eat it and you know what I mean, and take it. Just take it.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's unacceptable to me. Y'all, and then you can't do that. You can't expect a person to take, just take it.
Right.
If you cheat on me, and we in a marriage or whatever the case may be, hypothetically speaking, if I decide to allow you to be able to still be alive to tell it or tell the story, I'm gonna be cooking burnt food. The food might be salty, all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Cause my mind, I ain't cooking with love. I ain't doing nothing out of love no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to adjust to the fact that then you got me feeling like, you know what I mean? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with Diamond?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You done married me. What the hell you married me for?
Right.
If I wasn't gonna be enough.
And see, that's the thing I was saying. Y'all tied to all those things, and it don't necessarily mean that to the man.
Coming home when I feel like it, yeah. Then I gotta argue with you, and then I gotta argue with you and teach you or make you respect me or respect our marriage or respect our relationship what we have or respect our home or this foundation that we building. You know what I mean? Then for you to turn around and say, oh, you nagging or I don't want to hear this and walk away like I don't mean nothing to you. I can't go through that, y'all.
and I'm a man, so I can imagine how a woman feels.
I know somebody, you know, she went through she's married. She's married and she went through her husband cheated on her. And when her husband cheated on her, not only that he cheated on her, but he cheated on her with a friend of hers. So she lost her friend, then turned around and cheated on her in the same house they live in. Then turned around when he cheated on her and she found out about it. Then you got the audacity to tell your wife you don't want to talk about it. Come on, man.
Wow.
Tell this lady you don't want to talk about it.
Damn.
You don't want to talk about it because it brings up some type of memories or, you know, flashbacks or whatever the case may be, but you ain't gonna tell this girl you don't want to talk about it.
But see, in that instance, he may be sparing her feelings, because once he give details, he will hear about that forever. We know that.
But Lord night, you sit up here thinking about, listen, he gonna hear about it forever anyway because he cheated.
Regardless. Exactly. Regardless.
Right. If you give details, it's gonna be a whole lot worse.
But why so why do it? I'm getting upset just even talking about it. See, I'm telling you, Dante can't take all that. Tell me we don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. Boy, you're gonna be listening. You're gonna be scared to sleep in the same bed with that.
How much details do you think y'all really want?
I need every detail.
I don't want none. You know why I don't want none? Because you out the door. I ain't standing for nobody cheating on me. I done told every last nigga I done been with. And I done told y'all before. If you cheat on me,
well, she won't details. Jazz, she won't details because she stayed. And she stayed and you know she wants to talk about it. She want to know. It don't necessarily have to be details lower night of how you cheated. You know what I'm saying? That she probably won't. Why? I'm sure that's her biggest question. Why? And you don't want to talk about it?
But it ain't gonna make her feel no better if she find out. That's the whole thing.
Right.
But listen, but here's the thing though. If she got a question, he owe her a damn answer. He owe her that.
Agree, but still, it ain't gonna make nothing no better. Regardless.
But you don't know how it would make her. You don't know how it would make her feel. We don't know that.
She gonna feel like what did she do anyway? That's how she gonna feel. Either way, if he tell her or he don't, she's still gonna have that question in the back of her head. What did I do? Why?
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. When she confided into me about her story, she told me, she said, Diamond, she said, I feel like I want to cheat on him for get back. And I the old Diamond would have told her, you know what I'm saying, go sleep with his daddy. The old Diamond would have told her that. But the new Diamond told her, I said, is that gonna make you feel better if you cheat on him? That's what I told her. I asked her that. I say, is that gonna make you feel better if you cheat on him? I say it's gonna make the situation worse. That's what I told her. The advice I gave her was, it's gonna make the situation worse if you go cheat on him. I said, if you're gonna stay there with him, why make it worse?
Right.
Respect that. And see that advice like you gave her, that's unusual to come from another single woman. That's why it's not good for married women to hang with single women. Because most women, like you said,
I'm single.
I know. I'm saying that.
That's what he is.
I know what I'm saying, but that's rare. Because most women, like you said, the old Diamond would have said,
"Go ahead and sleep with your father." Yeah, that wouldn't have helped nothing. Right.
Are they happy now?
No, they ain't happy. No.
Oh man.
She just say she say, man, she say sometimes she depressed so bad it took her to a depression stage. She say, Diamond, she say sometimes I don't even want to get out the bed. She said I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't even, you know what I mean? Like if she leave, If she leave, she gonna have to go through that situation. If she stay, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be it's gonna be harder.
If she stay, it's gonna be harder. It's a
Yeah.
start focusing on how to love her. I promise so much, so much, so much. Right now, her out of person herself.
You breaking up, Jazz?
Microphone.
Yeah, Jazz. Okay, she got out. Y'all hear a buzzing sound, or is it just me?
Yeah, it sounds like wind.
So, oh, Jazz, she dropped out, y'all. She that's her trying to come back up.
I want to know if Jazz ever put her picture back up on the wall. Jazz, you put your picture back up on the wall.
No, Jeffrey.
That's
you
How you
took
doing?
it down permanently.
That's Jeffrey.
It's UPS.
Look at you.
good,
You learned
Jazz.
So
something.
why?
You learned something on the
So what you
pilot
gonna do?
ship.
So what you gonna
Yeah,
do?
Jazz is growing.
I like karma.
Okay, I got you.
That's exactly
Did,
what she allows
did
karma to set in and of wind up coming back at you. It's like whole works. You'll be hurting with your mindset going left and right. Anybody got time for that? I would advise. I know Diamond, you think or whatever, but even though I wouldn't want my best friend, you know what I'm saying, friend, girl, whatever the case, I wouldn't want her to stay in a situation where, you know, maybe she'll never get out of it if she can't, one, forgive him, and two, clear her mind about
Jazz,
it.
your phone breaking up real bad.
It's
I
a
think
but
Jazz, that I see my mind. See I've matured, I've grown, y'all, and I'm still growing. The old me, I have learned, y'all, to not tell a woman to leave her man. I don't tell a woman to leave a man. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what I would be. I don't know what I would do if I was in that position. So I can't tell you to do something, and I don't even know if I would do it if I was in that position. You get what I'm saying? So I don't tell
right.
people, you know what I mean, what to do in a relationship. I can give you some advice to the best of my ability, but I don't be telling nobody to leave that man because I don't know if I'm gonna stay. I don't know what I'm gonna tolerate. You know what I'm saying, and etc. So I don't want people. I don't want to be giving out the advice, and you know what I mean, because you got children involved and etc. That's just me.
but
I don't do all of that, but
I
I just told her that cheating on him with somebody else it's gonna make it worse. It's not gonna make you no better. That's all I told her.
I would tell her what's best for her to love herself. It's about loving yourself. You cannot love herself feeling the way she is feeling because she's in her head asking why. What did I do?
What you did?
It's a noise. It's a noise.
I don't know.
Jazz, is your phone breaking up, or
No,
is it Jazz, or is it me?
I think
No, it's Jazz.
it's on there. Not here.
Jazz, get your ass off the damn couch eating and slide over to the other side of the couch. We can't hear you.
Oh my God. Not me.
What y'all hear though? Somebody
Big
said
boy, can you mute your phone? Big boy, I want to see
Huh?
if it goes. Can you mute your phone?
he
Yeah,
not
hold
even. I
on.
don't even hear nothing in his background.
I just hear this buzzing, this really
Right.
buzzing bad noise. It's been going on for a while.
Yeah, I don't got nothing on.
No, can you mute your phone? We want to see where it's coming from.
Yeah, hold on.
Should
It wasn't me.
It's Big Boy. Okay, it's Big Boy. It stopped when
I got dropping down comments like I did it.
No, Jazz, I know sometimes when you talk, we only hearing like certain parts of what you're saying, so that's why I say you were still breaking up.
Oh. But yeah, I wouldn't tell her to leave necessarily. I would tell her basically, hey, do what you need to do to love yourself. We have to start loving ourselves more than we love these other individuals at times, especially when you're in a marriage where somebody's cheated on you. That is nothing that somebody wants to actually go through. That could be very detrimental to somebody's mental state. What?
You said, Diamond, I'm not telling you to tell your friend to leave, but tell her to keep her. I mean, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. My advice to when I always talk to people and that go for marriage or relationships or whatever, I always say, you know what to do. And I leave it like that. You know what to do. You do what's best for you. And I'm done with it. You know what I mean? I'm done with it. You do what's best for you. So you can take that, how you want to take that. But I'm not going to tell, because here's the thing. When people are hurt and they're going through a situationship or relationship heartbreak or something like that right there, can't nothing me, you, and Lord Ninth and Jeffrey and anybody tell them at that moment.
True.
Can't nobody tell them nothing at that moment. So, like, I don't even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even listen, because if I'm going through something, baby, I don't want to hear that. I would quickly tell you, oh, you don't know my pain. You don't know what I'm feeling of. And because when people quick to say, oh, I understand, shit, I don't want to hear you say understand either. Because if you ain't never been if you ain't never been through what I'm going through, what the hell you understand? Sometimes I just shut up and listen, because sometimes I don't have no comeback. I don't know what to say. Because I know
I agree with that.
a lot of people would give you advice on what. It's easy to say what you would do when you ain't in that position. It's so easy to say that. The minute you're in that position, you don't know what you're gonna do until it hits your ass.
See,
When
Right.
it hits you, that's a different story.
that's why I said, Diamond. I tell every man, I promise you, no kid, no joke. You cheat on me, I'm cutting it off and I'm handing it to you. Period. Point blank. Period. Because this is why. You see that? What that shirt is? What that shirt say? Diamond. I'm not playing no games. I am not gonna stay in no marriage. I'm not gonna stay in no relationship and feel like I can't because you done. No, who does that? No, it's a lot. It takes a lot of people real strong to do that. I said I'm cutting it off. Period.
And that's usually because of past experience. You learn from experience. You're like, I ain't going through that no more.
I've seen it go through it. I have not been through it myself,
Yeah.
but I'm saying you understand. Don't come. Don't come knocking at the doorstep and be.
Put your phone a little closer to you, Jazz, because you're breaking up.
I'm I'm saying don't come knocking at my doorstep unless you're ready. Period. Because I'm gonna give you all of me, and I expect the same in return. And there's no outside because I ain't doing no poly. I ain't doing no this, no none of that. None. I'm selfish, and I'm gonna
But
stay
you know
selfish.
what I had to learn, Jazz? You know what I had to learn? Um, um, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I can't expect me out of you.
Agreed.
Right.
But coming to
You
a
know, I
relate.
had to learn that. I had to learn that.
But you know what? I have to learn that too with people in general, not just in your relationship.
Right, with people in general. Yeah, hell
Right.
yeah.
Right.
So then you have to understand you have to make some concessions. Obviously, there's deal breakers, But then you're gonna
Not in
have
my
to make some
relation.
concessions.
Not in my relationship. Not in my relationship. People outside of my relationship, yes, all day, every day. Because again, I can't afford to put my all into that. But in my relationship, shit. Okay, play with it. Play with it.
Damn.
But you got to understand there, I mean, obviously you have deal breakers like a poly. Obviously that's a deal breaker. But there are certain situations that you wouldn't normally deal with, but maybe you'll concede to deal with it because of the relationship. Am I making sense?
No.
Jazz, what's the deal breaker for you that you would not work with?
Cheating. That's a deal breaker.
Those are obvious. Those are
Yeah.
obvious.
Don't come at me if we can't financially make things work and happen together and build together. If you ain't doing nothing to build me mentally and I ain't doing nothing, how can I do something to build you mentally? We no, no, we have to be moving somewhere. We have to be doing something. We have to be growing. If you're not willing to grow, that's a deal breaker. I'm not dealing with nobody who ain't trying to make no real moves or do something that we can grow from and get to the next level. That's deal breaker.
Miscellaneous situations.
Miscellaneous, like what? Give me an example.
Leaving that picture on the wall.
That was
That ain't miscellaneous.
still here, right?
Yep.
Okay, that wasn't a deal breaker. So
That was
next,
not a deal breaker. So you
nope.
conceded, but you conceded on that. You conceded in that, and that's
That's
those are
only
the things
because
that I'm talking
y'all
about.
like I feel like y'all try to take me to a place with it. Like I take you there. No, it wasn't him.
Right.
It wasn't
I
him.
know it's a lot of things that's deal breakers for me now, and it's because I have zero tolerance now. I'm not tolerating a lot of things that I would have tolerated, back a long time ago. I have that's the way when you go to working on you and learning you, and you know what I mean, and when you get in that moment, you go to learning who you are and your value and stuff like that right there, like. It's a lot of things that you're not gonna deal with. A lot of things you ain't gonna tolerate.
Absolutely.
And that's where I'm at. So, people like Diamond, 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 that's where I'm at. You gotta bring it. And consistency is one of my issues right there. You ain't even gonna make it. If you ain't consistent with communicating with me, I ain't even going out on a date with your ass. I don't even want to be bothered.
Right, right.
I don't even want to be bothered.
No, leave it.
If
Same
you
here.
got to come in, if you got to come in the door and you coming in the door with motives and you know what I mean and all type of stuff, and I don't want to be bothered.
Right.
I don't know, and I do that. I don't want to be bothered, and I I do have a choice of what I'm gonna tolerate. I mean, what I do have a choice of what I want to accept and what I don't want to accept.
Hmm. I agree.
And I feel like, I'm paying, the more and more I talk to y'all, the more and more I'm paying attention to red flag on top of red flag on top of red flag. So it's like, shit, I pay attention to the red flags from the gate. So,
Yeah, you need to. Like I
so
say,
Got
it's,
to.
most of the people.
it's, and it's a lot of people are giving out red flags. So it's like, by me being a person that's paying attention to red flags, I'm gonna be, it's gonna always be harder for me to be in a relationship than anybody else because I'm not, tolerating and I'm not accepting a lot of things that a lot of other women are.
Like I said, the older we get, the more red flags we're gonna see in other people because we're getting
The
settled
older we get, the more
into.
wiser we should get.
Right.
Well,
Hey,
And it go both
we got a
ways.
question in the comments. We got a question in the comments.
what's up?
They saying is celibacy for life? If that's what I'm reading, is celibacy for life an option? Hell
Well,
no.
celibacy for life. If that
So,
for that to be an option, then you're not in a relationship. Is what I'm
I
taking it
don't
at.
75.
No, no,
Still get it in.
you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not in that. I ain't going for that shit.
Well, there would be nobody
I
going after that.
mean, I believe in celibacy. I don't have a problem with that. I believe in soul ties. I don't have no connections, y'all, with nobody. I'm not being sexually active with nobody. I ain't waking up with somebody on my mind wondering what they doing because they done gave me their pickle.
Right.
I ain't got no,
Jazz, I
you know
thought.
what I'm saying? You get that, you women, you get that pickle, honey. That pickle go how you go to think about things.
Hmm.
What you finna say, Lola?
No, I thought you had to go to work earlier.
No, no, no. They
Oh, I got soul ties with a dude in Netflix. I got soul ties with my Netflix.
Yep. Yep.
no, I'm off today. She was trying to get me to come in. I was gonna go in, but another girl volunteered. So I just
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening, looking at your comments, Triple.
Look,
I think
only
that
only only
honestly,
another pickle will break that
honestly,
soul tie.
I feel
Mhm.
like a lot of women, and it's just my opinion, but honestly, I feel like a lot of women out here giving their peach cobbler to a lot of men that don't even deserve peach cobbler.
that's a very true statement.
Very true.
I had a guy tell me that before, actually, a man. And it, it it was a long time ago, but it made me think, like, for real, think about that because what's my worth? Why am I giving you something and not getting anything in return?
You getting the pickle, y'all? It's tit for tat. What you talking about?
Lord, don't start that foolishness.
What?
Don't
It
start
ain't
that.
got no more value. It ain't got no more value than what we got.
Lord, don't start that foolishness because at the end of the day, now, Lord, that's why you married, right?
Yes.
Okay. Don't start that foolishness, Lord. You
It
married.
it 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 helps. It helps. Cobbler helps a whole lot.
Exactly. Along with the other things. So don't start that fool.
Yeah, cobbler and gobbler.
Cobbler helps a whole lot to who?
A whole lot. We talking about marriage. We're not talking about the shit y'all doing out there.
What? Ain't doing no more.
Jazz, your new do look good. I see you now. I see you.
Yeah.
Dad's don't do nothing else. Dad's gonna change that hairstyle up. Jazz got
Listen,
more
I
patience than
see
me.
it.
Because
I
I don't even have the patience no more. Like I done got so used to custom to wear my wigs, man. Like I I listen, I gotta get my hair done for my meet and greet, y'all, right? I gotta get my hair done for my meet and greet. And I'm like all over the place picking what style I want to do. And my hairstyle is like she loved me, but we have a love and hate relationship because when I walk in when I walk in the salon, she already know, oh Lord Jesus, what we going through today? What we, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm so picky. I am so freaking picky, y'all. Like you cannot miss a beat with my hair, and she's the only one. Like I hate dealing with new stylists. I hate dealing with new different attitudes and all this right here. I hate that.
As much as I get my hair done, don't come to for my head.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, y'all ready?
Jazz.
You need to now, son. You got now, that one. Go don't look.
When the wedding, Jazz?
It's supposed to be next year sometime, but we're gonna pray about it.
Wait, how you discuss when's the proposal
Be
gonna happen?
quiet, no excuses. So,
We
so
pray.
before y'all get into that, so Jazz, you took the picture down.
Girl, you see me.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jazz,
we got
took
Jazz.
the picture down. Wait a minute,
We
Jazz.
got
Who made you took the picture down?
you and Noah and Jeffrey and
Listen, but listen, she
all
grow
of y'all.
Diamond. She growing. She growing.
mm,
Now
she
wait,
growing.
what did your man say anything?
I ain't even noticed the shit.
And you so used to seeing it sitting up there, he ain't paying no attention to it no
It
more.
wasn't a deal breaker.
That's
Mm-mm.
why, y'all. That's why it's important that I come on here because y'all
Yeah.
see how much we learning every day. You know what I mean?
Oh
And stuff. But Lord Night trying to tell me y'all not to come on here and talk to
no,
y'all every day.
no, damn it! I want you to have a life outside of us. That's
Don't
all I'm saying.
have it.
No, I have a life.
Hmm.
You want me to you just want me to have a husband or for some reason a knucklehead for some reason because you
Yeah.
feel
Right. No excuses.
because you feel like somebody deserves Diamond Speech Cobbler.
So you took it
No,
down,
no,
huh?
Boss man, get out.
no.
Bye,
Yeah,
boss
he
man.
took it down.
Bye, boss
He
man.
took it down, boss man.
Bye,
Listen,
boss man.
she say he didn't notice, but he probably noticed. He was like,
He
"Oh,
Yeah,
knows that
wow."
shit.
He probably
yeah.
smiled walking by.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Bye, boss man.
when I heard
I
her
mean,
say that, I had to pop up here. I was like, "What's going on here?"
yeah,
Well,
I don't know if y'all.
I'm glad you took the picture down because you
Yeah.
know he lived in the house together with you and y'all paying bills. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, and et cetera. So I'm glad you took the bills down just out of respect for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, you know that's just out of respect for him. Make him
So,
feel like let him feel like your house is his house.
mm-hmm.
Even though he came in there and he moved in with you and stuff like that right there, but you know let him also make him feel like your house is his house, even though it ain't his house. But you know
Hey,
this
Jazz, I got a very important question, Jazz.
You gotta go to
How
work.
many days? How many
Okay,
days
I'm
a
not
week
gonna
you
sit
let
around
him
and
get
wait
that
on you.
remote
Go to
control
work.
and pick the channels?
What's she
What you
talking
say?
about? Jazz.
What you say?
How many days a week you let him get that
Huh?
remote control and pick the channels?
I'm still gonna keep
I
my
don't
ex
listen.
Netflix.
I don't watch TV. Ask him. I don't watch TV. He has the TV. I don't never watch TV. He
There
Uh,
you
has the
Tom,
go.
TV. I
There you
don't watch
go.
TV.
hold
None
on,
of
let me
that.
say something, Thomas. If someone want to come in and allow my want to
Yeah.
pay for my next, if someone got a problem with my ex Netflix being up there, and they want to pay for it or whatever the case may be, I don't know if I will allow them because one thing about it, two things for sure. I know my ex kept me up there for 2 years, so he's consistent with it.
Let me see. Oh, man.
I don't know,
Right.
you know what I'm
No,
saying?
because you
Like
got to start
I,
stuff.
I don't, you know, I'm not in a relationship, so it's okay for me to still have my ex Netflix.
Right.
If he ain't whining about it, I wouldn't even care. Shit, he ain't making no big fuss about it, Diamond. So keep watching TV. Shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Everybody,
Netflix. I
everybody
think
worrying about the
Netflix.
wrong thing.
Now what's going to happen is I think Netflix finna charge people an X amount of money for people
Right.
that have their Netflix account
Oh
in
yeah.
other houses. So I
Oh,
Right.
they
think a
is.
lot of people that's on their ex's Netflix finna be in for a rude awakening. A lot of people. So when Netflix do that, then I will accept it and then get my own.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna start going up. Netflix is getting tired of the password sharing.
They in
Yeah.
Netflix getting tired of Netflix getting tired of basically not that people finding a way to not pay.
Right.
Losing money.
They
But see,
losing money.
every time lately, the
Losing no
last
money.
couple of years, of them doing that, they start losing money too. Their shares went down a whole lot because of something they did
Oh
last
yeah,
summer.
big time.
Yeah,
Big
so
Oh,
time.
that
they gonna be.
could be a possibility too. No excuses. That could be a possibility too.
Their
Mm-hmm.
strategy was new content, new content, new content. Well, they lost licenses. They lost licenses. They had the Marvel collection.
Right,
They lost
right.
that to Disney, so they didn't fight over it. So, but because their strategy was new content, new content. But when they reported their losses, they're still the giant. They're still the biggest
Mm-hmm.
one.
Oh yeah.
But they did take a big drop. So then now, if their strategy is still new content, they said, well, listen, we gotta recover somehow. And they always had that sharing passwords.
Jeffrey, they already recovered from going up.
Yeah,
Well,
They go up
because
all the
well,
damn
yeah.
time.
But what I'm saying is they're thinking of, hey, how do we get, obviously new
Right.
money.
Exactly. No
That's
excuses. They went down. They shares went down because of the competition they got out there. They need to get it
Yeah.
together.
right.
Right.
And when all the
So
other companies start going streaming, like HBO, Disney Plus, all the other companies start streaming, got there, they as they come, because they took a lot of the product from
they took
Netflix.
it
So like when Disney Plus went
exactly.
streaming,
They
it took
took
all
it
the
back.
Marvel from them. It took all
Right.
that Marvel.
How
They're
you
Right.
like,
think
yeah,
you think the cable companies feel when they took a big loss when Fire Stick and stuff came out?
Right.
yep,
Yeah, and
Right.
I'm gonna
Right.
keep on sticking it to him too.
yeah. Because Netflix was kicking the cable companies in the butt because, and then when Netflix, I'm gonna tell you what really put Netflix on the scene when they start making their own shows, and you don't have to. What put Netflix ahead of everybody is you don't have to wait every week for an episode. They gave you all the goddamn episodes. They're like, here's the whole goddamn new series.
Right.
Watch
Right.
it when you want. You don't have to wait every damn week for a damn episode.
Right.
That's
Right.
what really, and plus they actors, they pay them up front. They're like, they'll go ahead and pay them. You already signed a contract for the movie, but they probably won't shoot the movie for another 2 years, but they already paid you your goddamn money. So you
Right.
can't
Right.
turn it down. They pay the actors up front.
Right.
Hmm.
And they ain't getting back what they
Now
I
get.
think I'm the
it's
last of the
now it's
dying breed, the last of the few of the dying breed that still got cable.
now it's
My
funny
my
to me
my,
for
my
people that
number.
say they're gonna leave Netflix for password sharing. That's crazy because you paying for it anyway, and if you lending out your password, they're the ones that's the problem because they ain't paying nothing now anyway.
Right.
So to leave Netflix
So let,
over it is crazy.
so let me ask y'all this with this whole password sharing because like all of my kids got cell phones and all of them got my Netflix account password. So how is that? It's still in the same household. It's still the same.
No,
If it
but everybody's on Wi-Fi.
everybody's on the
If
same
they,
Wi-Fi,
yeah, they can see the IP address.
They can see
right?
the IP.
So
Yeah, they
that
track it
that
back.
No,
won't be the problem. It's
Right.
the different
no,
IP
no.
It's
address.
If
just
they're
no excuses. I love my cable, y'all.
Say again, Jazz.
no, if they street, right? If they out in the street and they using the Netflix and they're out, they're not under the same Wi-Fi because they have their
No,
own phones.
that's on
So how
cellular
is
though.
it that huh?
That
No, I mean, but
IP.
eventually they come back home, so they'll know. They
Right.
can kind of
IP.
figure that
Trust me,
out.
they'll be able to trace your. Let me tell you something. They got systems where they'll be able to trace your number and your name and know where your address at.
Now I
Right.
got a feeling that Netflix gonna charge her more money.
it's
I don't care what
possible.
y'all say.
That's
It's a
possible.
money
Yep,
thing. It's a money thing. They're gonna charge her more money for her sharing her out, even though it's in the same. They still gonna charge her for that.
it's
Yeah,
possible. I
That's just
agree.
like
they,
cable companies.
they,
Cable
Is
companies.
yeah,
When you have a box in each room and you have remote controls in each room, they charge you for
right.
that.
right.
Joe
Yeah,
do.
They charge you
they
for
may
that.
keep up with the
Separate.
separate eventually keep up with the
They,
separate
they,
logins on
Right.
different devices.
Me, I gotta get. I
14.99.
gotta learn Fire Stick though.
Yeah. What they'll do is they're gonna say you need to be on the same Wi-Fi. So they may not pay for it while they're out, but and then once they come home, it pops back in. But it'll
Right.
read that hey, you're not under the same Wi-Fi.
Oh,
You have to
Right.
they're able to use their Netflix outside of the house and not on the same Wi-Fi. They're able to use Netflix anywhere they go.
right now.
But they come back. Yeah, but they come
But
back.
he's telling me now that he don't have to. He can use his Netflix anywhere he go.
But what I'm
They
saying
don't have
is,
to without his Wi-Fi.
if they start charging you for password sharing, they may not allow that
Yeah,
anymore.
because
They
the
may
new
not.
policy, they say the new policy once they implement it, like if you ain't on the, like they gonna know who the main account, the name of the main account. So your phone, if you whoever holding the policy, the account, they gonna stay on. But if you outside of that, they just cut your service off. You go out
No,
Right.
from
what
the
they're
house,
gonna
you
do
just ain't gonna
is
be able to
no.
watch nothing.
What they're gonna do is this is what they're gonna do. They're gonna charge people. They're gonna tell them we have your Netflix account elsewhere for X amount of dollars. You can keep that account elsewhere,
Right.
or you can deny it, and then they'll cut it off elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. They
you,
gonna
yeah,
start
you,
Still
disconnecting.
I still have cable, y'all.
Right.
I don't like y'all. I just don't like jumping from, you know what I mean, from company to company, y'all. Like my cell phone bill, I'm with T-Mobile. I've been with T-Mobile, y'all, since 2008.
But
I
see,
just
that's the thing. They bank on that too, Diamond. Because I'm the same way. I had Sprint combined with T-Mobile. I spend over $100 a month on my cell phone bill. That shit's stupid as hell. When you can go other places and it's $30.
Oh
well,
yeah, I've been with
I don't think
But
Verizon.
I'll ever have a $30 bill.
I've been with Verizon since 2001. Never changed. Never
damn,
changed.
And
Ever.
y'all, I'm like, I just like to stay where I'm at, where what I stick with what I know. I just stick with what I know. You got some people like my bank account. I'm with Wells Fargo. I've been with Wells Fargo since I was 18 years old.
Now that you can change because
Yeah,
they've been doing
yeah,
us so wrong
yeah. I don't deal with them. Mm.
for many years.
uh,
But I got credit card. I got credit cards with them and everything.
I
Yeah.
remember Wells Fargo way back when they used to be deal with Wachovia. Y'all remember Wachovia?
That's
yeah, I
when I
remember what
paid them.
Kobe
It
was.
was Wachovia. It was
Way back
Wachovia.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wachovia, man, all them old things. Then I went over to One United out of downtown Atlanta, black owned bank. Then you got United Bank. Yeah. Then you got Citizen Trust, Sun Trust.
I got all the streaming services, all of them. Hulu to Disney to
And
Amazon
also, y'all,
to
like with Wells
HBO.
Fargo, for me,
I have
I like that.
DirecTV. I got it all.
I like to
But
have
see,
an account. I like to have a bank. I like to be a partner with a bank that I could easily go to if there's what I'm saying, if there's an issue. I
Yeah.
like the fact that it's an ATM machine somewhere here. All of that stuff, you know how
Right.
people are with Chime and all of that stuff right there. I can't function.
Ladybug, you're right.
yeah, me either.
But I think what I'm gonna do. So after football, I only have DirecTV for football season, so I can watch all the games. After
You,
football
you,
season,
you,
I don't even watch DirecTV. I think I'm gonna cut it
yeah,
till football season come back.
you. All you need is a Fire Stick, bro. You can on Fire Stick. Like right now, I have Fire Stick. I can watch every cable channel. I can watch every pay per view for free.
Can you watch every
For
You
single?
know,
Can you watch every single game?
you see that graph?
every single
Me
thing,
too, Miss Goddess.
I'm gonna look into that
every single thing you can think of, you can watch.
Miss
because
Goddess,
And you don't.
I only know that DirecTV has license
Miss
to carry
Goddess, you
everything.
ain't been in my box lately. You ain't been in my live lately all the time and everything. I'm calling you out.
I thought you said yesterday.
She come in every blue moon. She must be. She don't come in. She
Uh,
don't come in on a regular like she used to.
well, you know
You
she's
know,
starting at
you know
Wait,
when you
you know.
lower night.
Wait,
You don't
let me
know
tell
her
you what she
business.
doing. Let me tell you what she doing. You know she done signed up for what's the name of it? Oh,
OnlyFans.
Jeff, OnlyFans.
She ain't signed up for no OnlyFans.
Yes, she has.
Her nickname, but
What's her nickname?
her nick.
D
Miss
boy, let
Goddess
me
want to come
let me drop you down. Let me talk to her real quick.
You heard me, Diamond.
Huh?
Her nickname, Banana.
I'm sure.
Diamond,
What's up?
Diamond.
What's up?
Miss
You're about to
Goddess.
hear from the horses. Well, from not the horses, but from the horse mouth. Say it again, Lord Knight.
She has
What did you just
signed up.
say? Mm-hmm.
She has signed up for OnlyFans.
And I am approved. So
That
I
ain't,
will.
but that ain't what I'm talking about. I Miss
I
Goddess,
know what you're talking about,
yeah,
Diamond.
you're gonna be if you gonna do this, you need to know how to be neutral.
Yeah, Miss Goddess, where you been?
I've been
That's what all I'm
Diamond.
saying. That's what all I'm saying. I'm calling
I
your
ain't
ass
Diamond.
seen you in
out.
forever.
Diamond. I've been on your live every day.
Well, you
Every
sure
single
don't
day.
say nothing. You be in the hallways.
Because it be so many. No, I be on your live. It be so many people I don't be knowing. I just be chilling. I swear for God.
Okay,
I
but my live has took my live has took a big transition
like
and it
what?
has gotten better and bigger. So
Yeah.
it's okay, you know what I mean? Like for you to you don't have to know them, you know Diamond though.
I know. I just be like sitting back, relaxing. I don't know. I just don't really feel like I have to feel people like this. This is my personality. You know, when I first
Yeah.
start coming, when I first start coming on Diamond, I was quiet. And I finally got in the box. But it took every nerve, biting, fingernails, toenails to do that. I have to like observe people. I always been like that. So then once I like, it's hard for me to just jump in with people I don't know, their angles, where they're coming from. I don't want to take people in the wrong way. That's just Miss Goddess, Diamond.
But Miss Goddess, you know Miss Diamond.
But I'm just explaining to her why. But Diamond, I'll be right there. You don't be seeing the comments, how Miss Goddess, I'll be like, good morning, Diamond and everyone. You don't be paying me no mind.
I don't be seeing it. It be so many people
It
on
be
my
so many
live
people in it. Be
when I come
300-400
in and don't
people.
be wanting to speak either. But
Diamond,
y'all
yes.
have to understand, like y'all have to understand that my live is getting bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? Like you coming in now, I'm at 300 and 400 people up in here. You know what I'm saying? Like if y'all, and then y'all suppose a lot of my day ones don't even come around.
I'll be right there. Diamond, your live be booming, 400 people.
And like Diamond,
And I
some
just be
days I
sitting
don't
back
come.
and I just be like listening. Now, like if Lord, let's say like if one of the familiars be in there, then I feel a little bit more comfortable coming in.
And I'm the same way.
And that's
I'm the
just the
same
way,
way.
Diamond, that's just Miss Goddess. That's just me.
I
I
try
want
and
to
give
just
new
feel
people
the
a shot.
I
I
know
try
energy,
to
because
tell.
they
feel
be
like
here.
they
I know.
vibes. I can't just jump right in.
Yeah.
I always been like that. I'm not one that just go to a party and just be like, hey. I gotta sit down, check you out. I gotta observe the room all the way around. Let me hear about my one and my two drink. Then Miss Goddess gonna be like, hey,
Look,
that's
I'm the
me.
one. Hey, from the gate.
Right.
Yeah, just come in and
Right.
speak. Triple T said, I speak, but some days I be like, man, do I really want to speak? Why not?
I
Thank
But
you,
always
Miss
hey,
speak,
Tracy.
Diamond. Every time I
but be
come into the
honest,
Tracy
sometimes
been
room,
giving up her seat. Thank you.
Diamond,
you can be
you
having
know
the
from
newbies
the
come up
gate.
there.
When I come in,
You
I
know,
say, good morning, Diamond. Good morning, everyone. I
Yeah,
never not
but
once.
if all my newbies coming in and I'm, you know what I mean, I'm interacting with my newbies more than my day ones. I'm like, well, damn, where everybody
But Diamond,
at?
I just
but
can't
Diamond,
dive into
that's
that live. I don't be knowing none of
yeah.
them
But
daggone people.
you
I
only
don't be
have
knowing none of
six
them. And then some
boxes.
I mean, I ain't being smart,
Yeah.
but it's just
Yeah, you
like
only have six
I can't
boxes. So we
adapt to
got it.
some of the stuff. Like some of the, I can't.
So
Yeah.
and you
I
got
have
to
to
let
like,
the newbies in. So you got to let
You gotta
newbies in
let
because
newbies
that's
yeah, they
in.
your
gotta
Yeah.
come
grandbaby.
in, but I'm not
So you
gonna
got to
just
let the
jump
newbies.
myself in there like that. I have to like observe everything
And then when
first.
we
Yeah.
jump on here, sometimes the newbies get all sensitive and stuff. And then when we go at them, they think we've been aggressive. But I'm like, this the norm, goddamn. You
You know
can't take
what?
it while you
I
jump
would
in
Yeah.
here.
say, I
You know
Now
what
would
I
I'm
don't
say,
saying?
care about no newbies or nothing like that, but I have to fill these newbies out. But like if Boss Man was in there, Jazz was in there, Jeff was anyone I'm familiar with, hell yeah, I'm going to request to jump in.
but I would
I
say
gotta
this
wet my
too. You
feet
definitely have
first.
to let the newbies in, but it would
Yeah, like
would
I
be
don't care. I mean, like it's
it
Diamond
would be
Show,
good.
Diamond growing.
Yeah, but it would be good for Diamond to have one regular person in the
Well, you
box
do
as
it then,
well.
Jeff. You like, hey, hi.
Yeah.
And Jeff, sometimes you be MIA too. I'm calling you out.
But here's the thing though, like I love my newbies. I'm glad to see a lot of newbies and a lot of new faces because it's I'm learning different things from each and every last one of y'all. But when my day ones, like my old people, like where's the loyalty?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going nowhere.
And I gotta
So,
tell you,
Yeah, I'm not
but
loyal to you
listen,
because
no
Thank you,
excuses,
because
I'm
no
see,
always
excuses
there.
owns those comments. I ain't gonna lie. He owns the
Some excuses
comments.
I
is
get
just
thank
like don't
you.
play his ass.
who that Jeff?
He is no
No
excuses.
excuses.
He is
Yeah,
listen.
yeah.
Especially when
That's it.
He
especially
be
when you
on
try
that
to
job
mind your
Sometimes
own business.
every
sometimes
day.
he hit it below the just don't
Sometimes,
sugarcoat, just raw, just
but
below the
look, he
just
consistent.
ignore him.
He,
Ignore his ass.
he
I
Ignore
know,
him.
consistent.
Jay. I know. Ladybug
I
say,
learned to
"Where's Auntie
ignore.
Chantel?" Ooh,
Oh
Ladybug, you must
Lord.
be ain't been on here in a long
You've
time.
been on here in a long time.
You gotta
Yeah.
be Ladybug. Chantel ain't been on my live in
months,
what,
5 months, 4 months, right?
about what,
5 months. It's been like 5
5
months
months?
since like February.
Yeah, she ain't been on my live since in about 5 months.
And that's part of the reason I'm here. Because she
Me
never
too.
given anybody else opportunity to talk.
Right.
That kept me out of the box a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah. Since
She's
she been gone, a lot of people came
she's a
back.
character. She's a character, but everyone got their own little whatever. So, Diamond, I am very excited to meet you. Very, very excited. I know it's going to just be wow. I
Triple
just,
T,
I
you don't
just
even want to
know the
know.
wild effect going to be there.
You say what now?
I just know it's going to be wow. It's going to be very nice. I know it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
I put
I'm
and
up
let me
excited.
listen, man,
let me
like
tell
You
Diamond
you.
gotta
have good ass
Miss
taste.
Goddess.
Diamond got good ass taste. And
Miss
Diamond
Yeah.
gonna
Goddess, you
make
got a
sure her
packet?
name is representative. Child, look, I got all my clothes together. All I gotta do is put them in my suitcase. I've been out just
yeah,
changing my
Shamos, like
mind.
I know my old people, I know my new people, because I pay attention to who interact with me a lot in the comments.
Diamond, I be in them comments like right on rice.
Uh,
Nah,
and
Tom.
look, yeah, when this is
Wait a
what y'all
minute.
gonna find amazing when everybody get in the room together. The way everybody talk to each other right now, when you get in person with each other, it's gonna be just like family. Cause like when I
Mm-hmm.
met Diamond,
Yeah.
me and
Yeah.
Diamond talk in person. It didn't seem no different.
Right.
Right. It
Okay.
is.
It didn't. It just
Right.
the same way we talk, the same way we talk on the phone, it's the same exact way we talk when we was in person with each other. Now Jeff, we didn't talk that much because Jeff be running around. He don't sit his ass still.
Listen, Jeff be working the room. Everywhere Jeff go, Jeff working the room. Jeff see when my meet and greet and y'all see Jeff. Jeff gonna be working the room. Like Jeff gonna be all over the place.
When me and Diamond was sitting out, I like, Diamond, where Jeff at?
But Raya, and you know, and then what I said, no, Lord, what I said, Lord, nice.
He working the room. He working the room.
That's how you form them connections. You get out
Like,
there
wait
and
a
talk.
no, wait. Them
Right.
people in that room, them people in that room, Jeff wasn't gonna ever see again. There's like
No.
300 people in there in a country town. Jeff ain't ever gonna see them no more.
But
Right.
you know what I tell you this, but the gift that Jeff have.
Good gag.
A lot of us need to have that, because a lot of us is more anti than social.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of
Mm-hmm.
us
Yeah,
need to socialize more and get
Mm-hmm.
to know other people, because you never know where other people can take
Can
you,
bring.
or what
Mm-hmm.
what they can offer to you, or advice or anything, or take you. So it's good to you know um, socialize and work the room. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's good. You just never
right.
know. But
You
when
know.
we be so we be so stuck in our ways, there you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta know who. You gotta know who's around. You gotta.
Mm-hmm.
See what
Just
everybody's about.
let me drink my drinks. Then you're going to see a whole Miss God.
Yeah, but
Listen,
Listen,
y'all
we
see.
did not have enough room when Lower showed up. So it was like, okay, I went to the source and said, look, who is that for? And they said that's for the family. I said, but there's nobody sitting there. He said, show me. So we went up there, and that's how we were able to make sure that you Lower and everybody else had a seat. And
Yeah.
so we end up
Right.
sitting with the family.
Yeah.
But you gotta do that work of the room. You gotta network. You gotta see what's
Talk.
going on. See where what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But you just never know. You know what I'm saying? You just never know, like the people you can meet, and you know what I mean. How far it can take you, or what position you might can put yourself in just by socializing. You just never know.
Right.
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 Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot
Yeah.
of times you start
You got a packet
conversation,
for your
folks
next meeting?
start opening up. And they'll just start telling you everything about themselves. Because a
Mm-hmm.
lot of times
everything.
you don't tell them what they're holding in. They just wanted somebody to talk to.
You
Right.
say what,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
said,
Jane?
have you started making plans for your next?
Have you started
No,
God,
making plans for
no.
your next meet and
She like,
greet?
no,
hell no.
no,
I put it
no.
on pause. I put it on pause. I put it on pause because I don't want to make my plate more fuller than it already is. You know what
Right.
I mean? So now I'm ready for my meet and greet to be over so I can work on now and focus just on my road, my talk show. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm elevating from there. So I haven't I haven't, decided this damn meet and greet, y'all, cost me damn near 10,000. So
Yeah,
I
easily.
have not,
Easy.
you know what I'm saying, decided to make another, you know what I'm saying, on another meet and greet. I ain't even gonna lie.
Hmm.
Right.
Oh, that's
And
right
you know,
down
and
tonight at 10 o'clock. Your name, what's the name of it? It's tonight, right?
D Valley.
D Valley.
Yeah, my D Valley is tonight. I hope I have a lot of participants that's gonna come in the box, young ladies that's gonna come in the box and me. I really that's based on if I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, I might come in the box.
And you never know
Oh
what this
Lord, banana
diamond. You
coming
never
in the
know
box.
Y'all
what this
already
event
know.
Mm-hmm.
will create.
Y'all
Mm-hmm.
already know. I'm gonna
Banana,
turn
you
it
gotta
up.
be in costume, banana.
That's okay. I
That
got it.
costume banana.
I can create. Well, I don't want to. Yeah, we got to still. I forgot. We on TikTok.
Mm.
Listen, here's the thing, y'all. Deep Valley, y'all can go to the store. Y'all can go like the Party City, a couple of exotic stores. Y'all can just like get a mask and put it over your face, like one of those sexy
Hmm.
masks. You know what I mean? Like, do
Like
I
the
need to sound more
masquerade.
deep Valley? Yes, Bobby, you already know it, baby. You already know it. Like, yeah, y'all can get like what you call it, masquerades.
Yeah, the masquerade.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying, like stuff like that. Just come in and get your sexy on, you know what I mean, and have your LED lights and set the tone, set the mood. Just set the mood and just that's the first time me doing it. Like I said, I just want to see where it goes.
They
That's tonight. Tonight,
Yeah,
10 p.m. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
yeah
yep.
yeah, Laura, did you hear me? I mean, wait, did I
What you
say that
say?
I got approved? I got approved.
You got? Yeah, yeah. I
I
heard you.
heard that.
Yeah, I
Yes.
got approved.
Yes.
Fans was
I'm
got
about
it.
to I'm about to take her out. I'm about to take her place. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you
I'm
talking
about to
about.
take her place, boy. I swear
I,
I'm gonna take her place.
all right, Diamond. What she's talking about? That she gonna take the person out. The top 1% in OnlyFans is an old,
Old
fat,
lady, ugly.
white
She
lady.
like a cow. She like
Thank
a
you, Al.
pig.
An
A
old,
pig.
fat, white lady. She's 69 years old.
Almost 70. She'll be
Almost.
70 in November.
Yeah, and actually, that video like 2 or 3 years old.
Oh,
Goddess.
so she older than that now.
Yeah, she
Oh,
older than that now.
she like 70.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's one of the highest paid people on OnlyFans, and she an old, fat,
old
white
fat.
lady, vanilla
Dang,
I'm
lady.
what
traumatized.
the,
I am mentally
the hell?
traumatized. I watched
And,
that. I am traumatized. I don't know how anyone, any man, you got to be desperate. Oh my God.
So let me tell you, Miss Miss Goddess, she's not desperate. She's confident.
No,
no,
not
she's talking about
her.
the men.
The
The
men.
men.
The men.
I think it's entertainment for the men.
It's entertainment, right? They don't
Jeff,
mean
did
it
you see
desperate.
it?
It's
Jeff,
entertainment.
hold it. Jeff, did you see it? Go on
Uh,
YouTube. You, Jeff,
yeah.
you gonna be like, oh, Miss, go damn, Miss Goddess was right.
Go on YouTube
Not unless
and
you
look.
that type of man. If you that type of man, then okay, all
Yeah,
right.
they got a lot of men out there because
Got
she
a lot
in
of
the top
men,
1%.
a lot. She's a 1% top.
But if you go on YouTube and look at 69-year-old woman top 1% on OnlyFans, the video will pop up.
Or just do it on YouTube. YouTube
Night Fox.
shows it in
Yeah,
depth.
yeah. It's really about her interviews and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
it's crazy.
it's
They have a
crazy.
lot of people out there with a
Speaking
lot
of,
of fetishes.
A lot of
speaking of
fetishes.
Night Fox. Speaking of Night Fox. Shout out to all my new my newbies that have
What's
subscribed
that
to
noise? Somebody gotta go mute.
I got no. I have to have I'm cooling off my phone because my phone is hot, and if I don't cool it off, it's gonna cut my whole phone is gonna cut off, and it's gonna end my life. So I have to cool it off.
Oh.
But hold on, nah, it should be okay. So, but like I said, shout out. I want to say shout out to my newbies that's subscribing. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to my new people that's coming in here and rolling, rolling with Diamond. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for supporting me and being just tuning in every day, just tuning in like to the Diamond Show. And then Miss Goddess, did you see yesterday we had King of Spades up in here?
So listen. So for the
I believe
newbies,
so. Wait, I'm
for
trying
the
to
new
think. We got a lot of different people in there. King of Spade. It do sound familiar.
King of Spades, yeah, has a lot of He has a lot of followers.
King of Spades is a big creator
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
TikTok. King of Spades was up
Yeah.
in here. Angel was up in there. Storm
Okay.
was up in
Angel.
there. Like,
Okay.
yeah, them are a
Okay.
lot of big creators
Yeah,
on
they are.
TikTok.
They
Yeah,
are.
you getting big. You getting
She
out
getting,
there.
her name
Yeah,
getting out there.
yeah.
That's good.
I wanted to tell the newbies first of all what Diamond's doing. Obviously, the Diamond Show is mostly about relationships, all about relationships, and every subject, including cleaning your pickle and your peach cobbler.
And also,
Diamond has an event coming up. It's September the 10th. It is a meet and greet. Is in Atlanta. It is sold out. Hey, if you really want to go, send her a DM. Maybe she can make some room. But it is all you can drink, all you can eat. What is it? 360 booth. We'll be there. You're gonna have a
Who
360
blocked
booth.
me? Who blocked me, Triple T?
Yeah, he blocked us.
Yandy Doodle, he
He
blocked
blocked us.
y'all. Who
I think
blocked
he
y'all?
probably talking about old boy from yesterday.
Oh,
The one that was talking all that shit.
let me finish. So also, you're gonna have a streaming service on Roku, right? Do we know that? Do we
Yes.
know the what time or?
So I'm pushing for the 7 o'clock I'm pushing for the 7 o'clock shot.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna have a stream on Roku. But it would be like almost like a Zoom live. You know how you guys go, you know how you get on Zoom?
Yes. Yeah.
It would be like a Zoom, but it would be like it would be live on streaming on Roku.
Okay.
Big Marcus said free Voss water at the game.
Yeah, I do. I will have my boss water,
So
y'all.
we would have a Roku account.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
you
How
have
I
to
is
would
have
that
have
a
to
working
have a
though, Diamond? Do we have to have like a Roku
so
account?
so you guys will have to have a Roku account. You will have to subscribe to Roku, but don't do it as of yet because I don't want everybody to start going to subscribe it until they
It's
have me
official.
until it's
right.
official. They have me on their show, and then people will see. Okay, like Diamond is bringing in viewers.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I will be able to have you guys that wants to be on. You guys, I will be able to have you guys as guest audience.
Okay.
If you don't like to be on the camera, I suggest you don't. Don't come in and don't come in. Don't request to come in, but and then on top of that, they do want you to be very presentable when you come into my live stream for
Mm-hmm.
Roku.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, so can't be coming
That's
in laying in the bed.
understandable.
Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
can't be coming in laying in the bed and etc.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will. Also, I have some upcoming things, but I don't I haven't it's not set in stone yet. So I am not going to
Announce it.
right. What you say? Why your boss like Diamond? What you mean, Tanya? So I
That's her.
don't
That's
want to
her.
announce
That's TikTok.
other things yet until it's set in stone. Um, but for my meet and greet, um, there has been some adjustments. So if there's a few people that still would like to come, you guys can inbox me, um, and we can make arrangements for that. Oh, okay, Ladybug. Okay, I didn't know, babe. I didn't know. So also, you guys. So that's why you know what I mean. I'm not trying to plan another meet and greet right now because it's a lot. It's a lot. I've been planning this meet and greet since May, since April, and it's a lot. So you know, I want everything to be perfect. Um, I, I don't, you know, I'm not making no money off of my meet and greet, but I'm okay with that because it's for more exposure for me, you know, for more exposure for me, you know, more for the public to get to know Diamond and who I am. So, you know, yeah, I just don't want to go through that right now. Um, so it's September the 10th, Yandy. It's September the 10th. So it will be held in Atlanta. That is a big weekend for Atlanta as well. So if you guys are trying to come, I suggest you try to make reservations. It will be here downtown Atlanta. And it's gonna be big, y'all. It's gonna be epic. I can't wait. I can't wait.
And
I
that, oh,
I
sorry.
I let me see. Let me see how can I put this. Everybody that I have got services for my meet and greet is a lot of black owned businesses. So I did go through a lot of them for that. But one of my one of my one of my
Vendors.
one of my services that I have coming is the 360 booth. And I'm gonna tell you
Yay!
guys about them.
Yay!
The 360 booth that are gonna be there at the event, you guys. I was excited to talk with them and do business with them because they are college students, entrepreneur, brand new entrepreneurs. Um, they're professional, and you know they reached out to me and said, you know, they heard about my event, they would like to be a part of it, and I'm just glad that I'm able to give them some, you know, more exposure, you know, for their business and etc. So I'm excited about that, you know, as well. So it's a lot, y'all, and like I said,
Did you find a photographer?
oh yeah, yep, yeah, I got a photographer.
Okay.
Well, Diamond, I'm gonna say this to say this.
Yes, I
Okay,
will be your
so
host.
everything is cleared in the air. Miss Goddess has been on here, so I explained that part. So I'm gonna let you know that it's a pleasure for me to be a part of your first annual meet and greet, and I would like to continue to be a part of that. I'm very excited. I know that it's going to be fabulous. It's going to be fabulous.
Mhm.
So I'm here. I'm rocking with you. Even
Thank you.
though I'm going to be preoccupied doing my OnlyFans.
I'm not playing with
No, the Tracy said, did y'all
Seriously.
hear about the 1.3 billion lottery ticket? No, I ain't hear about it. But go ahead.
We know that there was one ticket that won, right?
I see, Uncle Arthur. I see.
But I don't know. I don't know the latest on it.
Oh, and Jazz. Yeah, I played bingo today. And not.
Bingo.
Yesterday, guess what she said to me, Diamond? She's like, Miss
She
Goddess,
said she don't
so
go
what you
nowhere.
like to do? You like to play bingo? It took every effort of me not to be like, what the? I was like 10, 9, 8. I said, no, that's a bunch of old people with
Oh, it's
oxygen
still
tanks
unclaimed.
and wheelchairs.
Uh,
So it's
this,
just a joke.
Oh man, he
It's
this
a
gave
guy,
me a
joke.
bingo
Said
reference. That's
hearing
It's
and
just a
fucking.
saying
joke.
something.
God, God
Hearing
is
the
looking for
answer.
a husband, and she don't go nowhere to find them, right?
Yes, I
So
do.
I told her, no, you don't. You be at home all day.
No, I don't.
I said, so what do you do? Because do you go like to play bingo? And she, no. But no, seriously, you gotta find something to do though, Miss Goddess, to be like trying to get exposure. Online dating is not gonna do it because we got some crazy people out here in these streets. And you know how I
Jazz.
am about my people. You know how I am,
Jazz.
because just like yesterday, hold on, Miss Goddess. Was it yesterday or this morning? It was this morning. I almost had to come in this morning on somebody for diamond. Like y'all be making my pressure up. Y'all put my pressure up. And I don't have high blood pressure or nothing like that. That's, baby gangster be trying to stay in, but y'all be trying to make her come out.
Jazz, I do have a social life, my dear. I do things. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I go places.
Lord, I know the one
I
thing
go.
Like where?
nobody
Like
don't have
where,
a.
Miss God?
Have you ever heard of a cabaret? Have you guys ever heard of a cabaret?
Of course, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Diamond,
only
what
from
you
up
say?
north, I think. It's called a cabaret. Maybe it's called another name.
A
Is
hole
that
in the
like
wall?
the shows?
No,
No,
she talking about a hole in the wall
no.
club. That's what
It's
she
not a
talking about. A
hole in
hole
the
in the wall.
wall. Wait a minute, hold it. Hold up. It's not a hole in the wall. Basically, what it is, in Philadelphia, everybody gets together. It's at like a very nice hall, and you BOYB, right? You bring your own food. Everybody share liquor. Everybody share food. You dance. You vibe. You have a freaking amazing time. That's the cabaret. So I do things like that. I've been to an all-white party. If you go into my
But
videos, you will see me enjoying myself right there. I go to I might go to the beach. I might like just get with family and friends. Somebody's always got a cookout. Somebody's always doing something. I have six grown children. I spend time with my grandchildren. I spend time with my daughters. So, but socially, as far as socially, I like like I might go to a cabaret. I might go to like the all white party. It's like I try to stay active. I try to stay as active as I can. And I'm going to come to Georgia and I'm claiming a freaking man.
That what it sound like, Arthur. That's like, Arthur said it sound like a swinger club.
Oh my gosh. Where are you from?
They have swinger clubs?
It's not even a swinger club, baby. You have to like
I'm
be from
just
up
saying,
north
I
to
feel like
If you're in a
understand.
swing and you come
It's
right
not
here
a
in
swingers
Atlanta.
club. I'm gonna come to Atlanta and get me a
I'm just saying
Atlanta
I want to
man.
do something consistently.
Somebody
You don't
said
go to an
pineapple
all white
folks.
party. You don't go to an all white party every week, Miss Goddess. I'm talking about something consistently.
Well, I'm not. Well, I used to like go out and bar hop and do stuff like that. Hell to no, I ain't doing that no more. No, no. Like I pick and choose like where I'm going to. Like I'm from Philadelphia, Lord, baby. No, I ain't doing that. I is not going to do that.
Miss Goddess, are you still in Philly?
I don't really get my location.
Okay, okay. No, I'm asking because I come up there quite often. I'm always around 22nd and Bainbridge.
Oh, you? That's South Philly. Who that talking?
That's
Who?
lower.
You be for real? That's South Philly.
Yeah,
Let me know the next
I'll be.
time you come through.
I will. I will. I'll
What's
be everywhere.
what's up there? You got family?
I got a lot of friends living in that same neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So
Need to
okay,
get out
y'all.
the
So
sun.
what I'm gonna do is, y'all know I gotta get ready for tonight. I'm gonna get off of here so I can be back on here at 10. I need to go figure out what I'm gonna buy, what I'm gonna put on. Jesus, keep me that across for that. And I love y'all. Thank y'all for y'all support again. Without y'all, there would be no diamond. And we gonna come back on here later on tonight. Jeffrey, you tuning in?
I'm gonna
Boss
tune
man,
in. I'm gonna tune in.
I'm a tune
I'm
in.
doing deep valley. Who participating? Who participating in the box?
I don't
All right,
know.
yeah,
They'll get
I'm
it
gonna go. I'm
together.
gonna go ahead and get out of here. I'll holler at y'all later. Love y'all too. Bye.
I may
I'm gonna
come up in
check
the
it
dark
out.
in
I'll
a
All
check
right,
it
second.
bye,
out.
y'all.
Bye,
Participate.
Jazz. Bye, everybody. Bye, Broco. Sister Cisco.
Bye.
See y'all tonight.
All right.
Peace. Peace
All right,
out.
What
everybody.
time? At
Y'all have a
10,
good one.
y'all. At 10. At 10.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Peace.
I'll see y'all later.
All
All
right.
right. See you later. Thank you.
Blessings.